starting as the hand behind the scenes in Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126, Bullying the Noobs is fun. Second update. Please subscribe. Time passed by bit. Kabuto Yakushi fell into thought again. Did he really want to join Uehara Naraku? Just relying on a corpse of white Zetsu and a bloodline experiment idea with huge doubts, he would join Uehara Naraku? No, the corpse of white Zetsu and the experiment idea were prepared for Orochimaru. Damn, he actually got nothing. If it weren't for the good psychological quality of a spy, Kabuto Yakushi would have cursed Uehara Naraku to the sky. If this guy wanted to secretly control Orochimaru, he could just go and cause trouble for Orochimaru. Why did he come to him? Time's up. Uehara Naraku's voice interrupted Kabuto Yakushi's thoughts. When Uehara was about to throw a golden chakra-like vortex at him again, Kabuto Yakushi stopped him quickly. Lord Naraku. Kabuto Yakushi raised his head and looked at Uehara Naraku steadily and said in a deep voice, "When Lord Orochimaru recruited me, he gave me some truth and the opportunity to see the truth of the world. If I surrender to you, what can you give me? What do you want?" Uehara Naraku asked back and added, "I'm talking about what you really want in your heart, not what others make you want." Of course. Kabuto Yakushi smiled and pushed his glasses, thinking that he finally grasped a little initiative, and opened his mouth to raise his opinion. I want. What? Kabuto Yakushi was stuck. Kabuto Yakushi suddenly fell silent. Until now, he seemed to have been working hard, but he didn't even know what he really wanted. How about this? I help you recall it. Uehara Naraku stretched out his palm, and blue chakra slowly entered Kabuto Yakushi's brain. My illusion can let you see the most feared thing in your heart. Maybe you can get the answer from there. Speechless fear. It can make people experience the most terrible nightmare in their lives in 1 second. A second later, Kabuto Yakushi suddenly woke up from his nightmare. Kabuto Yakushi knelt on the ground uncontrollably. His tears wet his glasses. His voice suppressed his pain. Dean, don't die. I will save you. I will definitely save you. Dean. I am. Kabuto Yakushi. Danzo lied to you, Dean. Uehara Naraku looked down at the embarrassed Kabuto Yakushi and asked with some dignity, "Do you know what you want now?" Yes. Kabuto Yakushi's face was unusually excited and he said, "Can the Dean be truly resurrected?" Lord Naraku, I was resurrected just now. You can do it. Kabuto Yakushi's voice became louder and louder, and his throat was already roaring. Lord Naraku, you can do it. You can do it. Lord Naraku. Uehara Naraku felt like he had lifted a rock and shot himself in the foot. The resurrection by turning back time was actually just to avoid death. Uehara Naraku knew that the director that Kabuto Yakushi mentioned was Nono Yakushi, but the director of the orphanage had been dead for many years. If he wanted to revive Nono Yakushi, he could only use the impure world reincarnation first, and then use the Samsara reincarnation. It's not that there is no way. It's just a little troublesome. Uehara Naraku sighed, looked at Kabuto Yakushi and said, "Then you have to wait for a while. You can find her body and use the impure world reincarnation to revive that person in advance. Anyway, we will revive her sooner or later, and there is no need to worry about desecrating the soul." Kabuto Yakushi's body suddenly became stiff. The next second, Kabuto Yakushi took a few steps back and fell to the ground. The director's body was secretly dealt with by Danzo. Nono Yakushi was the most successful spy in Konoha. How could Shimura Danzo let Nono Yakushi's body be left outside? It is very likely to leak Konoha's secrets. All hopes were wiped out in an instant. Uehara Naraku looked at the dejected Kabuto Yakushi and couldn't help but ask, "Then do you want to consider killing Danzo to avenge her or fulfill her last wish?" A glimmer of light suddenly flashed in Kabuto Yakushi's eyes. At this moment, he seemed to have regained hope and life. Kabuto Yakushi clenched his fists and smashed them hard on the tree. "I will definitely kill Danzo and then return to the orphanage in the village to inherit the will of the director." Naraku narrowed his eyes and spread his hands helplessly. If you don't surrender to me, then neither of your two ideas can be fulfilled. Kabuto Yakushi glanced at Naraku speechlessly and said in a deep voice, if I surrender to Lord Naraku, will you help me kill Danzo? Of course I can. Naraku patted his forehead and said, but there are many people who want to kill Danzo because he has done too many evils. You have to wait for a while. Konan and Nagato are still waiting for the information he collected about Danzo. I can wait. Kabuto Yakushi continued in a deep voice, after I complete your task, can you let me leave Lord Orochimaru and return to the orphanage in Konoha? I want to adopt orphans displaced in the Ninja World War. How about you consider setting up an orphanage in the Hidden Rain Village? Naraku pressed his forehead with his fingers and said embarrassedly, I believe that your dean must have the same deep love for all the orphans in the ninja world. Can such a dark village like Konoha really accommodate such a person with great love? At the end, Naraku himself couldn't make up any more. Okay, to tell you the truth, Konoha is not safe. Kabuto Yakushi nodded speechlessly. In the future, I can go to the Hidden Rain Village to open an orphanage, but I will accept all children displaced by the war, whether they are from the land of fire, the land of wind, the land of earth. This may require a lot of money, because Kabuto Yakushi himself is a boy from the land of wind. It seems that Yakushi Nonoi really has a kind heart, and has the same great love for all children. Money is not a problem. Naraku said softly, my teacher also established an orphanage in the Hidden Rain Village and tried to collect war orphans from the Rain Country. It just so happens that you can go to help her in the future. I have no other objections. Yakushi Kabuto looked at Naraku and put on a look of waiting for death. If you believe me, I will handle everything and guide Lord Orochimaru to study creatures like White Zetsu, but I hope the experiment is real. Don't worry, White Zetsu must be the most suitable container for reincarnation. Naraku looked at the system panel. A task that had not been done for a long time was finally completed, and there were even several side tasks. Side quest, have 3 subordinates, 3/3. The task has been completed, and the reward is 1000 points of life energy, 1000 points of chakra energy, and 1000 points of natural energy. This reward is not uncommon. Naraku's life energy, chakra energy and natural energy have all exceeded 10,000 points. Hidden quest, help Kabuto Yakushi recognize himself, 1/1, quest completed, rewarded with the passive skill Transcendence. Transcendence, obtain 10% skill cooldown reduction. This is barely useful, but it interrupted Naraku's plan to buy equipment. What if there is a reduction in skill cooldown in the future? Isn't it a waste of gold coins? Now Uhura's cooldown is reduced by 60%. Sooner or later, all his skills will not require any cooldown time. I just don't know if the system will limit it. Side quest, recruit Kabuto Yakushi to be your spy. 1/1, quest completed, rewarded with the skill Mirror Flower and Water Moon. Mirror Flower and Water Moon, after being invisible for 1 second, you can create an identical clone in the same place, making it impossible to tell the real one from the fake. Naraku was confused. Isn't this an advanced clone technique? This is too bad. But Naraku didn't care. Anyway, he just cut a batch of leeks from the Inoshika Choen teammate, and now there is still half of the leeks left for the 12 little strongmen of Konoha. He has already gained a lot from these little guys of Konoha. Kabuto Yakushi didn't care. Okay, I'll go get busy first. Naraku glanced at Kabuto Yakushi and said softly, Z2 is the intelligence chief of Akatsuki. All the White Zetsu in the ninja world are their subordinates. How to mention this to Orochimaru? Don't need my guidance. Of course. Kabuto Yakushi chuckled and said, don't worry about this, Lord Naraku. I will take care of it. What are you going to do now? I'm going to bully the newcomers. Naraku showed a happy smile on his face. I tell you, bullying newcomers is fun. Kabuto Yakushi, is this new boss mentally retarded? Where is the prestige of forcing him just now? Turn around and bully the newcomers? Kabuto Yakushi is a little suspicious. Did he get on the wrong ship? Today, there are basically 3 chapters plus 2 extra chapters, a total of 5 chapters. I'll show you all at once. The daily update activity on the first day of listing is temporarily over. I have to think about the reward extra chapter and the average subscription and follow up extra chapter. Wait for me to think about the extra chapter rules. Thanks to Silent Diving 666 for the reward. Thanks to Remnant Soul for the reward. Thanks to Moonrise After Dusk for the reward. Thanks to Love Vapine for the reward. Thanks to I Want to Be the Pirate King for the reward. Thanks to Yigushin for the reward. Thanks to Junkai and Mo for the reward. Chapter 127 I accept your challenge on behalf of Teacher K. The night was getting later and later. The moon was in the sky, overlooking the ground. Uehara Naraku's figure shuttled through the death forest. He did not choose to go fishing, but quietly appeared in a hidden corner, observing several figures under the moonlight. Team 3. Hyuga Neji, Tenten, Rock Lee. The plan of their ninja team was very interesting. They pretended not to do anything during the day, but waited until night fell before taking action. I don't know what they were thinking. Didn't their instructor, Jonin Might Guy, teach them some strategies? Hyuga Neji, the leader, threw a shuriken on the ground and said in a deep voice, now all the opponents are resting. Move out in the dark. We will separate to scout intelligence in various directions. We must meet here after dawn and disband. Okay. Yes. The three of them each chose a direction and jumped away from the spot. Hyuga Neji chose the direction facing the high tower. The enemies that might be encountered in this direction are all moving very fast, and the probability of encountering danger is relatively high. It's just that Hyuga Neji thinks he is the strongest in this team, so he naturally takes on the responsibility of a strong man, and he can also use the Byakugan to detect. What's more, he is the strongest rookie of the previous session. The 9 newcomers of Konoha this session are really too bad. Even Uchiha Sasuke is not good enough, and Sasuke was even hung up and beaten by Rock Lee. Therefore, among all the candidates for the Chunin exam, Hyuga Neji doesn't think that anyone can defeat him, and a team of genin may not be able to defeat him. When Hyuga Neji was running, he suddenly saw a figure on a big tree in front of him. The figure seemed to be looking at his position. Hyuga Neji frowned, which meant that he had been exposed. But Hyuga Neji himself estimated that he should be the strongest person in this Chunin exam, so he was not particularly panicked. The next second, the figure on the big tree suddenly disappeared. Byakugan open. Hyuga Neji opened his Byakugan and looked at a figure running towards him at high speed. However, the huge chakra on the figure made Hyuga Neji's face change suddenly. The strength of that person's chakra was stronger than Neji had ever seen. When Hyuga Neji saw the man's face clearly, his expression changed again. It's the guy named Uehara Naraku. The guy who was very arrogant in the written test. Hyuga Neji also commented that an arrogant ninja like Uehara Naraku would never be able to pass the second level of the death forest. Unexpectedly, he was arrogant because he had the capital to be arrogant. Hello. Uehara Naraku greeted while hitting Hyuga Neji's chest with his arm. The powerful blow directly knocked Hyuga Neji away. The genius with the white eyes covered his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the enemy weakly as he walked towards him. He could only utter a desperate question. Did I lose? How could the gap be so big that I couldn't even withstand a single blow from the enemy? Facing someone as powerful as me, you can withstand a single blow. Doesn't that mean there's something wrong with my strength? Uehara Naraku chuckled, picked up Hyuga Neji by the collar, and threw Hyuga Neji back to the gathering point set by their third team. Looking at the desperate look of the genius with the white eyes, Uehara Naraku chuckled and comforted him. Don't worry, I'll send your teammates to accompany you soon. Hyuga Neji's face was filled with even more despair, and he gritted his teeth and said, have you been spying on us? Should, maybe, it seems. Uehara Naraku tilted his head and disappeared in front of Neji. After a while, Uehara Naraku turned back again, carrying the fainted Tenten and throwing her next to Hyuga Neji, and then disappeared again. Neji Hyuga. Isn't this a bit shameless? It would be fine if Uehara Naraku just beat him, a boy, but why would he bully a little girl like Tenten? Neji Hyuga sighed in his heart. It probably won't be long before Rock Lee will be brought by Uehara Naraku. Team 3 hasn't found any intelligence yet, and they've been taken down separately. It's a bit embarrassing. After waiting for a long time, Neji Hyuga didn't wait for Rock Lee to arrive. Uehara and Naraku failed to catch Rock Lee because Rock Lee happened to meet Muraboshi Kosuke, the old genin who was asking around for news about him. Even Kosuke was saying bad things about him. This is a guy with a very bad personality. When Muraboshi Kosuke was chatting with Rock Lee, he described Uehara and Naraku's bad deeds in a somewhat subjective way. I suspect he may have set his sights on you little guys and may just want to get spiritual pleasure by defeating you. Uehara and Naraku. How did old man Kosuke come to this conclusion? Although it is indeed very satisfying to bully the newcomers of Konoha, he is mainly for the mission. Rock Lee quickly made a gesture. I must face any strong enemy head on. Especially this kind of enemy with bad character and strong strength. If I meet him, I will definitely use my youth and blood to tell him what is the right way of ninja. It's so beautiful. Muraboshi Kosuke looked at the tights on Rock Lee and sighed softly. Seeing you, little guy, reminds me of a guy who has been a ninja for many years like me. It's a pity that the ninja named Might Day died in the war. It is said that he burst out his power before his death and defeated the strongest team of the Hidden Mist Village, the 7 ninja swordsmen. Youth, it's all about passion and excitement. Rock Lee clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, Senior, I can't waste my youth any longer. Are you leaving? Muraboshi Kosuke nodded with emotion and said, okay, be careful on the road. If you meet that ninja named Uehara and Naraku, you can fire this flare. After that, Muraboshi Kosuke handed Rock Lee a flare. However, before Rock Lee could take the flare, a card that came at high speed suddenly cut the flare in half. Senior, be careful. Rock Lee's face instantly showed a hint of vigilance. Muraboshi Kosuke's expression also began to become serious. He suddenly pulled out a shuriken and threw it in the direction where the card came from. Shuriken shadow clone technique. Countless dense shurikens appeared in the air, almost covering a large area. If you stay in that area, absolutely no one will survive. Rock Lee looked at the countless shurikens that appeared in an instant and couldn't help but praise. Senior's ninjutsu is really powerful. Before Muraboshi Kosuke could answer, a young man's voice rang out. Shuriken shadow clone technique is a ninjutsu studied by the 3rd Hokage of Konoha. Of course it can't be underestimated. A figure walked out from the depths of the forest with a kind smile on his face. He stretched out his hand to greet the two of them. Old man, I'm so good to you. Do you like to say bad things about me behind my back? Muraboshi Kosuke shook his head, sighed and said, although I know that your nature is not bad, what you did is indeed not very authentic. Among the 9 newcomers of Konoha and the 3 newcomers of the Sand Village, there should be only one Team 7 left who survived. As for them, I have other arrangements. Uehara and Naraku smiled and shook his head, pointed his finger at Rock Lee, and said softly, Senior Kosuke, can you let me fight with this kid first? I have always heard that Konoha's Might Guy is a master of physical skills. He is the strongest physical skill master in the ninja world, so I really want to challenge him. Unfortunately, I have never had this opportunity. Now I'm lucky to challenge his disciple. Rock Lee, are you willing to accept my challenge? Muraboshi Kosuke frowned and said in a deep voice, Uehara and Naraku, go to the tower. However, Muraboshi Kosuke had not finished speaking when he saw Rock Lee, who was protected by him, jumped high, turned 360 degrees in the air, and landed in front of Uehara and Naraku. Rock Lee suddenly stretched out his thumb, his eyes almost blazing with flames, and showed a hearty smile with full confidence, his teeth glowing faintly in the moonlight. Okay, I will accept your challenge on behalf of Teacher K. Before you fight with Teacher K, let me feel your youth first. After saying this, Rock Lee even stretched out a slap. Uehara and Naraku couldn't bear to look at this smile, and his forehead couldn't help jumping. He patted Rock Lee's palm and reached an agreement to fight. Thinking back to when he first joined Akatsuki, he laughed as heartily as Rock Lee does now. No wonder none of the Akatsuki rebels liked him. Damn, he really looks like a hot-blooded idiot. Chapter 128 Uehara and Naraku is not good at hand seals. It's really difficult for an old man like me. Muraboshi Kosuke patted his old waist, walked to the side with a staggering gait, and muttered, it's really a troublesome task to ensure the normal holding of the Chunin exam. But Kosuke's voice was a little fragmented, and Uehara and Naraku and Rock Lee didn't hear what he said clearly, and the two had no time to care. Konoha whirlwind. As a pure physical ninja, Rock Lee was much faster and stronger than other rookie ninjas that Uehara had seen who wanted to resist him. His kicks could actually make a sound of wind. But this was still not enough. Uehara Naraku kicked Rock Lee in the waist and knocked Rock Lee to the ground, and then followed up with a palm and slapped him on the neck, knocking the little guy unconscious in an instant. Uehara Naraku, whose life energy exceeded 10,000 points, was not an enemy that a little newbie like Rock Lee could deal with. Meriboshi Kosuke frowned and glanced at Rock Lee on the ground. He shouted so happily, but lost so quickly. Just now, he witnessed the gap between Naraku Uehara and Rock Lee. This gap is like a chasm that cannot be made up by skills. In terms of physical skills alone, Naraku Uehara is dangerous enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen really arranged a big trouble for him. Senior Kosuke. After defeating Rock Lee with 2 moves, Naraku Uehara rubbed his wrist and showed a harmless smile to Meriboshi Kosuke. I sent this little guy to their gathering point. Their 2 teammates are still waiting for him there. Meriboshi Kosuke's face was a little confused, and after a moment, his eyes couldn't help twitching. Did you knock down those 2 little guys too? Hey, just sparring. Naraku Uehara waved his hand modestly. Naraku Uehara picked up Rock Lee's collar and took the guy in the green tights and threw him to the gathering point of Hyuga, Niji and Tenten. Niji Hyuga looked at him strangely. What do you want? You defeated us, but you didn't take our scrolls. I don't want anything. Naraku Uehara thought about it and decided to be the bad guy again. He said something that made Niji Hyuga furious. I just think you are too weak and easy to bully. Of course, he couldn't talk about system tasks. Side quest, defeat Niji Hyuga, 1/1. The quest has been completed, and the reward is Chiruja's fluid jutsu fighting skills. Side quest, defeat Rock Lee, 1/1. The quest has been completed, and the reward is K-Messien's fluid jutsu fighting skills. Naraku Uehara was a little scratching his head, unable to figure out the system's routine. Niji Hyuga represents the soft fist of the physical jutsu system, and Rock Lee represents the hard fist of the physical jutsu system. The third team, a small team, actually accommodates 2 major physical jutsu schools. The question is, why is the reward for defeating these 2 guys fighting skills? With the strength of his life energy, can't he crush his opponents with pure strength alone? What kind of fighting skills are needed? Could it be that they were worried that, after defeating Rock Lee and Niji Hyuga, Might Guy would come and beat them to death, so they gave them some fighting skills? How ridiculous. However, these physical fighting skills may not be very impressive in actual combat. They are just shouting da 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 and poking the enemy with their hands and feet. But the system's side quest rewards actually include such fighting skills. Can we look forward to the rewards for defeating Might Guy in the future? It's better to give him a serious punch. There is only one quest reward left. When Uehara Naraku saw the quest reward for defeating Tenten, his face finally became a little weird. This girl is indeed Kishimoto's favorite character. Side quest, defeat Tenten, 1/1. The quest has been completed, and you will be rewarded with a hidden inheritance quest. Hidden inheritance quest, I have made my choice. Say a correct name, 0/1, Katerina, the ominous blade. Uehara Naraku sighed quietly and glanced at the unconscious Tenten again, with a gleam of fiery light in his eyes. There are still many tasks related to Tenten in his system list. If the rewards for each task are so generous, it doesn't really matter if I sell out my integrity. The task is completed, and the hero inheritance is opened. Catapult blade, throw a chakra dagger, and after hitting 2 enemies around the target in succession, it will fall behind the target. The skill has no cooldown time, and no skill consumption. Waiting for the opportunity, throw a chakra dagger, the skill has no cooldown time, and no skill consumption. Flash step, can instantly flash to the vicinity of friendly forces, enemies and any dagger, the skill has no cooldown time, and no skill consumption. Death Lotus, transform into a sword blade hurricane, quickly shoot countless chakra daggers at the surrounding enemies, the skill has no cooldown time, and no skill consumption. Uehara Naraku's eyes flickered slightly. It seems that these skills are not very good, but in fact, they are far more than that when combined. At least one flash step, which can almost be regarded as a low-profile version of the Flying Thunder God technique. And in the battlefield, the flash step can almost make Uehara Naraku appear next to any enemy, which is simply outrageous. Maybe because of a certain reason, the system thinks that this hero's inheritance is not strong, worthy of being the great demon king Shienshin. The set of skills rewarded after defeating her includes the attack method of dagger ninja tools and time and space techniques. These skills have no cooldown time. Uehara Naraku can chop from the east end of Konoha village to the west end of the village with only these 4 skills without blinking an eye. Okay, it's time to experiment with the results. Uehara Naraku turned to look at Meriboshi Kosuke, who had been watching him nearby, and said in a deep voice, "Senior, now it's our turn to talk about our affairs. Since you are here, why not fight with me? Is there no room for negotiation?" Meriboshi Kosuke could only appear and grabbed the handle of his ninja sword. "If you lose, you will rush to the tower immediately. Is this condition okay?" "Of course." A purple chakra broadsword appeared in Uehara Naraku's hand, and he chuckled and said, "If you lose, you will give up this Chunin exam immediately. Is that okay?" Meriboshi Kosuke sighed, shook his head and said, "This condition is not very equal, but I agree." As soon as the voice fell, the old man suddenly raised his head and looked at Uehara Naraku and suddenly put his hands together to form 3 hand seals, water style, water dragon bullet technique. Meriboshi Kosuke directly attacked with a big move. It's no wonder why he chose to do this. After all, he is really old. His speed and strength have also aged to a certain extent. His physical skills are definitely not as good as Uehara Naraku's. Moreover, Meriboshi Kosuke discovered the chakra broadsword in Uehara Naraku's hand and judged that Uehara Naraku's swordsmanship might not be weak either. Then we can only rely on ninjutsu. Water escape water dragon bullet technique generally requires 44 hand seals, but Meriboshi Kosuke was taught by the 2nd generation Hokage Senjutsu Birima, and only 4 hand seals are needed to make it. Under such sudden attack, Uehara Naraku must be unable to dodge. As expected, Uehara Naraku's expression stagnated, and he almost started to quickly put his hands together to make his own hand seals at the same time, and even made some mistakes in panic. He wants to use water escape ninjutsu. It's just a water escape ninjutsu competition. Who is afraid of who? Meriboshi Kosuke's face was a little relaxed. He finally found the weakness of Uehara Naraku. That is, the little guy's hand seal speed is not fast. This is really good news. Meriboshi Kosuke had a plan in mind. He could use ninjutsu to fight, so that Uehara Naraku would make mistakes in a hurry. This kid was not very old, and he might not be particularly good at ninjutsu that required exquisite control of chakra. After all, Uehara Naraku's physical skills were already strong enough. If his ninjutsu was also strong, how could other ninjas survive? In an instant, Meriboshi Kosuke's technique was completed. A huge water dragon rose from Meriboshi Kosuke's side, opened its mouth and fiercely bit towards Uehara Naraku's position. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129. Uehara Naraku is a good person. The water dragon is roaring. Uehara Naraku is still making hand seals, cursing. Damn. Why are there so many hand seals invented by Hoshigaki Kisame? What kind of hand seals are these? It's so troublesome. It shouldn't be a problem if I miss a few, right? After saying that, Uehara simply gave up making hand seals and closed his palms with a snap. Water style, roaring waves. A huge wave rushed up to the sky and instantly broke the attacking water dragon. Meriboshi Kosuke's eyes flashed with a trace of horror. Although this kid Uehara Naraku seemed to have defects in ninjutsu hand seals, his technique was very powerful. Looking at that tsunami that was swooping down, Meriboshi Kosuke quickly closed his hands and made hand seals again. Water style, water array wall. Kosuke's water array wall was obviously different from that of other ninjas. His water array wall was also like the water array wall of the 2nd generation Hokage Senjutsu Birima, and it quickly turned into a hollow cylinder, surrounding him tightly. The waves gradually receded. After Meriboshi Kosuke released the water array wall technique, He looked coldly at Naraku not far away and joined his hands to make seals again. He wanted to have a ninjutsu battle and defeat Naraku by taking advantage of his weakness in making seals. Water style, water rush wave. This time it was Meriboshi Kasuke's turn to counterattack. With the help of the surrounding waves that had not completely receded, Meriboshi Kasuke completed the seal of the water rush wave technique, and a wave of sea waves swept towards Naraku. Moreover, this time, Kasuke took the opportunity of the water array wall receding to start making seals directly, avoiding Naraku's sight. By the time Uehara reacted, the waves of the water rush wave had already swept in. Naraku continued to curse, and symbolically made a few hand seals. Damn it, sooner or later, I will make Kisame Samehada into pickled fish. What kind of hand seals are these guys invented? Why are they so troublesome to use? Uehara hurriedly completed a few hand seals symbolically, and released his skills before the waves came. Wind style, wind barrier. A wind wall appeared in front of Naraku in an instant, directly blocking the waves of the water, and the sea water was even blown back by the wind wall. Guji strengthened his confidence. However, his face still looked a little ugly. Although this guy's hand seals are much worse than others, his skills are very powerful. Maybe this is also a fair exchange of gains and losses? This should be confirmed. Because Meriboshi Guji always looked a little impatient when he saw Naraku making hand seals. It seems that he really doesn't like hand seals. This is also normal. After all, Naraku's own physical skills are already strong enough. If he can use physical skills alone to blow up the enemy, why waste chakra? Think carefully about Naraku's bad behavior of bullying their Konoha brats. Obviously, Naraku has always been fighting with people weaker than him. Before he met someone who was even stronger than him, he was used to bullying the weak. Guji looked at Naraku and sighed. What a great genius. But he lost his mind because of his talent. Sighs are sighs, regrets are regrets. Taking this opportunity, Guji still continued to make hand seals. His eyes tightened, looking at Naraku, who finally rushed over impatiently and said coldly, water escape. The next second, Meriboshi Guji suddenly saw Naraku disappear from his sight, which made him very frightened. He finally gave up the hand seal and touched his ninja sword. A palm suddenly grabbed Guji's wrist. This made Guji's heart suddenly cold. In the close physical confrontation, Meriboshi Kasuke thought that his chances of winning were shockingly low, not to mention that he was taken advantage of by Naraku. Naraku's voice appeared in Kasuke's ears like a thunderclap, and his voice sounded extremely gloomy. Senior, you haven't finished releasing ninjutsu, right? It's just 2 ninjutsu. Meriboshi Kasuke whispered to delay time, while quickly dodging and breaking free from Uehara's grip, and quickly pulling out his ninja sword. But the next second he found that Naraku disappeared in front of him again. Another hand tightly grasped his wrist from behind, and even directly snatched his ninja sword. Meriboshi Kasuke widened his eyes in disbelief, slowly turned his head, and looked at Naraku and said, your body flicking technique is faster than I imagined. It's normal. Naraku put Kasuke's ninja sword back into his scabbard, and continued softly, our leader is a ninja demigod, and Lord Hanzo taught me the body flicking technique himself. The body flicking technique of the ninja demigod Hanzo of Salamander is indeed very fast. What else can Meriboshi Kasuke say about the body flicking technique taught by the ninja demigod himself? The old man's body gradually relaxed, and his body was a little hunched for a moment. I admire you. It seems that I can only give up the opportunity to be promoted to Chunin. Naraku's forehead jumped. Why is old man Kasuke still acting here when he has admitted defeat? Naraku was also unambiguous and said in a deep voice, I just think that it is unnecessary for you to take part in the Chunin exam. I guess you will be promoted to Konoha's Jonin soon. If no one in Konoha discovers your strength, I will find an opportunity to mention your wish to be promoted to Mr. Kakashi and ask him to help convey it to me. No. Guji waved his hands and knocked on his old waist. I'm old now, so I just do the ordinary commission tasks that a genin can do. Well, Naraku did not continue to mock. After all, he got a big prize. Hidden task, defeat a real Konoha genin. 1/1. The task has been completed, and the reward is 3000 points of life energy, 3000 points of chakra energy, and 3000 points of natural energy. This hidden task is not outrageous. After all, Meriboshi Guji and Might Day created the first generation of Konoha genin legends. From then on, Konoha genin became more and more uncontrollable, until Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke opened the era of the so-called genin, but actually the 6 paths. Oh, there's one more thing. Uehara Naraku stopped Meriboshi Kosuke, who wanted to leave, and whispered, "After you leave here, please report to the top management of your village immediately that the S-rank rebel ninja Orochimaru has appeared in the Death Forest." Orochimaru? Meriboshi Kosuke's face changed. This title is not something he can handle. That's right, I have temporarily scared him away with the name of Lord Hanzo. Uehara Naraku kept talking nonsense, and he continued, "Orochimaru was trying to attack Mr. Kakashi's Team 7, and I scared him off. Before, Orochimaru wanted to assassinate our examiner again, and I scared him away in the name of Lord Hanzo, but I can't guarantee that he will show up again. I have to rush to Team 7 to meet up with them immediately and protect them from being attacked by Orochimaru again. I hope that after Mr. Kosuke leaves, he will declare to the top leaders of this Chunin exam that I did not deliberately violate the rules." "I understand." Meriboshi Kosuke nodded seriously. Orochimaru's attack was such a big deal, and the Chunin exam was simply child's play. It might be suspended soon. Guji bowed to Uehara Naraku solemnly. "With my strength, I can't deal with Orochimaru. The safety of many genin in the Death Forest is temporarily in your hands. I will report to the 3rd Hokage immediately." Originally, based on Guji's observation of Uehara Naraku, he thought that this was a ninja with a good character, but with some bad tastes, and bullying the weak. Now it seems that Uehara Naraku is still a good person. The fact that Uehara dares to protect weak ninjas shows that he still has some positive energy, and he seems to have a good impression of Konoha. Let's determine a fixed time every day. If it is a basic update, how about one chapter at 11:30 and 2 chapters at 5:30 in the afternoon? If there is an extra update, just add it at 11:30 in the afternoon. Give some suggestions, everyone. In fact, I prefer 11:30 and 5:30 in the afternoon. Chapter 130, Aruki beats a genius. First update. The camp of Team 7. When Uehara Naraku came back, he caught a few fish. Perhaps the 3 kids in Team 7 were so hungry that Uzumaki Naruto was awakened by hunger. They solved their own meals and left a portion for Uehara Naraku. When Uchiha Sasuke saw Uehara Naraku, he raised his eyebrows and asked softly, "You are finally back." I looked around, but couldn't find any trace of you. I met Orochimaru again. Uehara Naraku's expression suddenly became heavy. Seeing the expressions of several people in Team 7 change color, he laughed secretly in his heart for a while before continuing, "Just now he was around you bullying the chief examiner of our Chunin exam." Hiruno Sakura's face suddenly turned pale with fear, and she swallowed her saliva nervously. Didn't the chief examiner defeat him? Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke next to them also looked unhappy. It is obvious that Orochimaru has cast a big shadow on them. Uehara Naraku nodded and continued in a deep voice, "Orochimaru is one of the legendary 3 ninjas. He was once one of the few people who stood at the top of Konoha. Our examiner for this Chunin exam, Mitara Shianko, is just his student." Uehara Naraku remembered Mitara Shianko's performance and added, "It is probably the most useless student." Class 7 fell into silence. Hiruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke subconsciously turned their heads to look at Uzumaki Naruto. It was obvious that Uzumaki Naruto had always been the most useless student in their group. Uzumaki Naruto immediately looked back angrily. Hey, Sasuke, Sakura, what do you two mean?" "Nothing." Uchiha Sasuke and Hiruno Sakura slowly withdrew their gazes, and after speaking in unison, they gently shook their heads. Their movements were surprisingly consistent. Okay, take a rest first." Uehara Naraku smiled, patted Uzumaki Naruto's head, and said softly, "You still have to continue to snatch the enemy's scroll tomorrow. Who will be on duty tonight?" "I'm in good spirits, I can accompany him at night." Just as Uehara Naraku expected, Uzumaki Naruto slept for the whole afternoon and raised his hand voluntarily. I'll do it. I've rested for a long time. I can stay up late for a long time. Just when Uehara Naraku's mouth was curled up with a smile, Hiruno Sakura next to him shook her head and rejected his proposal. Naruto, you and Sasuke may have to fight tomorrow, so let me do it. After that, Hiruno Sakura clenched her fists a little restrainedly, and I couldn't do anything for you when I was fighting today. The smile on Uehara Naraku's face gradually became a little stiff. What's wrong with this little girl Hiruno Sakura? Has she learned to consider her teammates now? Uchiha Sasuke patted Naruto on the shoulder, winked at him, and whispered, Naruto, let Sakura be on night duty. Sasuke was a little worried that Hiruno Sakura would feel guilty. Anyway, instead of letting Sakura form a team with guilt, it would be better to let her do something within her ability to feel at ease. After Uzumaki Naruto nagging for a while, he could only agree to Hiruno Sakura's request. Uehara Naraku looked at Hiruno Sakura with a puzzled look on his face. He didn't stand up when he should, and showed up when he shouldn't. What's the point of him standing up for the night with Hiruno Sakura? Uehara Naraku really wanted to talk to Uzumaki Naruto about life, but his plan was disrupted by Hiruno Sakura, who wanted to take some responsibilities. The night was a little quiet. Hiruno Sakura wanted to talk more with Uehara Naraku. After all, as a new ninja, Hiruno Sakura was willing to get some experience from her seniors. Uehara didn't want to pay attention to her because she ruined his good thing. What's there to talk about with a pink-haired girl? It would be nice if I could have a heart-to-heart talk with Uzumaki Naruto or even Uchiha Sasuke. Hiruno Sakura might have a problem with her emotional intelligence. She didn't notice Uehara Naraku's indifference. She just thought that powerful ninjas were a little arrogant. Sasuke was the strongest newcomer of this class, and he usually ignored his classmates. Uehara-senpai, what is your hidden rain village like? It rains every day. I like rainy days very much. Hiruno Sakura's face flushed slightly, and she said with some longing in her eyes, it would be very romantic if I could walk in the rain with Sasuke-kun every day under the same umbrella. Uehara Naraku responded weakly, I looked at the drainage of your Konoha. I estimate that Konoha will be flooded in the next week of rain. Hiruno Sakura's expression froze for a moment. But she was not discouraged and quickly changed the subject. Does Senior Uehara have someone he likes? I saw a very cute senior in your team before. Uehara Naraku slowly raised his eyelids and stared at Hiruno Sakura, scaring the little girl so much that her body subconsciously shrank back. Uehara Naraku looked at Hiruno Sakura, and his tone gradually became a little weird. Although he is more beautiful than you, he is a man. Is your brain circuit from another dimension? Sorry. I'm sorry. Hiruno Sakura hurriedly wiped the sweat from her forehead and continued in a low voice, where are Senior Uehara's two teammates? Hearing what Hiruno Sakura said, Uehara Naraku's eyes gradually became weird, as if he could see through Hiruno Sakura's mind. When the three of you get the scroll and rush to the central tower, you will see them. Really? Really? Hiruno Sakura nodded cautiously. Uehara Naraku showed a rare smile on his face and narrowed his eyes in a friendly manner. Are you trying to find out my information yourself? It seems a bit like you are a ninja, Miss Hiruno Sakura. No. Hiruno Sakura hurriedly shook her head and explained nervously. I just think that if the teammates are not around, will the seniors be a little uncomfortable? And the seniors also saved us. How could I doubt the seniors? Is that so? Uehara Naraku looked down at Hiruno Sakura and moved his fingers gently. It seems that he can try to insinuate from Hiruno Sakura's side. After Uehara Naraku pondered for a while, he immediately planned to start leading the topic. Hey, Miss Hiruno Sakura, when I saw Uzumaki Naruto fighting Orochimaru today, his condition was a little bit off. Yeah. Hiruno Sakura's face showed a trace of worry, and she lowered her head and continued. I don't know what's going on with Naruto. Uehara Naraku's topic was immediately stuck. He had a vague feeling that Sakura Hiruno's current state of being ignorant of the world and ninja seemed to be able to perfectly disrupt his rhythm. He worked hard to come up with a bunch of routines, but in the end, she said, I don't know anything. He was stunned by a sentence. Damn, it's really a rookie who defeats a genius. A genius ninja like him, when faced with Sakura Hiruno who knows nothing, unless he directly leaks information, this pink-haired girl will not think of other directions. Uehara Naraku felt like he was going to be pissed off. "Senior, what's wrong with you?" Sakura Hiruno saw that Uehara Naraku was in a bad mood and continued softly, "Did I say something wrong?" Uehara Naraku suppressed his urge to curse, turned around and showed an elegant and polite smile. "No, I want to be quiet now." Uehara Naraku felt a little worried. According to the IQ of the group of people in Team 7, it would be a little difficult to use some routines on them. Except for Uchiha Sasuke, who is easy to be routine, Uzumaki Naruto and Hiruno Sakura are likely not to take the bait. It's not because they are too smart, it's because they are too stupid now. Fortunately, there are some other changes tonight. Uehara Naraku quietly turned on the display function of fate. There was no problem with Kaguya Kimimaro and Shiro, and no one had broken through their defense lines so far. Even the strongest Gaara retreated and took his brothers and sisters to rest outside the tower, as if waiting for an opportunity. Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi were meeting in private. In addition, Sarutobi Hiruzen personally led a large number of Anbu ninjas and senior ninjas to station outside the Death Forest, almost gathering most of Konoha's elite ninjas. The escaped Mitarashi Anko and Marashi Kosuke reported the situation to Sarutobi Hiruzen one after another, and praised Uehara Naraku, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel a little relieved. "It seems that this kid from the Hidden Rain village has helped us a lot." When Sarutobi Hiruzen came, he had already taken off his Hokage costume and put on a battle robe. His expression was still a little solemn. "There are many allied countries participating in this Chunin exam. It cannot be suspended now. The Enbu and the Barrier Squad must always monitor the abnormalities in the Death Forest and report to me every hour." Mitarashi Anko said in a deep voice, "But Hokage, if we don't go in to capture Orochimaru at this time, he will escape soon." Compared to Orochimaru, maintaining the stability of the allies is the most important. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, glanced at Mitarashi Anko, and said in a deep voice, "After the Chunin exam is over, I will send people to continue searching for his whereabouts." Hokage Marino Ibiki also followed, and he also asked, "What should we do with Uehara Naraku? He is a destabilizing factor that interferes with the Chunin exam." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said softly, "According to the information from Kakashi, that little guy should be the future leader of the Hidden Rain village and the genius that the Hidden Rain village wants to promote in this Chunin exam. It is not easy to deal with him for the time being. What's more, this is the only person who actively shows goodwill to Konoha. Not only is his identity important, but his strength is also very strong. For Konoha, as long as they wait for Uehara Naraku to take office, the Hidden Rain village will become Konoha's natural ally. How can they offend him easily? Konoha is also counting on the Hidden Rain village to help withstand the pressure from the Hidden Rock village in the northwest." Marino Ibiki turned his head and looked at Hatake Kakashi and said in a deep voice, "Kakashi, do you think that guy is reliable? Because Ibiki was once betrayed by a Konoha traitor who defected to the Hidden Rain village. He really didn't have a good impression of the Hidden Rain village. His personality is not very reliable." Kakashi Hatake thought for a while, thought about Uehara Naraku's every move in Konoha, and whispered, "He should be reliable in character, right?" Cough cough cough. Meruboshi Kosuke coughed a few times and responded, "This little guy's personality is indeed very bad, but he is still an okay person. He's a good person." Mitarashi Anko took over the conversation. "If it weren't for him, maybe I would have died at the hands of Orochimaru." What Mitarashi Anko didn't know was that in the Forest of Death, Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi were secretly scolding her after they had just discussed their plans. Before leaving, Orochimaru left and carefully warned Kabuto Yakushi, "Kabuto, stay away from Uehara Naraku. Don't be like that idiot Hangdao. If you get too close to him, that guy relies on his strong strength and his mood is changeable. If you are not careful, you will die." "Yes, I'll remember it, Lord Orochimaru." Kabuto Yakushi smiled and nodded. After watching Orochimaru gradually disappear, he pushed his glasses and the smile on his face became more intense. His new boss, he still doesn't know him? When Kabuto Yakushi thinks of Uehara Naraku now, he still feels a dull pain in his neck. First of all, I will continue to update 5 chapters today. I have counted the rewards in the past few days. Thank you for the rewards and benefits of all the big guys. Of course, I have to add more chapters. It's 11:30 now. I will post 3 chapters first. At 5:30 in the afternoon, there will be 2 more chapters. The following is a new list of thanks. Thanks to bookfriend 140,717,104,842,556 for the reward. Thank you big guy. Thank you for the reward from you and Ding Fengchen. Thanks to Yambeam for the reward. Thanks to bookfriend 20200805121253911 for the reward. Thanks to the reward from someone who doesn't know what to say at all. It's okay, just say it. Thanks to Wushio for the reward. Thanks to old friend Ziwan for the reward. Thanks to Hehe for the reward. Thanks to Big Devil number 2 for the reward. Thanks to Fenchang Zuaxi for the reward. Thanks to old friend Jitiguo for the reward. Thanks to Kwawu for the reward. Thanks to ID, Dong Huang Tei for the reward. Thanks to all the book friends for their support. And thanks to the genuine book friends for subscribing. Thank you. Thank you. Chapter 131. Do you think I'm as easy to deal with as Orochimaru? Early in the morning. 3 days have passed. Uehara, Naraku and Uzumaki Naruto have chatted many times. But every time the chat would be interrupted, Uehara Naraku encountered the same dilemma as Hiruno Sakura again and again with Uzumaki Naruto. Because Uzumaki Naruto is the purest hot-blooded idiot, it is really difficult to make him blacken. After all, Uehara can't easily leak too much information. Now Uzumaki Naruto only cares about 2 things. He must become Hokage, and how to surpass Uchiha Sasuke. For this reason, Uzumaki Naruto even gave an impromptu speech to Uehara. Sometimes Uehara Naraku even felt that he was almost convinced by Uzumaki Naruto. Since he has such a strong power, why should he participate in the Chunin exam here? Fuck the movie Emperor. Fuck the side quests. Just turn into the great devil who destroys the ninja world and rush towards a goal. Who cares about Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kaguya? If you can't beat him, just fight hard. And if you can't beat him, even if you fight hard, you have to keep fighting. Fortunately, he still remembers Konan and Nagato from the Hidden Rain Village. So Uehara Naraku secretly gave an order to Yakushi Kabuto to search for a female ninja named Karin in the Death Forest and take her away with him when Uehara returns to the Hidden Rain Village. Nagato should be happier to see Karin, right? After all, Karin is also a descendant of the Uzumaki and is considered to be a member of the same clan as Nagato. As for what gift he should bring to Konan, Uehara Naraku has not yet decided. If it doesn't work, he can capture Danzo Shimura or kill Danzo and bring his body back to the Hidden Rain Village. Konan and Nagato will definitely like this gift. But there is no rush for this matter. There is still some time before the end of the Chunin exam. This period of time is the time for Uehara Naraku to lure Naruto to the dark side, or to lure Naruto to become a rebel ninja. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but glance at Uzumaki Naruto not far away, and the expression on his face became more and more puzzled. Damn, why does it feel like the difficulty of making a protagonist evil is as difficult as betting against Tsunade? This task looks very easy. After all, Uzumaki Naruto's life has been at a low point before defeating Pain, but in practice, it is much more difficult than imagined. To be honest, Uchiha Sasuke is quite easy to deceive. Now Uchiha Sasuke is very interested in Uehara Naraku, and from time to time he wants to get some information about Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito from him. If Uehara Naraku is willing, he can quietly slander Kakashi's weakness, and then lure Sasuke to defect. Damn, what is this? Now the entire Death Forest is under the surveillance of Konoha Zenbu, and Uehara Naraku doesn't want to ruin his own character. If you want to lure Naruto to evil, you can only find another opportunity. Uehara Naraku glanced at Uzumaki Naruto who was laughing in the distance. It seemed that he had to wait until the second exam was over to see if he could use Shimura Danzo's identity to tell Uzumaki Naruto the truth. It would also be okay to use Uchiha Obito's identity, or he could try it with Sarutobi Hiruzen's identity, or Yumi no Iruka's identity, but it would be easy to leave loopholes. What a trouble. Uehara Naraku sighed faintly. If it really doesn't work, it seems that I have to find an opportunity to change my character into a minor villain. Just a minor villain, it shouldn't be noticed. And a minor villain can also be easily whitewashed, such as he accepted the orders of Hanzo of the Salamander. As a performing artist, Uehara Naraku felt that whitewashing himself was actually quite simple. On the way to the depths of the forest, after Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto defeated a team of hostile ninjas together, they actually searched a complete set of scrolls from the ninjas. Uchiha Sasuke asked with a little surprise, "You obviously have collected all the scrolls, why don't you go to the tower?" "Humph, you will know when you get there." This team of genin didn't care, just sneered at Team 7 and said, "Good luck to you. I hope you can break through the defense of those two guys." After that, they left. Uchiha Sasuke frowned, and the confusion on his face had not yet dissipated. Instead, Uzumaki Naruto next to him happily put away the scroll of heaven and earth. Every step Naruto took was moving towards the direction of Hokage. Naruto's happiness is that simple. Uzumaki Naruto patted Sasuke on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Okay, don't worry, Sasuke. We will know if we rush to the tower now. Anyway, no matter what enemies are ahead, they can never stop us from completing the exam. Yeah." Uchiha Sasuke's brows relaxed immediately, but he did not mention going to the tower. Instead, he turned to look at Uehara Naraku. "Hey, it's time to fulfill our agreement, right?" Uehara Naraku narrowed his eyes and pinched his wrist. "It seems that Sasuke thinks he has become stronger and is strong enough to challenge me. Why is it that every time Uchiha Sasuke becomes stronger, he likes to challenge an enemy that he can never defeat? This is really a big mystery in the ninja world. If even you can't defeat him." Uchiha Sasuke slowly took out a kunai from his ninja tool bag and rushed towards Uehara. "How can I have the strength to kill that man?" A palm easily grabbed Sasuke's wrist. Uehara Naraku took advantage of the situation and hit Sasuke's chin with a knee, knocking him out instantly. He looked up at the sky and said slowly, "Oh, what should I say now?" The sky cleared up, the rain stopped, and Sasuke felt that he was able to do it again. "Asshole." Uchiha Sasuke was furious after hearing this. Uehara Naraku's attack was not too heavy, and Sasuke flew up. His eyes instantly turned scarlet, with two black magatama reflected in his pupils. Fire style, great fireball technique. A ball of flaming fireball came towards him. Uehara Naraku looked at the flames, stretched out his hand to grab the air, and whispered, "Secret. Duskblade." A purple chakra broadsword appeared in Uehara's hand. The next moment, the chakra broadsword stretched forward suddenly, splitting the flames of the great fireball into two, and Uehara Naraku stood in the flames as if nothing happened. Just in terms of fire style ninjutsu, you are still far behind Uchiha Itachi. Uehara Naraku leaned on the purple broadsword nonchalantly, looked at Sasuke and continued, "I need to use defensive ninjutsu to resist Uchiha Itachi's great fireball technique." Uchiha Sasuke was not discouraged. Obviously he had long known the gap between himself and Uchiha Itachi. How could it be so easy to catch up with Uchiha Itachi after 4 years of hard work? Even if Uchiha Sasuke gnashed his teeth in hatred every night, he had to admit that he had been chasing Uchiha Itachi's footsteps since he was a child. Even his father Uchiha Fugaku never thought that he could catch up with Uchiha Itachi. "I will prove that I will not catch up with him, but I will definitely surpass him." The veins on Uchiha Sasuke's forehead were exposed, and a hint of youthful ferocity flashed across his face. He put 2 fingers on his lips. "No, I will definitely kill him." Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Balls of flame spewed out of Sasuke's mouth and shot towards Uehara Naraku. The temperature of the Fengson fire was obviously lower than that of the Heiau fireball, but it was just relying on numbers to be so fierce. Uchiha Sasuke anticipated the shortcomings of this technique. He had only used this technique for a feint. While Uehara Naraku picked up the purple broadsword to chop off the fireball, Sasuke threw out a few kunai. Each kunai was wrapped with thin silk threads. People could not detect the existence of these silk threads at all, and would fall into Sasuke's trap if they were not careful. Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows and glanced at Uchiha Sasuke. "Oh, are you trying to use the same trick you used against Orochimaru against me?" In the battle a few days ago, Orochimaru was attracted by Sasuke's combat wisdom, so he set his eyes on Sasuke's body. Uehara Naraku's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, and he appeared behind Sasuke in an instant, kicking Sasuke on the calf, and knocking him to the ground instantly. Uehara Naraku stretched out the purple broadsword in his hand, and placed it on Sasuke's body. You use the tactics you used against Orochimaru to deal with me. Aren't you looking down on me too much? Then you guessed wrong. Uchiha Sasuke fell upside down on the ground, and kicked Uehara Naraku, trying to use the force to kick Uehara Naraku into the air. It was Rock Lee's physical technique that Sasuke copied. Shadow Dance Leaf. They fought before the Chunin exam. Although Sasuke was defeated very badly, he still learned something. Uehara Naraku's body was as motionless as Mount Te, and there was even a little confusion on his face. What are you doing? Uchiha Sasuke's face changed, and he subconsciously wanted to fly back. But the next second Uehara Naraku disappeared in front of him, and reappeared behind him, waving his hand, and knocking Sasuke down heavily. You lose. Uehara Naraku announced the ending expressionlessly. Side quest, defeat Uchiha Sasuke. 1/1, the quest has been completed, and the reward is the skill Shattered Fire. Shattered Fire, release a directional fireball. The skill consumes 40 chakra points, and the skill cooldown time is 1.6 seconds. Side quest, complain about Uchiha Sasuke. 1/1, the quest has been completed, and the reward is a hidden inheritance quest. Hidden inheritance quest, Reborn in Pain. Say a correct name. 0/1. Chapter 130 to the Impenetrable Tower. Reborn in Pain. I have to say that this sentence really fits Sasuke's life. Uehara Naraku has not yet woken up from this generous reward. The first thought is, which hero said this sentence? He has never heard of it. Uehara Naraku calmed down and thought. According to the previous rewards, the current task reward for Uchiha Sasuke should be related to fire release ninjutsu, that is, a hero with fire attribute. If not, then it is a hero with thunder attribute. Uehara Naraku tentatively read two names, Annie, the Daughter of Darkness, Brand, the Flame Soul of Vengeance. The task is completed, and the hero inheritance is opened. Uehara Naraku has long been accustomed to all this, but when he saw the four skills, his face was still somewhat uncontrollable. Flame Brand shoots a ball of fireballs at a high speed forward, which will detonate the enemy and the surrounding area. The skill consumes a minimum of 50 chakra points and the skill cooldown time is 3 seconds. Flame Pillar. After a delay of 0.6 seconds, a pillar of flames will appear in the target area, burning everything in the area. The skill consumes a minimum of 60 chakra points and the skill cooldown time is 4 seconds. Burning Fire. Able to trigger a strong burst of flames from the enemy's body out of thin air, burning the enemy's body. The skill consumes a minimum of 70 chakra points and the skill cooldown time is 4 seconds. Flame Storm. After releasing a very destructive flame seed to attack the target, it will bounce attack on enemies around the target, with a minimum of 5 bounces. The skill consumes a minimum of 100 chakra points and the skill cooldown time is 40 seconds. From today on, Uehara Naraku can call himself a fire escape ninja. The hero inheritance he just got. Each fire escape skill is very powerful, especially the Burning Fire, which can produce flames out of thin air, and it is a bit like Amaterasu's attack method. Of course, the most terrifying is the Flame Storm. As long as Uehara Naraku has enough chakra, the Flame Storm can spread throughout the battlefield. The only problem is, this technique is likely to be blocked by the water array wall. Forget it, I'll go find Hoshigaki Kisame to experiment with it later. Uehara Naraku looked down at Uchiha Sasuke, who was knocked down by him. His face became kind again, and he waved his hand to heal Sasuke's injuries. Hiruno Sakura, who was standing next to him, saw Uehara Naraku heal all of Sasuke's injuries with a wave of his hand, and bit her lip. Medical ninjutsu should be easy to learn, and it can also help Sasuke and Naruto. But Hiruno Sakura didn't know that not everyone's medical ninjutsu can be as easy and effective as Uehara Naraku. Even Tsunade is a step behind now. Uehara Naraku didn't pay attention to Hiruno Sakura, he just smiled at Sasuke. His attitude obviously changed from the coldness of the battle to warm. Sasuke, although your strength is still a little lacking, you have talent and hard work. I believe you will soon surpass Uchiha Itachi. Anyway, it doesn't cost money to say something nice. As for the messy things, like Uchiha Itachi will not die, and Sasuke will only be a younger brother in this life, there is no need to say them, so as to avoid causing more deaths. Uchiha Sasuke is the chive seedling that Uehara wants to keep very much, and he can harvest several more crops in the future. Sasuke was obviously not used to the rapid change of Uehara Naraku's expression. His emotions quickly subsided, and he even said with a little inferiority, "But I can't even defeat you. Isn't it normal that you can't beat me?" Uehara Naraku chuckled, patted Sasuke on the shoulder and said, "Ha, in fact, I was only 12 years old when I lost to Uchiha Itachi. Now even if Uchiha Itachi stands in front of me, he dare not easily say that he can still fight me. You are 16 years old this year." Although Uchiha Sasuke knew that Uehara Naraku was encouraging him, Sasuke still began to estimate with his head down. He said in a deep voice, "It is absolutely impossible for me to spend 4 years to defeat Uchiha Itachi. I can't wait that long." The expression on Uehara Naraku's face suddenly froze. It was still unclear whether Sasuke could defeat Uchiha Itachi 4 years later. He taunted Uehara Naraku. Uchiha Sasuke was even more annoying than Uehara had imagined. "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore." Uehara Naraku turned to look at Uzumaki Naruto with a kinda smile on his face. "Naruto, do you need my advice?" "Hey, really?" Uzumaki Naruto's expression was instantly a little happy. But just after Uzumaki Naruto agreed, Hiruno Sakura next to him punched Naruto in the head. "Naruto, we are still taking the exam. The Chunin exam will be over soon. You can challenge Uehara Senior after the exam is over." Uzumaki Naruto felt a little wronged, but Sasuke. Hiruno Sakura angrily punched him again. "Sasuke can only ask Uehara Senior for advice because of something important. Don't waste time." Hiruno Sakura is really a double standard. Under the pressure of this pink-haired girl, Uzumaki Naruto temporarily gave up the idea of sparring with Uehara Naraku and rushed to the central tower to complete the second exam. Uehara Naraku's expression gradually became a little weird. In the past few days, Hiruno Sakura has ruined a lot of things for him. This account will be settled sooner or later. Of course, Hiruno Sakura will definitely not be able to bear his account. So how about sparring with Hiruno Sakura's future teacher? Death Forest. Central Tower. Now there are many teams gathered here, and fighting is happening all the time, because the team that got the scroll cannot enter the tower, and the team that didn't get the scroll will directly start fighting. Even though this exam prohibits the formation of teams and alliances at will, in order to avoid being besieged separately, ninjas from the same village can only stay together temporarily. Perhaps it is because Konoha ninjas form teams and alliances the most, which just happens to allow them to hone their skills, and Konoha has no one sent out to stop them. As newcomers of similar age, Konoha's 3rd, 8th and 10th teams naturally gathered together and became one of the two most powerful forces near the Death Forest Tower. As for the other powerful force, it is naturally the Gaara team of the Sand Village. Because Gaara's yellow sand defense is a bit, he has become the most recognized genin by the genin. No, Gaara is not the strongest. The strongest genin should be the white-haired boy who forbade them to enter the tower. His speed and strength are so fast that even Gaara's sand armor can't defend against him. That boy is the rain-hidden genin genius named Kaguya Kimimaro. How to defeat Kaguya Kimimaro and enter the central tower to complete the exam. This problem has been bothering Gaara these days, and it has also troubled a group of Konoha genin such as Hyuga Neji, Nerishikamaru and Aburame Shino. Is that Kaguya Kimimaro a natural fighting machine? Inozuka Kiba had a puzzled expression. He slammed his fist on the ground and said in a cold voice, "It's the last day, and he hasn't let down his spirit yet. He's also very fast." Hyuga Neji glanced at Hyuga Hinata who was sitting in the corner and continued in a low voice, "Even if I can see through his movements with my Byakugan, it's difficult to keep up with him, and that guy has a companion who possesses the ice release bloodline. This is not the most troublesome thing." Nerishikamaru covered his face with his hands and showed a bitter smile. "If we remember correctly, the Uehara Naraku who defeated us on the first day of the exam is also their companion, right?" "Yeah." Rock Lee nodded seriously. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he said in a deep voice, facing that white-haired guy, "I still have the confidence to fight him. but facing that Uehara Naraku, I have almost no ability to fight back. Aburame Shino spoke slowly in the corner. I have the same opinion, but I set up traps with poisonous insects on the periphery, hoping to prevent Uehara Naraku from joining them. Yamanaka Ino rarely expressed her opinion seriously. Why not wait for the people from Team 7 to come? With the strength of Sasuke and Iji, the two strongest newcomers should be able to defeat the white-haired handsome guy, right? Hyuga Iji was silent for a while, shook his head gently and said, even the Sharingan bloodline can see through his movements, but with Sasuke's speed. There was a lingering meaning in this sentence. After all, Rock Lee had beaten Sasuke, and Hyuga Neji often beat Rock Lee during training. Rock Lee glanced at Neji and said hesitantly, in fact, there is hope for a breakthrough. I have a move that I have reserved for Neji, which should be able to defeat him. Lee. Tenten suddenly interrupted Rock Lee. That move will cause great damage to the body, right? Aburame Shino, who was standing next to him, looked at this scene thoughtfully. After he exposed Rock Lee's idea, he glanced at everyone present and said softly, it seems that everyone is cooperating, but in fact, they are just fighting on their own, using opponents to hone each other's skills, right? This was also half true and half false. Base Ice Escape Bloodline is simply a long-range attack weapon. Kaguya Kimimero's corpse bone bloodline showed unparalleled power in physical battles, and was not inferior in long-range attacks. It's not all false that they can't easily break through the defenses of Kaguya Kimimero and Haku, but it's true that they improve their strength by fighting with the Genin team near the tower. Let me remind you. Aburame Shino pushed her sunglasses and whispered, there are two bloodline ninjas standing opposite us, and an enemy who may attack us at any time and defeat us head on. Inozuka Kibasaiden said, but if there is no new combat power improvement, we may not be able to really break the defenses of these two guys in front of us. We can't contact the three guys in the sand village, right? If we can use them, I don't mind. Shikamaru chuckled and leaned against a tree. If I can easily pass the Chunin exam and use the sand ninja, why not? Shikamaru is a lazy person. The key is that Yamanaka Ino and Akimichi Choji next to him are nodding their heads. This generation of Inoshika is probably going to be finished. It's a pity that these newcomers look humble, but in fact, no one is convinced by anyone now. They discussed for most of the day, but got no results. Instead, they were attacked by two teams from other ninja villages. These Konoha genin were used to it, and easily defeated the enemy. They planned to rest for a while, to recover their strength, before going to fight Kaguya Kimimero. However, during the battle, Team 8, which was responsible for reconnaissance in the periphery, came back. They brought back two pieces of news, one of which was not particularly good news, and the other was very bad news. Inozuka Kiba had a bitter smile on his face, just like his mood. We brought two pieces of news. Which one do you want to hear first? Then let's hear the good news first. Shikamaru chuckled and said, could it be Sasuke and Naruto from Team 7 who are here? That's right. The smile on Inozuka Kiba's face gradually faded, and he just continued, hey, Shikamaru, do you want to guess the second piece of news? Even you are scared. The smile on Shikamaru's face suddenly turned into a bitter smile. Hey, could it be that Uehara Naraku is here too? There will be 2 more daily updates at 5:30 PM. Chapter 133 The encounter between Kabuto Yakashi and Karen. Uehara Naraku is coming to the central tower. The news brought by Inozuka Kiba made everyone present a little nervous. He was a man who calculated their fighting time in seconds. After encountering Uehara Naraku, none of them could withstand a round of Uehara Naraku. They were all knocked down in an instant. Rock Lee, who was the only one who still had a trace of fighting enthusiasm, was also affected by the dull atmosphere of everyone, and squatted in the corner. After Rock Lee stayed depressed for a while, he suddenly said excitedly, wait. If Team 7 encounters Uehara Naraku, Sakura will be in danger. A group of people looked at the suddenly excited Rock Lee in surprise. Rock Lee stood up suddenly, clenched his fists tightly, and said loudly, I have thought it through. I want to save Sakura. Don't be impulsive, Lee. A group of people had no time to stop Rock Lee. On the other side, Team 7 and Uehara Naraku rushed to the vicinity of the tower. There were too many teams gathered here, and the traps were almost impossible to guard against. Konoha's powerful whirlwind. A strong wind suddenly kicked at Uehara Naraku's head, and a passionate voice fell into everyone's ears. I won't let anyone hurt Sakura. Bang! The person flew back at a faster speed. Uehara Naraku slowly retracted his fist and looked at Rock Lee, who attacked him speechlessly. What's wrong with you? Other genin also rushed over. Uchiha Sasuke saw this scene and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Didn't you collect the complete scroll? Why don't you go to the tower? Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head and said with a chuckle, "Hahaha, it seems that only our team can pass this exam." The 9 people ignored them, but turned to look at the young rain ninja beside them, and everyone swallowed their saliva involuntarily. Uehara Naraku squinted his eyes, waved at them kindly, and greeted them friendly. "Long time no see, did you miss me?" The air was still silent. Only a Kamaru in Inuzuka Kiba's arms whimpered a few times. Uehara Naraku's figure instantly appeared beside Inuzuka Kiba. Everyone's face couldn't help but flash a flash of surprise, and Hyuga Nija's fist tightened instantly. Uehara Naraku was so fast that even he couldn't see clearly. Uehara Naraku stroked Kamaru's head affectionately, looked at the trembling little dog, and chuckled. "I took the initiative to greet you. Be a little happy. Just think of it as giving me face." "Hello, hello." Inuzuka Kiba took a few steps back with his dog in his arms with a fake smile. The expressions of others were not good. On the first day of the exam, Uehara repeatedly beat them all to a pulp. How could they be happy? "Okay, I won't tease you anymore." Uehara Naraku twisted his wrist, looked at everyone present and said, "Now you can go to the tower to complete the exam. I hope that in the 3rd exam, there will be a lucky little cutie who will meet me." At the end, the smile on Uehara Naraku's face seemed more and more kind, but in the eyes of others, it seemed like the evil smile of a devil. Shikamaru slowly lowered his head, covering the expression on his face. Is this guy really behind all this in the Chunin exam? Rock Lee was the most straightforward. He asked directly, "Hey, can I ask why you did this?" "Of course it's because it's fun." Uehara Naraku turned his head and glanced at Rock Lee. What he said was very straightforward. "Don't you think it's interesting to defeat a genius through your own efforts?" Rock Lee's expression froze, and suddenly he raised a thumb and showed a hearty smile on his face. "You are right. Working hard to surpass a genius is the most interesting." "Yes." The smile on Uehara Naraku's face became more intense. It's just that the people around him looked at Rock Lee as if he were an idiot. No, this guy really seems to be an idiot. After Uehara Naraku left in the direction of the tower, the minds of the people in Konoha slowly relaxed, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Uehara Naraku had already harvested this batch of leeks, so he didn't stay for long. Therefore, Uehara didn't know that the Team 7 behind him was desperately trying to whitewash him. Yes, the Team 7 was helping him to whitewash. Whether it was Uchiha Sasuke or Hiruno Sakura, they knew that Uehara Naraku had beaten all the peers except them, and they thought that Uehara Naraku had no ill intentions, but just wanted to make them more vigilant, so as not to die after encountering Orochimaru. Otherwise, why didn't Uehara kill them? As for Uzumaki Naruto, he couldn't tell who was right and who was wrong. In the end, he chose to believe in his teammates, and joined the ranks of whitewashing Uehara Naraku. I don't know if the 3 little guys in Team 7 will be hurt when they see part of Uehara Naraku's true face in the future. Anyway, with Uehara Naraku taking Kagura Kimimaro and Haku away, the 2nd round of the Chunin exam can finally be successfully concluded. The Konoha high-level officials outside the Death Forest also breathed a sigh of relief. In the past few days, the Enbu and examiners responsible for monitoring the examination room in the Death Forest were probably the most nervous. In addition to being wary of Orochimaru, they also had to worry about the outcome of the battle for the Heaven and Earth Scroll. After all, the existence of Kagura Kimimaro and Haku greatly reduced the possibility of other genin completing the exam. If there were only 3 rain ninjas left in the 3rd round of the Chunin promotion performance battle that required facing the daimyo and ninja village leaders of various countries, Konoha would have no face. Fortunately, these guys still had some sense. After Uehara Naraku entered the tower, one team after another entered the tower to complete the exam and advance to the next individual battle. It was just because there were too many fierce battles in the past few days that only 6 teams entered the next round. The Hidden Rain Village, Uehara Naraku, Kagura Kimimaro, Haku. Konoha Village, Hyuga Niji, Rock Lee, Tenten, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Iruno Sakura, Nara Shikamaru, Yamana Kurino, Akimichi Chouji, Hyuga Hinata, Inozuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, Sand Village, Gaara, Temari, Kankuro. Among them, only Sand Village and Rain Village advanced purely by strength. Gaara almost defeated all the enemies who coveted them by single-handedly. Kaguya Kimimaro and Haku of Rain Village directly blocked the tower for 4 days, restricting all ninjas who wanted to enter the tower. Their combat power is even stronger than that of Sand Village. Not to mention that they also have Uehara Naraku, a half slacker and half bullying guy. The newcomers of Konoha who advanced relied on their excellent teamwork to resist the covetousness of many enemies. Yakushi Kabuto did not advance. Since Kabuto Yakushi has many responsibilities, he not only has to help Orochimaru transmit information, but also has to help Uehara Naraku take Karin away. He doesn't have enough time, so how can he waste time on the Chunin exam? Outside Konoha Village, the Kusagakure ninjas who were eliminated in the second exam left this sad place cursing. They shirked the responsibility and finally blamed Karin, who made Karin have the lowest status. Asshole, it's all your fault, you waste. Keeping her is a waste of food in the village. We didn't pass the Chunin exam because this woman is a waste. The village must execute her as the culprit. A Kusagakure ninja grabbed Karin's hair, slapped her in the face, and said coldly, "You will die if you go back. If you get rid of her here, maybe you can still save your life." Hehe, do you really want to get rid of her? Why don't we? A shuriken suddenly shot out and hit this somewhat wretched Kusagakure ninja. A hooded white-haired ninja walked out of the bushes. He pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose, looked at the wounded Karin, and said with a trace of regret, "What a waste of talent." It was Kabuto Yakushi who intercepted the group of grass ninjas. As a student studying for a master's degree under Orochimaru, Kabuto Yakushi knew the value of the descendants of Uzumaki. They have abundant chakra and strong physical fitness. When they grow up, they can easily learn the sealing technique. Especially ninjas like Karin who have super medical properties are particularly precious. "Who are you?" The grass ninjas panicked and questioned Kabuto Yakushi's origins. However, before they finished a complete sentence, Kabuto Yakushi's figure had already passed through their team, and the green chakra crossed the throats of these grass ninjas. After killing everyone, Kabuto Yakushi walked in front of Karin and stretched out his palm. "Come with me, an adult ordered me to pick you up. From now on, no one will dare to bully you again." Karin's body trembled slightly, and she slowly raised her head to look at Kabuto Yakushi. She seemed to see a beam of light behind Kabuto Yakushi. Karin's face flushed a little. Looking at the warm smile on Kabuto Yakushi's face, she slowly stretched out her hand and placed it on Kabuto Yakushi's palm. "Thank you. It's okay, I'm just following orders." Kabuto Yakushi smiled and patted Karin's red hair and whispered, "Don't worry, we have no bad intentions." "I know." Karin nodded and wiped the tears from her cheeks. Karin did not tell Kabuto Yakushi that this moment was actually the first time in her life that she received kindness from others. Although many people later said that Kabuto Yakushi was a spy and a performing artist, Karin still stubbornly believed in the warmth that Kabuto Yakushi gave her at this moment. "Where is the adult you mentioned?" Karin carefully wiped the dirt on her face and whispered, "Are you going to take me to see him now?" "Not for now." Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses, and a bright light flashed across the lens. "He is probably participating in the third qualifying round of the Chunin exam now." Participating in the Chunin exam. Karin's eyes were slightly surprised, and her teeth gently bit her lips. Does that mean that the person who arranged for someone to rescue her from the clutches was actually just a genin? Kabuto Yakushi seemed to see through Karin's mind, and a trace of longing appeared on his face. "Don't underestimate that adult. He is a person who can overthrow this world by himself." "Thank you for the reward from Gahuafu V. Thank you for the reward from Shark V Diosama. Thank you for the reward from Wu Myagen. Thank you for the reward from Book Friend 2017102611531801. Thank you for the reward from That Year of Henshang. Chapter 134 A Set of Intimate Paradise. Come and help. Kabuto Yakushi is very familiar with the process of the Chunin exam. He once participated in the Chunin exam as an undercover agent of Orochimaru for 3 consecutive years to find suitable candidates for Orochimaru's vessel. He knew the rules of the Chunin exam by heart. No matter how many of these genin passed the second battle for the Heaven and Earth Scroll, Konoha would streamline the candidates for the third exam, select strong genin, and try every means to make the battle exciting. After all, many daimyo and dignitaries will watch the main competition of the third exam. If the main competition is dragged out, and there are some hair pulling, face pinching, and mouth twisting on the scene, I'm afraid that the audience will have some prejudice against the profession of ninja. Cough cough cough. A pale Konoha ninja with a somewhat empty look held a notebook, coughed a few times, and then said, "I will announce the rules of the preliminaries." Cough cough cough. Everyone will be divided into one-on-one groups for actual combat. After saying that, this guy coughed a few more times, looking like he was dying. This Konoha ninja was none other than the examiner of the third exam, Moonlight Hayate. After Moonlight Hayate recovered, he continued, "A battle will not prohibit you from using any means. A battle will only end when one side falls, dies, or surrenders. However, if I think the winner has been decided, I will take the initiative to intervene in the battlefield to avoid innocent casualties." However, the genin below did not trust Moonlight Hayate. This examiner looked so sick that he might fall down at any time and die before them. Bea looked at Uehara Naraku's playful eyes in surprise and asked softly, "Uehara, you seem to be very interested in him. Is this examiner strong?" "Maybe." Uehara Naraku laughed and shook his head. No one could judge whether Moonlight Hayate was strong or not, but there was one thing that everyone recognized, that his girlfriend, Yuzuki Yugeo, was very beautiful. Uehara Naraku was not concerned about Yuzuki Yugeo's appearance. What Uehara cares more about is that Gekko Hayate's girlfriend Yuzuki Yugeo knows the truth about Uchiha Obito, but she doesn't seem to have revealed any secrets. For example, Uchiha Obito killed the 4th Hokage and his wife. At the beginning, Uehara Naraku personally pretended to be Uchiha Obito and blew himself up, but the most critical murder case was not detonated. This secret was covered up by Konoha or Kakashi. Uehara Naraku's eyes slightly glanced at everyone, snorted lightly, and quietly came up with a new plan in his heart. However, before Uehara Naraku secretly planned how to trick Konoha, the Konoha ninja first played a trick on him. Gekko Hayate glanced at the battle screen and read out the contestants of the first Chunin exam loudly. The first game, Kaguya Kimimaro vs. Uehara Naraku. Everyone's eyes involuntarily stopped on Kaguya Kimimaro and Uehara Naraku. These two rain ninjas are undoubtedly the two with the strongest single combat power among all the candidates in this Chunin exam. Did this mean they would just start killing each other? The leader of the hidden Otto village watched all this, with a hint of contempt flashing across his lips. "Humph, I haven't started yet, but you started first." The other Jonins were also slightly surprised. The two strongest people started fighting in the preliminaries. If it was just a coincidence, the probability would be too low, right? "I surrender." Kaguya Kimimaro calmly announced his surrender. If he was facing Uehara Naraku, Kimimaro could not participate in this battle, either in terms of identity or strength. As for Uehara Naraku himself, from the moment Gekko Gale announced the battle between the two sides, Uehara's body did not move at all, and it was obvious that he had already known Kaguya Kimimaro's choice. Only Bey spoke with some regret and comforted his teammates around him. What a pity. If Kimimaro hadn't met Uehara, he would definitely have advanced. It doesn't matter. Kaguya Kimimaro didn't care. The preliminaries of the Chunin exam were going on in an orderly manner. After the first match, the other two sides seemed to have returned to normal. The second match, Temari vs. Tenten. There was almost no suspense in this battle. All the ninja tools accumulated by Tenten, the wealthy man in the ninja world, were blown away by Temari's wind ninjutsu, and she had almost no power to fight back. Temari won easily, and even had the leisure to tease Konoha. Unfortunately, the next battle made Temari's face suddenly change. The third match, Kankuro vs. Uchiha Sasuke. This battle was much more exciting, but it was a pity that Uchiha Sasuke directly used the fire ninjutsu to burn the puppet line and beat Kankuro without any power to fight back. The fourth match, Aburame Shino vs. Yamanaka Rino. In this match, Aburame Shino didn't even need to do anything. The bugs forced Yamanaka Ino to give up and admit defeat. The fifth match, Akimichi Choji vs. Narashikamaru. As soon as the two sides of this duel came out, before Narashikamaru raised his hand to admit defeat, Akimichi Choji took the lead to sacrifice himself and shouted loudly, "I admit defeat." The sixth match, Uzumaki Naruto vs. Inozuka Kiba. This was a battle with a smell. Inozuka Kiba had the advantage, but because of his overly sensitive sense of smell, he smelled a bad smell and was easily defeated by Uzumaki Naruto. The seventh match, Hyuga Neji vs. Hyuga Hinata. Perhaps because they had teamed up together in the Death Forest, Hyuga Neji did not do anything cruel to Hyuga Hinata, but still defeated his little cousin mercilessly. Uehara Naraku watched Hyuga Hinata being carried away, and then watched Hyuga Neji sigh with regret. How many people who beat Hinata can survive? Uehara suddenly remembered what he had done in the Death Forest. Anyone who defeated the other 12 warriors of Konoha would undoubtedly receive a very generous reward. Only when defeating Hinata did the system only give 100 gold coins. It's okay, he won't die. Even if he dies, he has a resurrection skill. The eighth match, Daruno Sakura vs. Haku. The voice of Moonlight Gale interrupted Uehara Naraku's thoughts. He glanced at Haku beside him, nodded meaningfully at him and said, "Don't waste time, solve it faster. I want to watch the next match." Understood. Haku turned over and jumped onto the field. The flexibility of his physical skills alone can make people see his skills. In addition, Haku's beautiful and lovely appearance and ice escape bloodline caused someone in the corner of the field to lick his lips constantly. Orochimaru, who disguised himself as a Sound Village Jonin, licked his lips and looked at the young ninja below with envy. Whether it is this kid named Haku or that kid named Kagura Kimimaro, they are both excellent containers. Both the Ice Escape bloodline and the Corpse bloodline are qualified to be his container. It's a pity that it's more difficult to seize the bodies of Kagura Kimimaro and bathe than to seize the body of Uchiha Sasuke. Hiruno Sakura was a little unconfident after she came on stage. Even though her two teammates tried their best to encourage her, she still lost to Bei. The preliminaries of the Chunin exam finally came to the final highlight. Uehara Naraku's eyes slowly moved, looking at the two ninjas he had beaten, Gaara and Rock Lee, and couldn't help but grin. The last battle was the most exciting. Perhaps only the battle between Uehara Naraku and Kagura Kimimaro, that failed to proceed normally, could be comparable to this battle. Rock Lee, who opened the gate, forcefully penetrated Gaara's sand armor, but was eventually defeated because of his physical fitness. From now on, Rock Lee should be banned. No one expected that when Uehara Naraku took Kagura Kimimaro and Bei back to the inn and planned to discuss how to spend the month before the start of the Chunin exam. Two people came to the door. Hatake Kakashi knocked on the door, leaned against the door, and looked at Uehara Naraku. "Uehara, I just heard from those kids and Red Bean that your medical ninjutsu is very advanced. Can you help treat the child in our village?" If there was no other way, Kakashi would not have come up to him after hearing Mitarashi, Red Bean and the kids from Team 7 praise Uehara's medical ninjutsu. "Please." Might Guy quickly flashed from behind Hatake Kakashi, bowed deeply to Uehara Naraku, and begged with tears streaming down his face, "Please, sir, save that child Lee, we will be grateful." But Uehara Naraku hesitated. He was a little unsure whether his treatment would be useful. After all, Rock Lee was injured in the bones and so on. It is said that even Tsunade, that woman, was helpless. What role could he play? Although Uehara did have a side quest to help with treatment. And the most troublesome thing is that Uehara Naraku is a little worried that if he cures Rock Lee here, another Rock Lee will come out in the future and kick him. Fortunately, he still has a few resurrection and invincibility skills. Anyway, he just needs to ensure that his level is high. Hatake Kakashi looked at Uehara Naraku, sighed, supported his forehead, and said softly, "As long as you agree to help, you can get a set of signed collector's edition of Intimate Paradise, and the latest series of Intimate Violence released, in limited quantities by Ninja Boundary. Who do you think I am?" Uehara Naraku glanced at Hatake Kakashi, frowned and said, "Okay, take me to see the situation first. I can't guarantee that I can cure him." Chapter 135 Kakashi, please read Intimate Paradise to me. Uehara Naraku accepted Kakashi's gift first. Because he himself had no guarantee whether he could cure Rockley, he was a ruthless medical ninja who could only infuse life energy. When they arrived at Konoha Hospital, Uehara Naraku frowned at Rockley on the bed and said in a deep voice, "I can only guarantee to keep his life. If there are any sequelae, I can't be sure for the time being." The sequelae of the 8 gates of Dungia state act on the inside of the body, which cannot be solved by simple treatment. Surgery is required. But Uehara Naraku knows nothing about surgery. But if he wants Rockley to recover, Uehara Naraku really has a way. Just give Rockley a time reversal, and then kill him with a knife. Maybe he will recover after resurrection. This treatment method is of course not available now. If it is just to complete the task, you can sneak in and try it. If it really succeeds, the credit must go to himself who is currently treating Rockley. After all, Uehara Naraku saved the genius taijutsu ninja from Konoha. Apart from anything else, asking Might Guy to fight him in normal state, 6 gate state, 7 gate state and 8 gate state, isn't this too much? These are 4 tasks. Uehara Naraku thought of this, looked at Hatake Kakashi seriously and said, "Okay, I will try to use medical ninja to temporarily restore his vitality, and I will come back to see the results tomorrow." Understood. Hatake Kakashi nodded, patted the dejected Might Guy, sighed and said, "K, the burden of the 8 gates is too great. In fact, saving Lee's life now is a good result." "I know." Might Guy nodded dejectedly and squatted aside. As one of the few ninjas in Konoha who specializes in taijutsu, Might Guy has a deep affection for Rockley, who has the same ambition as him, and can almost be said to treat him like his own son. Now he is in a bad mood. Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows and glanced at Hatake Kakashi who was still standing beside him. He knew that this guy didn't believe in his skills and wanted to monitor his every move when he treated Xiaoli. He might even want to steal his skills with the Sharingan. Didn't Kakashi, this bastard, learn a lesson? Uehara Naraku threw the intimate paradise from his ninja tool bag to Hatake Kakashi and said softly, "Since you have nothing to do, help me read the contents of the book." What? Hatake Kakashi couldn't help but widen his eyes and held the intimate paradise in his arms at a loss. He stared at Uehara Naraku closely, his eyes full of confusion. One ordinary eye, one red Sharingan. Kakashi's 2 eyes seemed to be questioning Uehara Naraku. "Are you crazy? How can anyone read the contents of intimate paradise in public? Ordinary people can make people blush just by reading intimate paradise once. Who can be so ashamed to read the contents of intimate paradise? Is this a fucking human thing?" Uehara Naraku gave him a serious look and whispered, "This is a request from a medical ninja. Is there a problem?" Hatake Kakashi, what kind of weird request is this? How could a medical ninja make such a request? Uehara Naraku was clearly here to humiliate him on purpose. Uehara Naraku's eyes were very firm. He originally had no intention of completing a certain task, but Hatake Kakashi took the initiative to deliver it to him. Wouldn't it be a waste to let him go? Side quest. Listen to Hatake Kakashi read Intimate Paradise. 0/1. The task is not completed, and the reward is unknown. Hatake Kakashi regretted his attempt to monitor Uehara Naraku. This person is still in Konoha. What can he do in the process of treating Rockley? Even if his medical ninjutsu is really extraordinary, it is also something that ordinary people can learn. When he wanted to copy and use that super large scale lightning ninjutsu in the land of water, he almost died at the hands of Meitarumi. Isn't the lesson profound enough? Might Guy noticed that the atmosphere between the two of them was somewhat tangled and immediately looked at his friend with a pleading face. "Kakashi, I'll read it." Hatake Kakashi made up his mind, gritted his teeth, and opened the comic book. His face immediately flushed, and he began to read hesitantly. Her toes dripped with water, moved to my body little by little, breathing, lips, moaning between teeth. Hatake Kakashi blushed as he read. Uehara Naraku blushed as he heard it, and his palm finally fell on Rockley's forehead, and the star infusion poured part of his life energy and chakra energy into Rockley's body. Rockley moaned comfortably while lying on the bed. After the end of the 8 gates of Dunman, Rockley had never felt so comfortable as he did now. The pure and huge life energy entered his body, quickly repairing his external injuries and restoring his vitality. Such treatment can only save his life. If Rock Lee wants to truly recover and continue to be a ninja, he must undergo surgery on his bones. Uehara Naraku endured his impatience and listened to Hatake Kakashi reading a whole set of Intimate Paradise before announcing the end of his treatment. Okay, let's wait and see tomorrow. Hatake Kakashi was about to put the book away after hearing this. Uehara Naraku slowly stretched out his hand. Kakashi, give me back my book, it's mine now. Hatake Kakashi's eyes suddenly flashed with reluctance, and he gritted his teeth and handed the 2 copies of Intimate Paradise to Uehara Naraku. This was the 18th birthday gift from Master Jiraiya. Uehara Naraku was about to take it with a smile on his face. The next moment, 1,000 ice shards suddenly pierced through the set of Intimate Paradise, instantly nailing them to the wall. Base figure instantly appeared by the wall. His palm brushed over the 2 copies of Intimate Paradise, turning them into a string of ice slag, and he said in a deep voice, Uehara, the master has told me that you are absolutely not allowed to touch the 3 forbidden ninjas and such vulgar novels. The smile on Uehara Naraku's face froze on his face. After so many years of getting along, Bei and Kaguya Kimimaro not only did not choose to become his subordinates, but instead became spies planted by Mr. Conan beside him. Even Atori Hirakawa did not dare to buy books for him, for fear of problems. It's really uncomfortable. As a person who aspires to be the mastermind behind the ninja world, Uehara has always planted spies around others. When will it be someone else's turn to plant spies around him? Unfortunately, he dare not provoke the person who planted the spy. Fortunately, Uehara Naraku once got this set of books. Side quest, own a set of Intimate Paradise, 1/1, the task has been completed, and 300 gold coins are awarded. Side quest, listen to Hatake Kakashi read Intimate Paradise, 1/1. The quest has been completed, and the passive skill Enlightenment is rewarded. Enlightenment, you will gain an additional 270 life energy points. This quest actually rewards basic attributes. Basic attributes have always been what Uehara Naraku values most. I didn't expect that just letting Kakashi read Intimate Paradise once would increase more than 200 life energy points. Uehara Naraku's eyes slowly turned to Hatake Kakashi. As the protagonist of the ninja world, everyone in Team 7 is actually a treasure. As long as you dig, you will definitely find treasure. Late at night, the moon is full. A figure quietly emerged from the ground on the hospital bed, slowly stood beside Rock Lee, and cast a chakra light vortex on him. Time goes back. Then, this figure instantly broke Rock Lee's neck. A moment later, Rock Lee was resurrected again. Just when Rock Lee woke up, a pair of hands suddenly pressed on his head, and 2 balls of blue chakra entered his brain. Endless fear emerged in Rock Lee's mind. He experienced the most terrifying nightmare in his life. The next day, early in the morning, Uehara Naraku rushed to the hospital early. After observing Rock Lee's condition, he used star infusion on him again and asked softly, how do you feel? I felt like I had a terrible nightmare last night. Rock Lee's forehead was covered with big drops of cold sweat, and he said in a deep voice, that nightmare is still something I have experienced before. By the way, I also felt like my neck was twisted off, but after waking up, I was sweating all over, and there was nothing wrong with my body. I felt that my youth could burn again. Then congratulations on your recovery. Uehara Naraku patted his shoulder. This time, the treatment plan using time travel was still very successful. Based on the collected data, Uehara Naraku can try to plan a treatment plan for Nagato in the future. After all, star infusion is a temporary solution, not a permanent solution. The only problem is that it is unclear whether the pair of samurais that did not belong to Nagato will cease to exist after he healed him. Uehara Naraku chatted with Rock Lee for a while and completely washed away what happened last night into a nightmare, waiting for the arrival of Might Guy and Hatake Kakashi. In addition to them, there are all the members of the 12 little warriors of Konoha. After Uzumaki Naruto learned that it was Naraku Uehara who cured Rock Lee, he said to his classmates with some pride, I have said it before, Senior Uehara is a good person. Yeah. Hyuga Neji walked up to Naraku Uehara and bowed to him gratefully. Thank you for saving Lee. As long as you need any help, we are willing to do our best for you. That's it, Neji. Might Guy came over, patted Hyuga Neji on the shoulder, and smiled generously. This is the attitude you should have when facing your teammate's savior. Mr. Kitahara Naraku, as long as you encounter any trouble in Konoha's blue beasts and blue rare beasts will not hesitate. Healing Rock Lee's injuries brought many benefits. In addition to the collective gratitude of the third team, the eyes of other Konoha ninjas towards Naraku Uehara also became more respectful, making Naraku Uehara collect a lot of good guy cards. A ninja with superb medical ninjutsu is so respected, just like Tsunade, the woman who traveled all over the ninja world, and no ninja village dared to offend her easily. Respecting medical ninjas is the idea that Tsunade spread throughout the ninja world. As a result, Tsunade herself is the biggest beneficiary of this idea. However, Uehara Naraku did not use the promise made to him by Team 3, and everyone just talked about it. What kind of favor is the most precious? A favor that will never be used, and can make people always grateful. Uehara Naraku just made an appointment with Might Guy as a joke, and before the start of the Chunin exam, the two of them would find an opportunity to exchange physical skills. There is still a month before the Chunin exam. During this period, Uehara Naraku still has a lot of things to do. It's rare for him to be a good person in Konoha, so of course he has to do something that is not human. Thank you for the reward from Lonely Paradise. Thank you for the reward from Clown Evian. Thank you for your support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136, Naruto's Darkening Plan, a 100% success. Late at night, at the Konoha BBQ restaurant, the party celebrating Rock Lee's recovery was over. The little guys promised to work hard on their training, and in a month, they would compete in the third exam. Some of the brave ones even wanted to challenge Uehara Naraku. After saying goodbye to them cordially, Uehara Naraku returned to the inn where he lived. After slowly pouring a cup of tea, he turned his head and looked at a figure in the dark corner. Kabuto, how is the matter going? Have you found the woman named Karin? Yes. Kabuto Yakushi walked out of the darkness and answered, I have temporarily placed her in a small town near Konoha. Protect her well. She is a gift I want to give to my elders. After Uehara Naraku whispered to Kabuto Yakushi, he continued, when the Chunin exam is about to end, you and I will go to capture Danzo Shimura. If we can't capture him, we will kill him on the spot. Yes. Kabuto Yakushi chuckled and pushed his glasses and said, Lord Naraku, I have been in charge of the contact between Lord Orochimaru and Danzo Shimura. At that time, I can invite him out to meet in the name of discussing the Konoha collapse plan. It doesn't matter. He can't escape anyway. Uehara Naraku clenched his fists, looking confident of victory. Shimura Danzo is the gift I carefully prepared for my teacher when I return to the Hidden Rain Village. Even if I see his corpse, my teacher will be happy. Kabuto Yakushi felt that his new boss was unreliable again. When he was Orochimaru's assistant in the Akatsuki organization, Kabuto Yakushi had met Konan once. He didn't think that the cold blue-haired woman would be happy when she saw Shimura Danzo's corpse. No, any woman would not be happy to see a corpse as her gift. Unfortunately, Uehara Naraku looked so confident that Kabuto Yakushi couldn't change his decision without authorization. Besides, killing Shimura Danzo was what Kabuto Yakushi wanted to do. Okay, that's it. Uehara Naraku waved his hand and gave a few instructions. What you have to do next is to monitor Orochimaru's movements, monitor the smooth progress of his Konoha collapse plan, and guide him to study White Zetsu. Understood. Kabuto Yakushi put on his hood and disappeared into the night. After Kabuto Yakushi left, Uehara Naraku began to plan his own plan. He had to continue to find a way to make Naruto turn evil and defect. This task is too difficult. To be honest, it is very simple to make Sasuke defect. Today, Uehara Naraku felt that, as long as he hooked his fingers, Sasuke would follow him to leave Konoha and become a rebel ninja. Damn, Sasuke is so easy to deceive. As long as he has a grudge against Uchiha Itachi and can help him become stronger and kill Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke is willing to join. Unfortunately, Uehara Naraku doesn't want it at all. In comparison, a stubborn guy like Uzumaki Naruto is a headache for Uehara Naraku. He really has no way to guide Naruto to turn evil unless he uses someone's identity to leak information. In about a month, Uehara Naraku must kill Shimura Danzo, so he uses Danzo's identity based on the principle of using and cherishing. After all, when Uehara Naraku kills Danzo himself, there will be one less scapegoat in the ninja world. No, there is another person who is also about to die. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uehara Naraku's mouth curled up slowly. Instead of using Shimura Danzo's appearance to expose flaws in Konoha, it would be better to use Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, the market for the conspiracy theory of the third Hokage is doing well in the two-dimensional world, and he has been blamed for a lot of things, some of which cannot be washed away. Uehara Naraku almost immediately confirmed this plan. Wait until the night before the Chunin exam, pretend to be Sarutobi Hiruzen, and let Uzumaki Naruto find out that his respected Hokage grandfather has always been a conspirator. A dark Hokage will definitely make Uzumaki Naruto's faith collapse. What a mistake. Such a simple and straightforward plan. Why bother to think about it and look back? Uzumaki Naruto is obsessed with becoming a Hokage. Once he sees that the mentality of Konoha's third Hokage is so dark, he will definitely abandon Konoha completely. The dream that has always been collapsed. What is there to insist on? The only trouble is that there must be no flaws. Uehara Naraku needs to find a way to find someone to play a scene so that Uzumaki Naruto will inadvertently find out that the third Hokage is a dark person. In this way, he will definitely believe it. And when the main competition begins, when Orochimaru launches the Konoha collapse plan, he will have someone throw dirty water on Sarutobi Hiruzen and completely confirm that Sarutobi Hiruzen is a conspirator. How can Uzumaki Naruto still doubt it? After Orochimaru kills Sarutobi Hiruzen, won't there be no evidence for this? After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen is indeed stained with a lot of darkness. As the leader of a big country, how could he not be stained with anything? Uehara Naraku rubbed his hands excitedly and directly formulated this plan. As long as the plan can succeed, it is almost 100% certain that Naruto will be blackened. I'm really a genius. Now that this plan has been determined, the only thing left is how to throw dirty water on the third Hokage. And by the way, think about what kind of black material Sarutobi Hiruzen has. First, start with Uzumaki Naruto's life experience. In fact, during the Nine-Tails Rebellion, the Enbu first reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen instead of Namikaze Minato, which means that the power of the Enbu may still be in the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen. This seems a bit greedy for power. After thinking for a while, Uehara Naraku planned to adapt this incident into Sarutobi Hiruzen instructing Uchiha Obito to launch the Nine-Tails Rebellion, assassinate the fourth Hokage and his wife, and regain power in Konoha, in order to be greedy for power. Second, start with the growth of Uzumaki Naruto. It has to be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen has been paying attention to the growth of Uzumaki Naruto, fearing that he will be affected by the chakra of the Nine-Tails, so he has been instilling the will of fire in him. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen nominally forbade others to talk about the fact that Uzumaki Naruto is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but he did not forbid the villagers to reject Uzumaki Naruto. This is blatant poor. This is mental brainwashing. Uehara Naraku thought about it for a while and planned to adapt this incident into Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly ordering others to reject Naruto in order to cultivate a war weapon loyal to him, but he himself guided Naruto to accept the will of fire. In fact, he just wanted to use the Jinchuriki for his own use. Third, start with the bond of Uzumaki Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen personally arranged Hatake Kakashi to be the guiding Jonin of Team 7. He should have seen the fit between Kakashi and Team 7. After all, Kakashi has both the Sharingan and is the disciple of the fourth Hokage. He will definitely be able to protect the teacher's son and educate the orphans of Uchiha. This is to use the bond to contain. Uehara Naraku thought about it again for a while and planned to adapt this incident into Sarutobi Hiruzen sending Kakashi to use the Sharingan to monitor and control Naruto at any time to prevent the Nine-Tails from going berserk, and then leak the relationship between Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Obito as teammates. In addition to these, it is also necessary to add the fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly guided Uchiha Itachi to rebel against the family and ordered him to massacre the Uchiha clan. After all, Danzo has taken the blame for Sarutobi Hiruzen so many times. It's time to turn the tables. After thinking all night, Uehara Naraku barely perfected his plan. Now that he has completed the plan to this extent, he will definitely be able to guide Naruto to evil and effect. If he still fails, then he will not do this mission anymore. Haha, how could he fail? After returning, he will apply to Teacher Konan for 2 sets of Akatsuki uniforms. One for the 12-year-old Uzumaki Naruto, and one for the 16-year-old himself. He will be able to bring the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki back soon. Isn't it worth a uniform and the status of a formal member? However, when Uehara Naraku completed the plan for Naruto's defection, a variable appeared in his plan. An old man returned to Konoha. One of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, the Toad Sage Jiraiya. Chapter 137. First encounter with Jiraiya. Konoha Village. Ichiraku Ramen Shop. As Uehara Naraku was sitting here slurping his ramen, someone suddenly patted his shoulder and smiled at him, saying, "What a coincidence, Uehara, I didn't expect to meet you here." Naruto? When Uehara Naraku saw the yellow-haired Uzumaki Naruto, he thought of his plan and couldn't help but smile. Just when Uehara Naraku wanted to say something to Naruto, he saw another tall figure opening the curtain and walking in. The tall man was wearing a red robe, with his long white hair tied behind his back. He looked at Uehara Naraku with a threatening look. Rain Ninja? Yes. Uehara is a genius ninja from the Hidden Rain Village. Uzumaki Naruto introduced Uehara Naraku to the tall man with a smile on his face, and then introduced the tall man to Uehara Naraku. This is the lecherous immortal who likes to peek. Recently he has been guiding my training. Uehara Naraku's eyes suddenly looked a little weird. Ever since he made the plan for Naruto to turn evil and defect, he has not paid much attention to Konoha's every move. He even forgot that Jiraiya would return to Konoha during the Chunin exam. And now Jiraiya has begun to guide Uzumaki Naruto's training, which means he has been back for a few days. It's a pity that when Uehara Naraku saw Jiraiya for the first time, he didn't think about whether there would be any changes in his plan for Naruto's defection. Uehara Naraku only realized one problem. It was time for him, the disciple, to pay off the debts owed to Konan and Nagato, and complete a few small tasks along the way. The only problem was, how could he hook up with Jiraiya? He certainly couldn't use the name of Konan's disciple at this time, so he could only use another identity that was well known to the Konoha ninjas. Lord Jiraiya. Uehara Naraku stood up quickly, looked at the tall Jiraiya with excitement and said, "Lord Jiraiya, I'm your fan. The Intimate Paradise series is super good." Huh. Jiraiya looked at Uehara Naraku with excitement, touched his face awkwardly and said, do you need an autograph?" Uehara Naraku's face suddenly fell. "The Intimate Paradise and Intimate Violence series in my hand have been confiscated. Then wait until you are 18 years old before buying them." Jiraiya patted Uehara Naraku's shoulder in a friendly manner, laughed and reminded him, "Although I know that the book has good sales, it is after all 18 plus. Jiraiya is a man who knows his own books. But it seems that Jiraiya seems to have a natural liking for people with the same hobbies. After all, it is easy for men to understand each other's hobbies." The meal was a great pleasure for both the host and the guests. Jiraiya even took the initiative to ask Uzumaki Naruto to pay for Uehara Naraku's meal at Ichiraku Ramen, calling it a benefit for his fans. Uehara Naraku was stunned by this move. However, Uzumaki Naruto did not resist paying, and even praised Uehara Naraku's medical ninjutsu, saying that even the doctors at Konoha Hospital were helpless, but Uehara Naraku could easily help treat the injuries. Oh, and a great medical ninja? Listening to Uzumaki Naruto's praise, Jiraiya became more and more interested in Uehara Naraku. He drank a glass of water slowly, and said with a hint of nostalgia on his face, "I also know a very powerful medical ninja." Uehara Naraku immediately thought of a certain woman, and his face suddenly looked a little ugly. Hehe. "It's Lady Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, right?" "Yes." Jiraiya nodded, with some emotion in his expression, but he noticed that Uehara Naraku's expression was different, and couldn't help saying, "Huh. Little guy, do you know Tsunade too?" "Hehe. Of course." Uehara Naraku pinched his fingers, and his face gradually became gloomy. "I lost millions of taels to her. How could I forget her?" Tsunade, that woman, has the face of an angel, but her voice is as seductive as a devil. Her temperament is particularly arrogant, and her character is extremely bad. Puff. Jiraiya suddenly spit out a mouthful of water, pointing at Uehara Naraku, and couldn't help laughing. Haha. As for Jiraiya's request, Uehara Naraku was not only embarrassed to refuse, but also took the initiative to ask if there was anything he could do, because this was a debt owed by teacher Konan and Nagato. Uehara Naraku's face was extremely solemn. No matter what Jiraiya-sama asks, I will seriously help Jiraiya-sama to complete it. Now Uehara is indeed confident. As long as Jiraiya doesn't mention those unserious things, other things such as killing Orochimaru and finding Tsunade are still easy to do. Oh. Jiraiya touched his chin and looked at Uehara Naraku curiously, feeling that his fans seemed to admire him very much. Jiraiya thought for a while, made a solemn look, and said in a deep voice, "Then I want the ninja world to be peaceful forever." Uehara Naraku slowly raised his head. Is this request serious? If you really want the ninja world to be peaceful forever, it can only be done by infinite moon reading, letting everyone enter the illusion, and making the entire ninja world lifeless. Okay, I was just kidding. Jiraiya patted Uehara Naraku on the shoulder and whispered, I just need you to do me a small favor, because Naruto will practice a very dangerous technique in a while. If he gets seriously injured, can you help save him? It's very simple. Uehara Naraku agreed immediately. Jiraiya wanted to let Uzumaki Naruto learn to use the Ninetales chakra to perform the summoning technique, so he planned to throw Uzumaki Naruto into the most dangerous situation, so that Uzumaki Naruto could summon Gamabunta from Myaboki Mountain with the Ninetales chakra at the moment of life and death. The problem is, there is always a chance of something happening. Since they met a powerful and simple medical ninja, Jiraiya didn't mind secretly adding a layer of insurance for this practice. No matter what time, the ninja world is always short of medical ninjas. Especially those powerful and kind medical ninjas. According to Uzumaki Naruto's description, coupled with Jiraiya's senses, it seems that Uehara Naraku should be such a person. The back mountain of Konoha. Jiraiya dragged Uzumaki Naruto to the edge of a valley. The valley was full of dense stone spears, which made people dizzy. Let's do it here. Jiraiya looked down at Uzumaki Naruto, who was a little stunned, and his voice gradually became a little cold. I have given you the technique you want to practice. If you don't want to die, you must do everything you can to survive. After that, his finger suddenly flicked on Uzumaki Naruto's forehead. The next moment, Uzumaki Naruto's body flew out like a cannonball, screaming and falling into the valley. A series of terrified voices came from the valley. Is it really okay to do this? Uehara Naraku walked over slowly. His existence was the insurance for Uzumaki Naruto's practice this time. The problem was that in such a deep valley, what if Uzumaki Naruto fell to his death? This is his fate. Jiraiya's expression was still indifferent, but when he saw Uehara Naraku's worried eyes, he slowly revealed a smile. Don't worry, there is a small river deep in the valley. Even if he fails, he can use chakra to absorb the rocks and slide to the bottom. Summoning technique. A struggling and extremely determined childish voice came from the valley. A huge amount of chakra instantly appeared within the perception range of Jiraiya and Uehara Naraku. Uzumaki Naruto really summoned a behemoth. Gamabunta of Myaboki Mountain. Okay, it seems that Naruto succeeded. Jiraiya hooked the corners of his mouth, turned around and left here, calling Uehara. Let's go. I'll take you to appreciate the most beautiful scenery in the ninja world. Chapter 138. Let me help you beat up the spirit beast, and it will be obedient from now on. On the cliff, Jiraiya and Uehara Naraku were sitting on it. There happened to be a big tree blocking their figures, allowing them to hide themselves and observe everything around them. Jiraiya and Uehara Naraku looked down at the girls in swimsuits playing in the stream below. They were observing the daily lives of ordinary people in Konoha. In the stream, one of the girls was laughing and suddenly rubbed the chest of another girl, and a silver bell-like laughter came up. Oh, ha 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 ha. Listening to the sound coming from the stream, Jiraiya's eyes and voice gradually became a little abnormal. He even took out a telescope from his ninja tool bag. Tear off the clothes a little more. Come on, come on, come on. Yo ha 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 ho. Uehara Naraku had an expressionless face like a saint. He slowly turned his head and looked at the other side of the cliff. There was a huge toad jumping around, trying to drop something, and the towering tree was easily knocked down by its body. The toad was Gamabunta from Myaboki Mountain. Ever since Uzumaki Naruto summoned Gamabunta and refused to get off Gamabunta's back, the two guys started arguing and seemed to be still sulking. This is very dangerous. What if Uzumaki Naruto is thrown off by Gamabunta? Uehara Naraku is of course not worried about this. He is just trying his best to maintain his persona. Lord Jiraiya, do you really not need to go to Naruto's side to help? No. Jiraiya held the telescope in his hand without moving, but the smile on his mouth was getting bigger and bigger. Wait until Gamabunta and Naruto are done with those two guys. Then you can go to help Naruto with his treatment. Okay, don't talk about these topics that spoil the mood at this time. After answering Uehara Naraku's question, Jiraiya even took out a telescope from his ninja tool bag and handed it to Uehara Naraku in a friendly manner. Look, they seem to be taking off each other's swimsuits. What a mess. Does Jiraiya really think that Uehara is his book fan? Uehara Naraku frowned, took the telescope from Jiraiya with an impatient look, and lowered his head to see what was underneath. Side quest. Participate in Jiraiya's collection. 1/1. Quest completed. Reward passive skill overgrowth. Overgrowth. Increase life energy by 300 points. Until the sun went down. Jiraiya and Uehara Naraku took back the telescope reluctantly. As it was getting darker, the girls put on their clothes and went home, and their collection this time ended. Okay, Naruto should be almost done now, right? Jiraiya took a scroll from his body and handed it to Uehara Naraku. He touched the back of his head and said a little embarrassedly, "Help me take this scroll to Bunta and take Naruto back from Bunta." Okay. Uehara Naraku nodded, looked at Jiraiya who suddenly jumped away in surprise and couldn't help but ask loudly, "Master Jiraiya, where are we going to meet later?" "That depends on whether we have a chance." Jiraiya waved to Uehara Naraku. He had helped Naruto sign the summoning contract of Myaboki Mountain and taught Naruto chakra control and summoning techniques. Moreover, Jiraiya had not found any trace of Orochimaru during this period, so he decided to leave Konoha temporarily and search for Orochimaru's traces around. After Jiraiya left, Uehara Naraku looked down at the large scroll in his hand and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Is this the summoning contract scroll of Myaboki Mountain? Forget it, this scroll is useless. Uehara Naraku sighed, flew to Gamabunta's position, and threw the scroll in his hand to him. "This is what Jiraiya asked me to pass on to you." Oh. After Gamabunta slowly took the scroll, he took down Uzumaki Naruto who had just fainted on it, and handed it to Uehara Naraku. "Where is that guy Jiraiya?" "I don't know about that." Uehara Naraku shook his head, took over Uzumaki Naruto's body, waved his hand, and used star infusion on Uzumaki Naruto. According to Uzumaki Naruto's super huge physique, star infusion's one-time treatment is definitely not enough, and it can only wake him up. Uzumaki Naruto slowly opened his eyes, and after seeing Uehara Naraku, he boasted happily, "Uehara, I just got a super powerful summoning beast, and I will definitely beat you when the Chunin exam is held. Just the size of Gamabunta alone has overwhelming strength. If Uzumaki Naruto could really summon Gamabunta all the time, he could really get a good result in this Chunin exam." However, it was just good. Uzumaki Naruto turned around and saw Gamabunta next to them. He immediately waved his hands excitedly at the behemoth. "Hey, Boss Toad, I won. When I summon you from now on, you must come out. Stinky brat." Gamabunta blew a huge smoke ring with his pipe in his mouth and slowly put away the summoning scroll of Myaboki Mountain. "Okay, take this brat back. Let me accompany a little brat for a whole day today. Sooner or later, I will go to settle accounts with Jiraiya." After that, Gamabunta was about to leave. "Wait." Uehara Naraku called out to Gamabunta, slowly raised his head, and showed a kind smile. "Before I leave, I have something to ask you." "HMM. Ask me a question?" Gamabunta slowly lowered his head and looked down at Uehara Naraku. Looking at the young ninja on the ground, he blew out a huge smoke ring. "Little thing, who do you think you are?" Uehara Naraku narrowed his eyes. Originally, he wanted to provoke Gamabunta for the mission. If he didn't beat him up this time, he didn't know when the next time would be. While Jiraiya was away, it didn't matter to beat Gamabunta, not to mention that many Konoha ninjas knew that Uehara Naraku had strong combat strength in addition to medical ninjutsu. It was estimated that only Jiraiya would think that he was just a fan of the book. Unexpectedly, Gamabunta was so cooperative. Uehara Naraku had just said a word, and Gamabunta's temper flared up. Isn't this asking for a beating? Uehara Naraku slowly raised his head and showed a kind smile to Gamabunta. You will know who I am soon. As soon as the voice fell, Uehara Naraku's figure suddenly disappeared. The next second, Uehara kicked Gamabunta and kicked the huge toad away. Countless towering trees were blocked by it and knocked down. Uehara, what are you doing? Uzumaki Naruto looked at the scene in shock. After Uehara Naraku did all this, he turned his head and looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a dazed look and said, it was just despising me. See, Naruto, even if you have this summoning beast, you can't be arrogant and think that you have become stronger, understand? But, Uzumaki Naruto looked at Gamabunta who was lying on his back in the distance speechlessly. Is this still the domineering toad boss just now? He just thought he got a powerful summoning beast, and from then on his strength would soar, and he would beat Sasuke, marry Sakura and become a Hokage. But all his fantasies were slapped down by Uehara Naraku. Okay, but its strength is still okay. Uehara Naraku pinched his wrist, glanced at Gamabunta who got up again, and walked towards him step by step. Naruto, I will help you teach your summoning beast a lesson, so that it will listen to you obediently in the future, right? There is no need for that. Uzumaki Naruto hurriedly stepped forward to stop Uehara. It is necessary. If you don't believe it, let's ask it. Uehara Naraku looked at Gamabunta rushing towards them and shouted at it. Hey, that ugly monster, if Naruto needs you to join the battle, will you obey his call? Humph, that kind of kid is not qualified to be my younger brother. Hearing Uehara's words, Gamabunta couldn't help but yelled back, touched the huge short knife on his waist, jumped into the air with his hind legs, and pounced on Uehara Naraku. How could it surrender? As the most powerful giant summoning beast in Myaboki Mountain and the most capable subordinate of the great Toad Sage, Gamabunta's pride can be imagined. Uehara Naraku took the opportunity to push Uzumaki Naruto aside with a heroic look. Naruto, there is no other way. If Master Jiraiya is not here, let me help you train the little pet. Who do you say is the little pet? Gamabunta chopped down at Uehara Naraku's position with a knife. Uehara Naraku crossed his arms and raised them to block in front of him. The spike defense posture was activated, and an orange grid defense wrapped around his body. The moment the huge short knife fell, it was blocked by the grid defense. A huge recoil force entered his body along Gamabunta's palm. The recoil damage of the spike defense was completely able to use the force of the opponent to fight against the opponent. Half of the force used by Gamabunta would rebound on his body, especially since it soared into the sky and used the momentum of falling to increase its strength. For Uehara, Gamabunta was simply looking for death. The next moment, Gamabunta's body flew backwards, and countless wounds appeared all over his body due to the huge force. He couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood from his mouth. Uehara Naraku flew above Gamabunta and kicked him down from the air, knocking the huge summon beast to the ground completely. When Gamabunta was covered with wounds, Uehara Naraku slowly landed beside him. Ugly guy, remember your identity. You are just a summoned beast. You will listen to Naruto in the future, right? Gamabunta refused to answer. At this moment, he thought Uehara Naraku was a retard. Who would subdue a summoned beast in this way? Aren't they afraid that their summoned beast will become a bastard like Wanch and may betray the master at any time? I have something to do today, so I posted all 3 updates in advance because I was afraid I would not have time in the afternoon. I will thank those who rewarded me today tomorrow. Thank you for the reward from Gwok. Thank you for the reward from Elder Fengchen. Thank you for the reward from the book fan MMM. Thank you for the reward from Xiaoxiukan. Thank you all book friends for your support. Thank you. Chapter 139. On the eve of the exam, Uzumaki Naruto heard the news. Kid, don't even think about asking me to help you fight in the future. Gamabunta didn't dare to look at Uehara Naraku, but just shouted at Uzumaki Naruto angrily, and then directly dismissed his summoning. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head in confusion and turned to look at Uehara Naraku. Boss Toad, what's wrong with it? Uehara Naraku frowned and said ashamedly, is it angry because of losing to me? Did I do something wrong? No, how could it be? Uzumaki Naruto waved his hands hurriedly and said repeatedly, anyway, you wanted to help me. Maybe it felt that its strength was too poor. Although Naruto felt that something was wrong. But thinking about it carefully, Uehara Naraku did nothing wrong. It's just that the result was a little disappointing. What went wrong? Uehara Naraku did get his mission reward. This time, defeating Gamabunta allowed Uehara to get a summoning contract. Side quest, defeat Gamabunta, 1/1. The quest is completed, and the reward is the summoning contract River King Tam. Summoning contract, summon River King Tam, consuming 1000 chakra points. This contract is a bit hard to describe. Anyway, it is better than nothing. The days of Konoha gradually calmed down. However, in this calm, deeper waves were brewing, especially after the invigilator of the third exam, Gekao Hayate, died strangely. In order to investigate what conspiracy the major allies and Orochimaru had, Konoha sent a large number of Anbu to various countries to investigate. The Hidden Rain village has become Konoha's only trustworthy ally. According to Kakashi's information, Orochimaru once stole the treasures of the Hidden Rain village, which caused the Hidden Rain village to hunt him down, and Uehara Naraku and Orochimaru have been tit for tat, disrupting Orochimaru's plan many times. The night before the main competition of the Chunin exam, in Uehara Naraku's hotel room, he was wearing a fake divine robe and bamboo hat. Although he could use his natural illusion transformation, this was also to prevent his true identity from being discovered in the event of a battle. This clothing and the Hokage bamboo hat were obtained by Kabuto Yakushi. Uehara Naraku stood in front of the mirror and turned up the collar of the divine robe. I like the small collar of the Hokage's divine robe. It is worthy of being the clothes worn by the leader of Konoha village. It is more free and comfortable than the uniforms of ordinary members of our Akatsuki organization. Yes. Kabuto Yakushi, wearing a set of Anbu clothes, stood beside Uehara Naraku and helped him drag the fake Hokage bamboo hat. Due to the lack of manpower that Uehara Naraku can trust 100%, he can only temporarily let Kabuto Yakushi play the supporting role tonight. Have you memorized all the lines? Uehara Naraku took over the Hokage bamboo hat and asked casually. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and laughed softly. I've memorized everything. I'm just curious why Lord Naraku is targeting Uzumaki Naruto so loudly. Why not just kidnap him when Lord Naraku leaves Konoha? No, I have to make him willing to go with us. Naraku Uehara shook his head and chuckled. Naruto Uzumaki's power is far beyond your imagination. Wait and see, he will surprise you. What Lord Naraku means is just saying that. After Naraku Uehara put on the Hokage hat, he whispered, after he leaves Konoha, I will take him to the Akatsuki base. Teacher Konan will definitely like this gift from the Ninetales Jinchuriki. I see. Kabuto Yakushi nodded and put on a black hood. Inexplicably, he felt that his new boss was out of his mind again. In the past few days, Naraku Uehara has already investigated and found that there are no Anbu monitoring around Naruto Uzumaki's house. Perhaps because he has become a ninja, Konoha has not continued to waste energy to protect him. Late at night, when the moonlight was bright, Uzumaki Naruto was rarely insomniac because tomorrow he wanted to defeat his opponent in public and gain the recognition of the villagers. Just when Uzumaki Naruto was insomniac, a voice suddenly came into his ears. Third generation Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto has fallen asleep. Are you here to check his seal? No, I just came to take a look. An old voice came into Naruto's ears. This voice has always been very familiar to him. It is the voice of the third generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, the next moment, what Sarutobi Hiruzen said made Uzumaki Naruto feel uncomfortable. How is Uzumaki Naruto? Tomorrow is the Chunin exam that many daimyos and dignitaries will come to watch. There must be no mistakes because of him. Uzumaki Naruto bit the corner of his quilt tightly. Has he always been a troublemaker in Sarutobi Hiruzen's impression? Obviously, he has begun to learn to be a real ninja. The next second, the unfamiliar voice of the Anbu continued to reach Naruto's ears. Don't worry, Hokage, I will report it immediately if his chakra leaks, but if his chakra is So abnormal that I think it cannot be handled. You have the power to kill him on the spot. Sarutobi Hiruzen's old voice sounded a little cold. Many years ago, when I ordered Uchiha Obito to deal with Namake's Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Obito made a mistake and unsealed the Ninetales in Uzumaki Kushina's body, causing heavy losses to the village. The Enbu couldn't help but say thankfully. Fortunately, the fourth Hokage didn't notice it at that time and sealed the Ninetales into his son's body, which saved Konoha. That's why I sent you to monitor Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed slowly. 12 years have passed, and this kid Uzumaki Naruto still can't use the power of the Ninetales. He's even worse than his mother Uzumaki Kushina. He's really a complete waste. After a moment of silence, the Enbu ninja answered, but Uzumaki Naruto will be loyal to the Hokage, and his mother is only loyal to her husband, Minato Namake's. The two people outside the door fell into silence for a while. Uzumaki Naruto, who was eavesdropping in the room, covered his nose tightly, not daring to make any sound. His tears fell drop by drop and wet the bed. Uzumaki Naruto never thought that the first time he got the news of his father and mother, he heard it from the mouth of the people he always respected. Uzumaki Kushina, this name is his mother. Minato Namake's, this name is his father. But these two people were killed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uzumaki Naruto suppressed his throat and dared not make any sound for fear of being noticed by the people outside, but his emotions were gradually becoming a little angry. However, now Uzumaki Naruto knew very well that he was forcibly enduring his grief, because as long as he made any movement, even if there was any abnormal movement of his chakra, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the stranger outside would immediately appear and kill him. After a while of silence outside, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice rang out again. You persuaded me to spare Uzumaki Naruto's life. Have you been soft-hearted after monitoring him for so many years? No. The Enbu ninja whispered. I just think that Uzumaki Naruto is the most suitable container for the Ninetales. If we kill him rashly, it will be difficult to find a new container. Yes, the descendants of the Uzumaki clan are not easy to find. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a low voice and sighed softly. There was a little girl of Uzumaki descendant in the team that participated in the Chunin exam in the Hidden Kyusa village. Unfortunately, I heard that the girl defected from the Hidden Kyusa village and went to the Hidden Rain village. After that, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed again. If I had known this when Uzumaki Kushina asked us to save her hometown, I should have sent people over to kidnap a few little guys from the Uzumaki clan as backup containers for the Ninetales. The Enbu outside the door were silent for a while, as if they didn't know what to say. After a while, he spoke. It seems that some people in the village have begun to recognize Uzumaki Naruto recently. Your plan may be hindered. Do you need to get rid of them? Not necessary. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head with an indescribable gloom in his voice. I forbade other people to contact Uzumaki Naruto back then, just to make him loyal to me wholeheartedly. Now he relies on me very much, and this order is no longer important. What about Kakashi? The Enbu continued to ask. Before, Lord Hokage asked Kakashi to leave the Enbu and monitor Uzumaki Naruto's every move. Now he seems to care about Naruto very much. Don't worry. Sarutobi Hiruzen's old voice was full of confidence. Take Kakashi and Uchiha Obito are teammates. He just feels guilty about Uzumaki Naruto. There was a hint of smile in the voice of the Enbu ninja. Lord Hokage is right. After all, Kakashi knew that Obito killed Naruto's parents, but he had been hiding it secretly. Well, just as the Enbu finished speaking, Uzumaki Naruto in the room could no longer hold back his tears, and tears could not stop flowing down his face. He could not help but utter a syllable in his throat. When Uzumaki Naruto realized his panic, he immediately yawned, wiped his tears, and hid in his quilt. The noise outside suddenly became quiet. After a while, the window in the room was quietly opened, and soon closed quietly again. It was obvious that someone came to check on him. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice rang again. Since there is nothing going on here, you should keep an eye on him here. Tomorrow is the main round of the Chunin exam. All the daimyo and dignitaries will be present. You must not let Uzumaki Naruto make any mistakes. Yes, Hokage. The Enbu outside the door whispered in agreement. Soon, the outside suddenly became quiet. Uzumaki Naruto in the room bit his quill tightly, tears streaming down his face, but dared not make a sound, because he knew that there were ninjas watching him outside. 12 years of dream. It was completely destroyed tonight. Uzumaki Naruto pinched his thighs hard with his fingers. There were wounds all over his legs. He tried his best to suppress his emotions, and not let himself show any abnormality. Over the years, no wonder he tried so hard to get the recognition of the villagers, but was alienated in return. Whenever he was hurt, Sarutobi Hiruzen would appear in front of him, and teach him to learn to endure the pain, or the light and darkness in life. It turned out that it was just the old man in the Hokage building who was controlling it. Uzumaki Naruto's body trembled slightly, recalling the scene of his summoning of Gamabunta. His mind suddenly sank into the boundless sealed water prison. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were filled with darkness. He slowly walked to the edge of the water prison, raised his head, and looked at the huge figure in the water prison, and said in a gloomy voice, "Stinky Fox, your name is Ninetales, right? You want to get out, right? Roar." Ninetales opened its bloody mouth, looked at the young figure beside the water prison, and suddenly laughed loudly. "Ha ha 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 ha, kid, if you let me out now, I will help you tear that old thing and the entire Konoha into pieces." Obviously, everything that Uzumaki Naruto heard just now, Ninetales also heard everything. Some of the secrets were not even clear to Ninetales. But this was a good opportunity for Ninetales. The darker Naruto was, the easier it would be for it to control Naruto. Ninetales didn't expect that a village like Konoha would be so dark. It was worthy of being a ninja village created by those two bastards, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. The people of Konoha are always so good at killing each other. No, this is not enough for them to repay. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the Ninetales and shook his head slowly. The black energy on his body became more and more dense. "Tomorrow is an important day. Come and make a scene with me." The Ninetales showed a hideous smile on his face. "Little boy, I didn't expect you to get it right the second time we met. Little boy, you are much smarter than that woman Uzumaki Kushina. That stinky woman obviously has such a powerful power, but instead of thinking about how to use it, she only wants to suppress it. She even finds it to vent her anger when she encounters something annoying outside. Damn it, karma is reincarnation. Retribution is not bad. Now it's her son's turn to suffer." As a tenant of Uzumaki Kushina, the Ninetales thinks it should guide Uzumaki Naruto well. Tomorrow, it's time for it to leave the gate. "Naruto." Someone knocked on the window of the room. Uzumaki Naruto turned his head and saw Hiruno Sakura standing by his window. The pink-haired girl said nervously, "I haven't seen Sasuke these days. He's going to take an exam tomorrow, and there's still no one at Sasuke's house. Can you accompany me to look for him?" "Okay." Hearing Sakura Hiruno's request, Uzumaki Naruto immediately put his worries aside and climbed out of the window. "Sakura, why did you go to Sasuke's house at night?" "Because I think he should go home at this time anyway." Sakura Hiruno frowned and said anxiously, "But he still hasn't shown up until now." Naruto, your face. What did you do just now?" Uzumaki Naruto covered Sakura Hiruno's mouth with his hand and raised his finger nervously, fearing that the so-called Anbu who had been monitoring him would know the situation. Uzumaki Naruto grinned, wiped his face, and said with a forced smile, "Okay, I'll accompany you to find Sasuke first. That guy is probably hiding somewhere and practicing hard. Some people, even if their hearts have long been broken, still hide their wounds in front of the people they like." Chapter 140. Danzo is killed by jokes on the eve of the exam. The night grew darker. Uzumaki Naruto followed Hiruno Sakura and left their residence. In fact, there was no Anbu monitoring Uzumaki Naruto, and the person pretending to be an Anbu was going to another place with his new boss. Kabuto Yakushi took off his Anbu attire and praised softly, as expected of Lord Naraku. "You are very thoughtful. The news that one person overhears is always more credible than the news told to him by others." To be honest, Kabuto Yakushi was a little scared when he accompanied the performance. He always thought that Uehara Naraku was a pro-Konoha faction, but he didn't expect Uehara Naraku to take action so straightforwardly, directly luring Konoha's Ninetales Jinchuriki to run away. This new boss, except for his low emotional intelligence, is really top-notch in terms of wisdom and forbearance. If the entire ninja world undergoes drastic changes in the future, Kabuto Yakushi has no doubt that his new boss is the black hand behind all this. Basic operation. Uehara Naraku chuckled, took off the Hokage hat on his head, and took off the divine robe on his body. He didn't know that Uzumaki Naruto later left with Hiruno Sakura, because they still had something important to do. Uehara Naraku rubbed his fingers and whispered, "How is it, Kabuto? Did you make an appointment with Shimura Danzo tonight?" "Of course." Yakushi Kabuto smiled and nodded, explaining in a low voice, "Now Shimura Danzo is still waiting for Lord Orochimaru to kill the 3rd Hokage tomorrow and take the position of the 5th Hokage of Konoha. He is more concerned about the Konoha collapse plan than anyone else." "Interesting." Uehara Naraku smiled and raised the corners of his mouth. "Then let's go and see this 5th and a half Hokage of Konoha." Konoha Village. The secret base of the Root organization. This place is far away from the hustle and bustle of Konoha and has been hidden on the edge of Konoha, making it convenient for Shimura Danzo to do some ugly things in the dark. Tonight, Shimura Danzo is a little nervous. It was not for any other reason, but because if the Konoha collapse plan succeeds tomorrow, it will be the time when he will most likely win the position of Hokage. Therefore, Kabuto Yakushi asked him to come to discuss tonight, and Danzo Shimura came specially, fearing that something might happen to tomorrow's plan. He is already 69 years old today. If he still can't take the position of Hokage, this chance will become increasingly slim as he gets older. There was a sound of heavy objects falling to the ground in the empty base. This sound sounded a bit like a corpse falling to the ground. Danzo Shimura raised his head suddenly, glanced at his trusted subordinates around him, and ordered in a cold voice, "Torijin, go see what happened." "Yes, sir." Torijin Aburame flew towards the direction where the sound came from, and then the next second his body flew back, and someone hit him, and sent him flying. Torijin Aburame's body suddenly hit the stone pillar in the base, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood, and was silent a moment later. The visitor raised his head casually, and looked at Danzo Shimura. "I've heard of your name for a long time. Lord Danzo Shimura of Konoha." "Ramen." Danzo Shimura frowned, looked at the visitor, and instantly recognized his identity. "You are Naraku Uehara who is here to take part in the Chunin exam this time." "This identity is correct." Naraku Uehara took out a ring from his ninja tool bag and put it on his hand and said softly, "Now allow me to personally introduce my other identity. I'm Akatsuki's intern, Naraku Uehara." After the words fell, Naraku Uehara's figure instantly appeared behind Danzo, waving his hand to twist off Danzo Shimura's head. Shimura Danzo suddenly raised his ninja sword and blocked Uehara's attack. His voice was a little low. "What a fast instant body technique. No wonder you dare to assassinate me. You are not slow, Danzo." Uehara Naraku suddenly raised his knee and hit Danzo's chest. Looking at the old man in his twilight years, he suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, and his defensive momentum collapsed instantly. Uehara Naraku kicked him to the ground in midair. "You are actually a master of personal skills?" Shimura Danzo's face became extremely ugly. He felt that he didn't know how many of his bones were broken by Uehara Naraku. He couldn't fight if he continued like this. Shimura Danzo suddenly pulled out a knife and cut off the iron seal on his arm. A white arm densely inlaid with Sharingan was revealed. A Sharingan on the arm quietly closed its eyes. "Is it activated now?" Uehara Naraku raised the corner of his mouth, looking at Shimura Danzo on the ground turning into a phantom. He whispered, "Then let me feel again what it feels like to kill one person in a row." Shimura Danzo used the Uchiha forbidden technique Eyes Energy. This forbidden technique can be called a magical skill, which allows a caster to transform the reality that is not favorable to himself into an illusion, so as to avoid any harm, even death. The price is naturally the blindness of the Sharingan. However, Shimura Danzo has a full arm of Sharingans. The next moment, Shimura Danzo's figure suddenly emerged from the air and slashed at Uehara Naraku's throat with a knife. Snap. The ninja sword was broken by Uehara Naraku's horizontal hand. The broken section of the ninja sword was instantly grasped by Uehara Naraku, and he threw his hand and inserted it into Shimura Danzo's throat, wanting to solve Danzo's life again. Unfortunately, Danzo seemed to be still in the duration of Eyes Energy, and this move did not cause any damage. Uehara Naraku could only fly back a few steps. Wind style, wind blade. Danzo Shimura also retreated at the same time, pulled out a kunai, and used his own wind style chakra to create a new blade. Originally, he wanted to use the duration of Ice energy to kill Uehara Naraku, but unfortunately, Uehara Naraku directly cracked it with his hard power. Uehara Naraku said slowly, "Can I still not be hurt during the duration? What a coincidence, I have a similar skill." The next second Uehara's figure appeared behind Danzo again, and said in a gloomy voice, "But we are different." A huge force hit Danzo's back, almost making Shimura Danzo's body present a bending state that a human body cannot do. Obviously his spine was broken. Danzo Shimura gritted his teeth and closed one of the Sharingan on his arm again. Uehara Naraku chuckled and said, "There are 9 Sharingan left on my arm, plus the one hidden in your eye socket. That's 10. I just had to think about how to kill you or capture you. Go to hell." Shimura Danzo's figure emerged from the air again, and the wind blade in his hand was only a fraction away from Uehara Naraku. He wanted to use the remaining time of Ice energy to kill Uehara. However, a figure blocked Danzo's action. It was a Yakushi Kabuto who appeared. Uehara Naraku looked at the Yakushi Kabuto who appeared and said softly, "Shimura Danzo has 10 Sharingan left, and Ice energy can only last for 10 minutes at most. I can open an invincible spell for you that lasts for 10 minutes, and the rest is up to you." After that, Uehara Naraku raised his hand and added a light shield of the holy judgment on Yakushi Kabuto's body, and then Uehara released a smoke screen and disappeared without a trace. The invincibility of the holy judgment lasts for 3 seconds and consumes at least 100 chakra points. However, 2 Seraph's embraces can reduce this chakra consumption to 50 points. Uehara Naraku spent 10,000 chakra points to release the holy judgment, which just provided Kabuto Yakushi with 10 minutes of invincibility. "Thank you, sir." Kabuto Yakushi looked at Uehara Naraku gratefully as he disappeared into the smoke. Shimura Danzo's face suddenly became extremely ugly. He looked at Kabuto Yakushi and gritted his teeth and said, "Do you want to kill me, or does that guy Orochimaru want to kill me? Is there anyone in the ninja world who doesn't want to kill Danzo?" Kabuto Yakushi lowered his head and pushed his glasses. His smile gradually became a little gloomy and terrifying. "I just want to kill Danzo to commemorate the dean. Are you doing this for Yakushi or no?" Shimura Danzo looked at Kabuto Yakushi coldly, and then looked at the golden light shield that could not be broken through no matter what. He flew back and released a group of Wind Escape Ninjutsu, Wind Escape Big Breakthrough. He wanted to use the Wind Escape Ninjutsu to blow away the smoke and find out the location of Uehara Naraku. As long as Uehara Naraku was killed, the invincible technique on Kabuto Yakushi would naturally be dissolved. However, after the smoke dissipated, the expression on Uehara Naraku's face became a little ugly. "Kabuto, don't make me wait too long, and don't let him disturb me. Understood?" Kabuto Yakushi nodded, and a green chakra scalpel appeared at his fingertips. Although Kabuto Yakushi didn't have strong strength, and it was difficult to kill Danzo Shimura, he had joined a powerful boss. Sometimes, a person's vision is very important. Danzo Shimura's vision is a bit narrow. He only talked about Konoha and Hokage, and he never really recognized the changes in the ninja world in his life. Kabuto Yakushi got the promise from Naraku Uehara, so he dared to fight for his life. What's more, even if he died, he believed that he could be resurrected. Danzo Shimura was different. Sharingan is one less. 10 minutes later. Until Kabuto Yakushi adopted a life and death fighting method within 10 minutes, all the remaining 9 Sharingan on Danzo Shimura's arm were closed. Danzo Shimura had no choice but to cut off his arm to survive by looking at the Hashirama cells that exploded on his body. At this moment, Danzo Shimura only had one Katamatsukami left that he had taken from Uchiha Shisu. This was also his last chance. Danzo Shimura panted, tore off his bandages, revealing the Katamatsukami Manjaki Sharingan. Now he had to make a decision. Who should he use the Katamatsukami technique on? However, the next sentence from Kabuto Yakushi made Danzo Shimura's face change drastically. "Lord Naraku, I suspect that Sharingan is Uchiha Shisu's Katamatsukami Sharingan." After all, Danzo Shimura would not transplant 3 Magatama casually. "How do you know?" Danzo Shimura's face was very ugly. Kabuto Yakushi chuckled and continued, "This is the news that Lord Orochimaru asked me to pay attention to. We came to kill you just to snatch this Katamatsukami. Did Orochimaru ask you to do this?" Shimura Danzo's face suddenly calmed down. He slowly undressed himself and sighed softly, "If you plot with a snake, you will be bitten back. Do you want to activate the 4-symbol sealing technique?" Uehara Naraku looked at Shimura Danzo and said slowly, "Fortunately, Lord Orochimaru has studied this forbidden technique and taught us a way to crack the 4-symbol sealing technique so that Katamatsukami's Sharingan will not be destroyed by you." Shimura Danzo's eyes changed. The next moment, the old man's face turned black. He gritted his teeth and reached out to grab his eye socket and forcibly took off the Katamatsukami Sharingan. Then, Shimura Danzo squeezed the Sharingan into pieces. It's not surprising that a ninjutsu genius like Orochimaru has developed a method to break the 4-symbol sealing technique. Shimura Danzo doesn't want Katamatsukami to fall into Orochimaru's hands. Uehara Naraku hurriedly stretched out his hand, looked at Shimura Danzo's actions with a nervous expression, and persuaded him, "Hey, don't." However, after Shimura Danzo crushed Katamatsukami's Sharingan, Uehara Naraku slowly said, "Oh, I just lied to you. I'm not Orochimaru's subordinate." Shimura Danzo's teeth were about to crack, and he wanted to curse. How could this bastard rain ninja be like this? Then why does he know so much information, as if he is really Orochimaru's subordinate? Shimura Danzo, who destroyed his own grave, almost wanted to vomit blood. Damn, how painful it was for him to forcibly knock his eyes off just now. Do these two little bastards know? The most important thing is that these two guys are much stronger than him, and they still lied to him. They are not serious ninjas. They have no heart. Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth in hatred and comforted himself. "Forget it. As long as Katamatsukami doesn't harm Konoha, I will die without regrets." Uehara Naraku suddenly smiled and said, "Then don't you know who has the other Katamatsukami Sharingan? That person is a great danger to Konoha." Shimura Danzo suddenly raised his head and stared at Uehara Naraku. After a moment, he shook his head and said, "You two guys have tried so hard to assassinate me. What can I do, even if I know this news?" "Danzo-sama, you are wrong." Uehara Naraku shook his head and saw that there was a glimmer of hope in Shimura Danzo's eyes. He chuckled and said, "In fact, it didn't take us much effort to assassinate you." Yakushi Kabuto nodded, and there was a smile on his face. "Yes, Danzo, we just wanted to kill you, so we came." This is true. The two of them only said 2 sentences to formulate a plan to assassinate Shimura Danzo. The first sentence was, "I want to kill Danzo." The second sentence was, "I want to lure Danzo out for a private meeting." This is the disadvantage of hiding in the dark system. If you are not strong enough, you may be assassinated at any time. Uehara Naraku suddenly changed the subject and said, "But this is not easy. Outside Konoha village, I don't know how many people are lining up to kill you, but they don't have the opportunity like us. You. Shimura Danzo was so angry that he spit out blood. Originally, his psychological quality was very high, but now his life and death are in the hands of others, and Uehara Naraku and Yakushi Kabuto are poking at his pain points. Uehara Naraku played with the ring on his hand, and a light flashed in his eyes. "Don't worry, your old friend, the third Hokage, will accompany you tomorrow." The next moment, Uehara Naraku appeared behind Danzo in an instant, and whispered in his ear, "I'll tell you a secret. Since 4 years ago, I have been promoting your Konoha collapse plan." "What?" Shimura Danzo tried hard to turn his head away. However, a piece of purple broadsword emerged from his chest. Shimura Danzo's eyes were filled with countless resentments, and he slowly fell to the ground. Uehara Naraku looked at the old man who was close to death. He slowly squatted down and sighed. "Oh, by the way, in fact, we have no way to break the 4-symbol seal. I just want your complete body to give to others as a gift." The only thing that Shimura Danzo could move was his one eye. That eye seemed to be bloodshot, looking at Uehara Naraku viciously. Uehara Naraku shook his head helplessly and said, "Don't look at me like that. I'm a timid person. Otherwise, look at Kabuto. This guy always has a smile on his face, but he is actually the darkest in his heart." Yakushi Kabuto smiled on his face and said nothing. If it weren't for the fact that this boss had just made him feel good, killing Shimura Danzo 9 times in a row, and his strength was too strong, Yakushi Kabuto really wanted to have a good fight with him to see who had the darkest heart. Chapter 141. Don't forget to take the blame even after you die. Danzo Shimura died. It was a very humiliating death. He could have died gloriously, but under the teasing of two people who were not well known and were full of lies, Naraku Uehara and Kabuto Yakushi, Danzo Shimura's psychology completely collapsed. Naraku Uehara and Kabuto Yakushi were too annoying. Forget it, the ninja world is not worth it, I'll give my life to them. Even if Danzo Shimura wanted to activate the 4-symbol seal to destroy his body before he died, he had no strength to do it later. Naraku Uehara opened a sealing scroll and sealed Danzo Shimura's body. It's a bit difficult to bring back a living Danzo, so I can only bring back his body. I hope Mr. Konan won't mind this. Kabuto Yakushi watched Naraku Uehara's actions silently, and after a while of consideration, he suggested, Mr. Naraku, why don't you give Mr. Konan another bouquet of flowers when you go back? What woman would like a corpse? Uehara Naraku thought for a while, shook his head, and sighed. If an ordinary woman, such as Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino of Konoha, might like flowers, but teacher Konan is different. She doesn't like these things. Konan can fold paper flowers with secret techniques. How could she like flowers? In the past 4 years, every time Konan helped Uehara Naraku clean up the room, she would leave a paper flower she folded by hand, of all kinds. Uehara himself was a little tired of seeing flowers. Kabuto Yakushi could only look at Uehara Naraku with helplessness as he put away the scroll contentedly. He felt that his new boss had begun to imagine how happy Konan would be when she received Danzo's body. What else could Kabuto Yakushi say? It's fine as long as the new boss is happy. Uehara Naraku was of course very happy. He didn't expect that the progress of the main task would also increase. Was this because he killed Shimura Danzo, or was it a reward for replacing him as the promoter of Konoha's collapse plan? Main task, fulfill the wish of the bookstall owner, and become the biggest boss in the ninja world. Progress 17%. It is estimated that this progress will increase again after the Konoha collapse plan is completed. In addition to this, there is another reward. Side quest, defeat Shimura Danzo, 1/1. The quest has been completed, and the reward skill is space-time fracture. Space-time fracture, use the space-time technique to break the timeline of the body. Enter a state where no one can hurt you, and return to the position and state 4 seconds ago, so that you can be more advantageous in the battle. When you return to the predetermined position, the space around the position will explode to hurt the enemy. The skill consumes a minimum of 100 chakra points and the skill cooldown time is 55 seconds. This skill is a life-saving skill. Strictly speaking, this is also a skill that can kill the enemy instantly, as long as you calculate the time and your position well. You can even develop some cool operations. For example, use the destiny skill to teleport to a distant place to fight, and then instantly break the space-time to return to the original position. It feels cool just thinking about it. This skill is much more useful than Ice Energy. Side quest, kill Shimura Danzo completely, 1/1. The quest has been completed, and the passive skill Dark Harvest is rewarded. Dark Harvest, passive skill. Every time you defeat a ninja, you will get some power from the enemy, increasing life energy by 10 points, chakra energy by 10 points, and natural energy by 10 points. Uehara Naraku suddenly felt that Shimura Danzo was a good person. Now that he has Dark Harvest, what other skills does he need? As long as enough people are defeated, his power will grow rapidly. Who in the entire ninja world can be his opponent? The opportunity to become stronger has arrived. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but turn his head to look at his subordinate with the highest IQ. Kabuto, do you think it's reliable for me to start the Ninja World War and declare war on the 5 major ninja villages now? Why would Lord Naraku think so? Kabuto Yakushi's face changed suddenly, and he subconsciously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and explained softly, even if you can mobilize the power of Akatsuki, it would be easy to capture a small country, but it is not as simple as imagined to destroy a big country, let alone 5 major ninja villages. After that, Kabuto Yakushi added, but I will continue to improve and study the impure world reincarnation technique with Lord Orochimaru as soon as possible during this period. As long as we have enough impure world reincarnation troops, we will have the power to compete with the 5 major countries. Uehara Naraku looked at Kabuto Yakushi speechlessly. He really just said it casually. Why did Kabuto Yakushi take it seriously? No, it seems that Kabuto Yakushi was one of the culprits who participated in the 4th Ninja World War later. Uehara Naraku shook his head and sighed. Okay, then I will be patient for a while, but you have to work harder. Yes, sir. Kabuto Yakushi responded respectfully, but he asked again, I really want to know why you want to start a ninja war? Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows and tried to find an excuse for himself. Wait a minute, let me think of a reason. Forget it, I'll tell you when I think of it. Kabuto Yakushi. Damn, the new boss is really a psychopath. But as a qualified subordinate, Kabuto Yakushi can't embarrass his boss. He chuckled and said, Sir Naraku wants to destroy the old order and take the opportunity to resolve all the suppressed conflicts and wars in the ninja world. Is that right? This statement is not wrong. If you want to establish a new order, you must defeat the 5 major ninja villages. Yes, 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 yes. Uehara Naraku nodded hurriedly, gave Kabuto Yakushi an appreciative look, and continued, okay, let's clean up the scene first, and use fire escape ninjutsu to destroy it, so that people will think that it was done by Uchiha Itachi or Uchiha Obito. Yes. Kabuto Yakushi also looked at Uehara Naraku with approval. How can we not deal with the aftermath of such a big thing as killing Shimura Danzo? Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi are undoubtedly the most motivated candidates. If Uchiha Sasuke was not too young, Kabuto Yakushi even thought it would be more appropriate to let Uchiha Sasuke take the blame, so that Sasuke could be forced to defect. Because of inherent prejudice, Kabuto Yakushi believed that a genius ninja like Uchiha Sasuke was the most suitable candidate to join Akatsuki. After Uehara Naraku and Kabuto Yakushi left the base, a huge ball of flame shot out from Uehara Naraku's hand, instantly detonating the base of the root organization. There are very few ninjas in the entire ninja world who are good at fire escape ninjutsu. Since the death of Uchiha Madara, the Sarutobi clan and the Uchiha clan have been competing for the title of the strongest fire ninja. It is impossible for someone from the Sarutobi clan to kill Shimura Danzo, so it can only be a member of the Uchiha clan. Uehara Naraku waved his hand and said, okay, let's leave here first. Someone will come to investigate soon. I hope it won't affect tomorrow's plan. It definitely won't. Kabuto Yakushi was very confident about this. He explained softly, if it was the 3rd Hokage who died tonight, the Chunin exam might be postponed, but it was Shimura Danzo who died. Not many people in Konoha know this leader of the root organization. This is another disadvantage of hiding your identity. Not many people remember Shimura Danzo. No one in Konoha knows what achievements he has made. How could he sit on the position of Hokage? Please prepare a covenant for me and give it to me during the exam tomorrow. Uehara Naraku glanced at Kabuto Yakushi and continued softly, the content of the covenant is the alliance treaty between Konoha and the Hidden Rain Village, including Konoha's support for Hanzo of the Hidden Rain Village to become the Rain Shadow, and support for the Rain Country to annex the Grass Country. After a while, Uehara Naraku patted his forehead again and said, you can write it as you like. Always write something that is beneficial to the Rain Country, but don't be outrageous. For the signature, just write Danzo Shimura. I understand what you mean. Kabuto Yakushi nodded seriously. This is to let Danzo Shimura take the blame again. Doesn't that mean that Uehara Naraku will personally participate in the Konoha collapse plan tomorrow? Okay, that's it for tonight. Uehara Naraku quietly opened the destiny skill and was about to return to his room in the hotel. However, when he saw the avatars of Uzumaki Naruto and Hiruno Sakura wandering around Konoha, his whole face changed. Damn, is there something wrong with this woman Hiruno Sakura? How many times has this happened? Why does she always ruin his plans? This little girl won't ruin his plans again, will she? Uehara Naraku returned to his residence with a gloomy face. Even if it's just to avenge Hiruno Sakura, he will take Uchiha Sasuke away after the Chunin exams. Thank you for the reward of 10,000 from You Can't Find Me. Thank you for the reward of 5,000 from that year's fierce death. Thank you for the reward of 2,000 from Yazizi. Thank you for the reward from Gakolum. Thank you for the reward from Good People Are Not Afraid of Evil Fisheno. Thank you for the reward from Shengsi Never Forget the Original Intention. Thank you for the reward from Nishiiron. There are extra chapters for today. Chapter 142 The villain will appear at the end. The next day, the sun rose as usual. Because something happened last night, many people did not sleep all night. After the explosion of the root organization base, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Enbu ninja went to investigate, but did not find any trace of Shimura Danzo, only Danzo's broken ninja sword. A living person can't just disappear like this, right? Preliminary judgment is that Shimura Danzo should have had a fierce conflict with a fire ninja, and it is unknown whether he escaped, disappeared, or was killed. Unfortunately, there was no clue the whole night. After Shimura Danzo disappeared, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt empty in his heart, and could only temporarily determine that it was Uchiha Itachi or Uchiha Obito who did it. This means that in this Chunin exam, will the 3 Konoha S level rebels appear? Unfortunately, today the daimyo and the leaders of the small ninja villages will arrive in Konoha, and today's Chunin exam must go on. Sarutobi Hiruzen can only restrain his complicated feelings, put aside Danzo's affairs, and set off to the Chunin exam venue, to wait for the senior staff of the Send village, to come to watch the game. In the audience seats of the Chunin exam, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched 2 Sunagakure guards escorting an old woman towards him. His expression could not help but change a little. Mr. Chiyo, long time no see. I never thought I would see an old friend again one day. It was indeed this old woman. With no one to take over the Sunagakure village, only Grandma Chiyo could take over. Granny Chiyo slowly sat down in her seat, and then she said in a soft voice, "Your Excellency Hokage looks a lot older." "Really?" Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, and said with a smile, "Our generation has grown old. I wanted to retire a few years ago, but when I saw Your Excellency Chiyo taking charge of the Sand Village again, I suddenly felt my blood boiling again." After that, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head and continued, "If Your Excellency Chiyo can be promoted to the 5th Kazakage of the Sand Village at the age of 69, I will definitely go to congratulate you in person, and participate in Your Excellency Chiyo's succession ceremony." Granny Chiyo pondered for a while before she said, "I'm already old, and unlike Your Excellency Hokage who is so greedy for power, the position of the 5th Kazakage should be given to young people. I can recommend a candidate for you." Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care about Chiyo's secret sarcasm at all, and continued with a smile, "I used to have a useless disciple named Orochimaru, who was good at wind escape ninjutsu. Do you think he is suitable to be the wind shadow of your village? Hasn't the competition started yet?" Chiyo gritted her teeth, and changed the subject. She suddenly understood why after so many years, the outside world still hated this bastard named Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is really good at talking. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the several players who arrived below and whispered, "It should start soon. There are many excellent little guys this time. The Hidden Rain Village, Uehara Naraku, Haku. The Hidden Sand Village, Gara, Temari. The Hidden Leaf Village, Aburame Shino, Hyuganiji, Uzumaki Naruto. There is also Uchiha Sasuke. For some reason, he has not arrived at the scene yet. Uzumaki Naruto and Hiruno Sakura have been looking for him all night, but can't find him." Uehara Naraku stood beside Uzumaki Naruto, seeing that he looked bad, and asked softly and earnestly, "What's wrong, Naruto? Did you get nervous, and didn't sleep well last night?" "Hey, not really." Shikamaru was also watching Uzumaki Naruto from the side and grinned. "Naruto, this is just a small scene. Don't be so nervous that you can't perform well later. I'm fine." Uzumaki Naruto was a little unexpected. He just shook his head gently, looked at Uehara Naraku and Shikamaru. The smile on his face was a little strangely calm. "Shikamaru, Uehara, this time my performance will definitely surprise you." "That's good." Uehara Naraku patted his shoulder in a friendly manner. Just when he wanted to say something else, the examiner of their 3rd exam walked up to them. "Uchiha Sasuke hasn't arrived yet, but our exam must go on first. Everyone else should go back to the preparation area. The 2 people who will take the first exam will stay." Shiranojinma held a senbon in his mouth and read out the name of his opponent loudly. The first round of the individual competition of the Chunin exam. Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga. This opponent had already been determined. The others stepped aside, leaving the main stage to Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga, waiting for their results. Uzumaki Naruto slowly raised his head and looked at Hyuga. I said during the preliminaries that I will definitely win this round. Really? Hyuga didn't care about Uzumaki Naruto's attitude and said arrogantly, when you see the reality, you will know how miserable you are. You talk too much nonsense. Uzumaki Naruto appeared in front of Hyuga at a speed that was difficult to catch and swung his fist and hit Niji's lower abdomen. This scene almost made people drop their jaws. No one expected that he would succeed in one hit at the beginning. Bay looked at the scene in surprise. Uehara, that little yellow-haired guy has been reborn in a month. It feels like he has been reborn. Isn't this normal? Uehara Naraku curled his lips and chuckled. Haha, the blackening is 3 times stronger. This is just the beginning. Wait and see. The show is about to begin. On the field, Uzumaki Naruto almost completely suppressed Hyuga. Byakugan open. Hyuga opened his Byakugan and looked at Uzumaki Naruto's chakra in horror. More and more chakra appeared in his body. He even saw a trace of red chakra flowing through Uzumaki Naruto's body. What kind of power is that? Looking at Uzumaki Naruto flying over again, Hyuga simply opened the technique he mastered in advance, Bagua Palm Kaiten. Uzumaki Naruto's body was instantly knocked away by Kaiten. The battle became more intense. Uzumaki Naruto was like a stubborn beast, attacking Hyuga continuously. Even if he was repeatedly repelled, he kept moving forward. As the battle intensified, Uzumaki Naruto's mood gradually became irritable. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes suddenly turned red. A red chakra coat instantly appeared on his body, and a red chakra tail appeared behind Naruto. This scene made all the high-level people present change their faces. On the high platform, Chiyo looked at Uzumaki Naruto wearing a red chakra coat, and said with some gloating on her face, "Is that Konoha's Ninetales Jinchuriki? I didn't expect that Konoha, which first mastered the Jinchuriki technique, would also have the risk of Jinchuriki going berserk." After that, Chiyo continued to herself, "That's right. After all, the Ninetales Rebellion that year caused Konoha to suffer heavy losses." Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored Chiyo's ridicule, but immediately called the Anbu behind him and ordered in a deep voice, "Go, let the sealing team go out to stop this battle from continuing. Find out why the seal of the Ninetales was leaked." Sarutobi Hiruzen believed that when it was not certain whether Naruto could use the power of the Ninetales, he should not be allowed to have any accidents. If it was just the power of one tail, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that he didn't need to go out and only needed a few jonin to suppress Uzumaki Naruto. What Sarutobi Hiruzen never expected was that the Anbu ninja he sent out completely angered Uzumaki Naruto. When several Anbu ninjas just stopped the fight and were about to grab Uzumaki Naruto, the yellow-haired boy suddenly raised his head and his eyes became gloomy. "Grandpa Hokage finally couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to kill me, but can't I use the power of the Ninetales as he wished?" Uzumaki Naruto, calm down. "Why should I calm down?" Uzumaki Naruto stretched out his palm little by little, looking at the red coat on his palm, revealing a ferocious smile. "Isn't this power what Grandpa Hokage wants? Now I'm showing it to him." The next moment, the tail behind him suddenly forked. The second red chakra tail appeared. The third one. The fourth. Uzumaki Naruto's body was completely covered by the Ninetales chakra. The crimson tailed beast coat made him look like a half-tailed beast, and even his voice had turned into the roar of a beast. Roar. Uzumaki Naruto in the four-tailed state disappeared instantly. Several Anbu ninjas who tried to control him were easily knocked away by his claws. The entire audience stand of the stadium was in turmoil. The survivors of the Ninetales Rebellion still remembered it vividly. Even though Uzumaki Naruto did not reveal the full state of the Ninetales, the four-tailed state alone made them feel the evil and terror of that chakra. Not good. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the state of Uzumaki Naruto, and the old man finally couldn't hold back in the stands, and was about to rush to the stadium anxiously. However, at this moment, a guard behind Chiyo suddenly appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. The guard stretched out a kunai and placed it on Sarutobi Hiruzen's throat. He revealed a long tongue and licked his kunai. He said in a hoarse voice, "Mr. Chiyo, we didn't expect the timing to be more perfect than we thought. The Konoha collapse plan can be launched." Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately recognized the voice of the person behind him. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes, but he forcibly suppressed his emotions and looked at Granny Chiyo. "Mr. Chiyo, as the host of the one-tailed Jinchuriki plan, you should understand the danger of the Jinchuriki going berserk. The ninjas of your sand village will not be immune." Sarutobi Hiruzen continued in a deep voice, "It is a very dangerous thing to rashly start a war before negotiations, especially in the current situation. Mr. Hokage, I know everything you said." Granny Chiyo slowly stood up, looked at the runaway Uzumaki Naruto below, and sighed softly. "Although we may die if we start a war now, but if we don't start a war now, the sand village will die." Puppets suddenly appeared around Chiyo. She ordered her subordinates in a cold voice, "Send a signal flare to tell them that the plan has been launched ahead of schedule. The war has begun." "Yes, Master Chiyo." A group of red flares flew into the air. Chiyo turned and looked at Orochimaru, who was holding Sarutobi Hiruzen hostage, and said in a deep voice, "According to our agreement, Lord Orochimaru, you are responsible for eliminating Konoha's highest combat power, right?" "Of course." Orochimaru chuckled. "My most important goal is to send my teacher on his last journey." The stands on the high ground instantly became a mess. With the launch of Chiyo and Orochimaru, the ninjas of the Sand Village also instantly began to brazenly attack the ninjas of the Konoha village. Caught off guard, the Konoha ninjas suffered heavy losses for a while. On the ground field, the four-tailed Uzumaki Naruto was still wreaking havoc, and for a while the entire Konoha really showed a tendency to collapse. Bei hid in a corner, watching the battles breaking out everywhere, and couldn't help asking, "Uehara, what should we do now? Who should we help? Let's watch the show first." Uehara Naraku looked at the chaotic arena, and then looked at his mainline progress, which had increased from 17% to 20%, and whispered, "As a real villain, you have to wait until the end to appear. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 143, For the Greater Good. The war situation often changes in an instant. Originally, the Sand Village ninja took the advantage at the moment of launching the surprise attack, and the Konoha ninjas on the field were once at a disadvantage. Even the Sand Village ninjas ambushed outside the village broke through the Konoha defense line and attacked the Konoha village. Konoha's highest combat power, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru, were imprisoned in the four purple flame formation by the infiltrating Sound Ninja 4. The game between the master and the apprentice also broke out completely. However, as the strongest ninja village in the ninja world, Konoha's profound heritage is not something these people can contend with. Under the leadership of a group of senior ninjas, the Konoha ninjas successfully launched a counterattack. On the field, the arrival of two people also changed the situation. Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke finally finished their training and rushed to the field of the Chunin exam. They also saw the rampant Ninetales. And when Chiyo, who assisted the Sand Village ninja in killing, saw Hatake Kakashi, she immediately abandoned her enemies and manipulated her puppet to rush towards Hatake Kakashi. Konoha White Fang, but she hates the most enemy. Hatake Kakashi's face remained unchanged. While fighting against Chiyo, he deployed his fighting force. Don't waste time saving the Hokage. Go and control Naruto immediately. Rock Lee, Sasuke, you two go to rescue the people below the stadium and fight against the Sandfuck Kid from the Sand Village. Tenten, Sakura, go organize your companions and the audience to arrange rescue, and ask the Hyuga clan leader to protect the audience. Zuanjian, Litong, Aoba, don't waste time breaking the four purple flame formation. Immediately lead the other guard ninjas to launch a counterattack, and send people to the Enbu base to dispatch reinforcement. Yes. Understood. Leave it to me. 8 gates, Jingmen open. Since Hatake Kakashi arrived, everything has been going on in an orderly manner. When he is willing to take responsibility, he seems to have a convincing power. This also surprised Uehara and Naraku. This situation, which was originally more serious and dangerous than in history, was stabilized under the command of Hatake Kakashi. It seemed that it would only take a little time to resolve this crisis. When the reinforcement of Konoha arrived, everyone could almost foresee the ending of Sand Village and Orochimaru. The only difference was that the third Hokage really couldn't save them this time. Within the four purple flame formation, Orochimaru summoned the first Hokage Senju Hashirama and the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, which directly put Sarutobi Hiruzen in a disadvantageous position. However, outside the four purple flame formation, the Konoha ninjas had begun to gradually gain the upper hand. The battle between Hatake Kakashi and Chiyo Granny was in a state of confrontation, and it was difficult to tell who would win for a while, but the others had achieved good results. The only trouble was the battle between Might Guy and the Four Tails Uzumaki Naruto. To be honest, Might Guy was really in a dilemma. He thought it was easier for him to kick the Nine Tails to death, but it was a bit difficult to control it. But soon Might Guy didn't have to worry about it. Because of the joint attack of Uchiha Sasuke and Rock Lee, Gaara was beaten hard, and finally stimulated by the blood, he forced out the power of the one-tailed Shukaku in his body. Sleeping technique. Gaara's eyes closed instantly. A huge monster slowly sprang out of his body, and the one-tailed Shukaku showed its true form. Roar. The Sunkel finally came out. Just when the ninjas of the Sand Village thought that Shukaku was their reinforcement, the first thing this fat-tailed beast did when it came out was to open its mouth and shoot a practice bullet to fly away the four-tailed Uzumaki Naruto. I smelled the stench of foxes as soon as it came out. Might Guy was a little confused for a while. He didn't know which tailed beast he should attack. Hey, Kakashi, which one is our own? Neither of them. Hatake Kakashi avoided the attack of the puppet in Chiyo's hand and shouted, "No, Naruto is our village's companion. As long as you don't kill Naruto, no matter how you attack, I believe you can solve it." To be honest, Konoha seems to have good luck. Who would have thought that after the ultimate weapon of the Sand Village, Shukaku, appeared, the first thing he did was to help Konoha attack the out-of-control Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This kind of luck, there is really no place to complain. Uehara Naraku sighed faintly, flew into the audience, stretched out his palm, and whispered, "It's time to go." Hiruno Sakura, Tenten, Yamanaka Ino and Hyuga Hinata and other girls who were maintaining order looked at Uehara Naraku in surprise. Hiruno Sakura showed a hint of joy on her face, and couldn't help asking, "Hey, Uehara Senior, are you here to help too? We have a lot of wounded here. Help your sister. I get angry when I see you." Uehara Naraku looked at Hiruno Sakura speechlessly. When Uehara just appeared in the audience, a hooded figure walked up to him and handed him a scroll. With this scroll, Uehara Naraku had the possibility of doing something in the Chunin exam. Uehara Naraku looked at Kabuto Yakushi who was hiding under the hood and whispered, "Send Kaguya-kun, Mero and Shiro out of Konoha, and I will solve the problem here." "Yes, sir." Kabuto Yakushi jumped down from the audience. As the hooded man left, the eyes of the new genin of Konoha looking at Uehara Naraku gradually changed. Hiruno Sakura, Tenten, Hyuga Hinata and others couldn't help showing a trace of worry in their eyes. They were afraid that this friendly senior was also an enemy. As an elder, Hyuga Hayashi had already recognized the fact. He quickly took action to deal with several attacking sand ninjas and jumped in front of these newcomers. Hyuga Hayashi waved his hand, signaling the little guys to leave immediately, then slowly raised his head and looked at Uehara Naraku and said, "Anyone who appears here is either a friend or an enemy. I'm a friend and an enemy." Uehara Naraku chuckled and raised the scroll in his hand and appeared behind Hyuga Hayashi in an instant and whispered, "I also want to be a kind person, but the other people in your Konoha have given too much." Bagua Palm returned to heaven. Hyuga Hayashi's movements were extremely fast. A high-speed rotating chakra airflow shield appeared beside him, and it knocked Uehara Naraku out with one blow. Uehara Naraku didn't care at all, slowly put away his scroll, patted the dust on his body, and said slowly, "Well, worthy of being the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, the speed of the palm is really fast. But, have you heard of da-da-da-da-da-da?" "What?" Hyuga Hayashi frowned. Uehara Naraku's figure disappeared in an instant, and he appeared behind Hyuga Hayashi with a flash step, shouting, "That's it. countless fist shadows flew up. While Hyuga Hayashi was still shocked that Uhura Naraku's disappearance was not an ordinary instant body technique, but her instant body technique similar to space-time ninjutsu, countless fists fell on him. The current head of the Hyuga clan could only barely stretch out his two palms to try to resist, and then he was knocked to the ground by Uhura Naraku's countless fist shadows. Father, Hyuga Hinata and her sister Hyuga Hanabi looked at this scene in panic. Just when they wanted to rush over, a figure stopped them. It was Hyuga Niji, who was almost killed by Uzumaki Naruto just now. Hurry up. Hyuga Niji looked at Hyuga Hayashi lying on the ground with a complicated expression, but he coldly scolded Hyuga Hinata and her sister. That guy's not something you two little trash can deal with. Ninji brother, hurry up. Hyuga Niji was obviously a little impatient. Uhura Naraku did not chase after them, but just looked at Hyuga Niji slowly and asked, I've heard rumors about you, but I didn't expect you to protect them. What? Don't you hate your main family anymore? HMPH, what's it got to do with you? Hyuga Niji frowned unhappily. Bang! Uhura Naraku flew up and kicked Hyuga Niji. However, Hyuga Hayashi on the ground suddenly got up and flew in front of Uhura Naraku and was kicked in the lower abdomen. Hyuga Hayashi hugged Uhura Naraku's calf tightly, took out a letter with one hand, and threw it to Hyuga Niji, saying loudly, this is a letter your father left for you. Go and protect Hinata and Hanabi. Hyuga Niji gritted his teeth. This genius from the Hyuga branch family grabbed the letter with doubts and chased in the direction of Hinata and Hanabi. Do you want me to help you? Uhura Naraku looked at Hyuga Hayashi, who stood in front of him fearlessly, shook his head, and sighed with regret, stepped on Hyuga Hayashi's body with one foot to take advantage of the force, and flew into the air and kicked Hyuga Hayashi's neck with the other foot. Hyuga Hayashi's body was kicked away by Uhura Naraku and fell to the ground from the high audience seats. Snap! Hyuga Niji and Hyuga Hinata, sisters who happened to leave the audience seats, were frightened by Hyuga Hayashi, who fell from the sky. Hyuga Niji gritted his teeth, pushed them to another position, and said in a deep voice, you two go quickly, I will take the clan leader to the hospital. But, no buts. Hyuga Niji interrupted Hyuga Hinata's words, shook his head gently at her and said, Hanabi is still young, Hinata-sama, you are her elder sister, you must keep her calm. The clan leader. I know. Hyuga Hinata covered Hyuga Hanabi's eyes and took her away from here. Hyuga Niji leaned over and carried the dying Hyuga Hayashi to his side and ran quickly with him to the Konoha hospital. Hyuga Hayashi grabbed Hyuga Niji's shoulder and whispered, Ninji, the reputation of the Hyuga clan depends on you in the future. Patriarch. Hyuga Niji slowly lowered his head. Hyuga Hayashi lowered his head and whispered, Ninji, I know my injuries. Even if I'm still alive, I can't fight as a ninja. Hyuga Niji just ran towards the direction of the hospital. Please don't say such discouraging words first. Hinata and Hanabi are still very young. Hyuga Hayashi was silent for a while and whispered, if I can still survive, I will carve the curse seal of the caged bird for myself. The patriarch of the Hyuga family was very clear about his injuries. He didn't know how many bones were broken. Even if he survived, he would not have any fighting ability. In this way, the main family's Byakugan bloodline might be taken away by someone. As a father, he can live for Hinata and Hanabi. As the head of the main family, he must also engrave a protective caged bird curse seal on himself in order to protect the bloodline of the Hyuga clan. Is this the cycle of cause and effect? In the audience, many people witnessed the whole thing. Rock Lee, who had just left the battle area of the One Tail, stood in front of Uhura Naraku, and his chakra began to burst out little by little. Uhura-senpai, why are you doing this? Aren't you our friend? Sorry, Lee. Uhura Naraku sighed, and slowly clenched his fists. For the greater good, I must kill the third Hokage. When this is all over, you will understand me. Chapter 144. Killed Danzo yesterday, kill Hiruzen today. Rock Lee's IQ is obviously incomprehensible. Just when Uhura Naraku thought there would be another exciting battle, Rock Lee suddenly gritted his teeth and knelt on the ground. Uhura Senior, I don't want to hurt you. Please stop. This guy kowtows first when he meets someone. Uhura Naraku was strangely silent for a while and suddenly said, we are from our own villages. Lee, you should know that I have no way out. Uehara Naraku looked at Lee, who was sobbing with his head down, and persuaded him softly. Lee, stand up. I know you can reopen the forbidden technique. Only by fighting to the death for our respective villages can we live up to our original intention of becoming ninjas. Uehara Naraku glanced at one of his side quests and said loudly, Lee, if you hold back, I will think you are looking down on me. Stand up. Stand up now. If you dare to hold back, I will look down on you. Rock Lee slowly raised his head and gritted his teeth. The chakra on his body burst out like a substance, and his momentum instantly blew away the seats in the audience. Sorry, Senior Uehara, I will do as you wish. The 5th gate, doom and open. This time, after Rock Lee opened the 8 gates, he was obviously fully prepared and trained, and his condition was much stronger than a month ago. At least now, his body can withstand the power of Dooman. Unfortunately, Rock Lee can only open the 5th gate, the D gate. If he can open the 6th gate, he might be able to compete with Uehara Naraku. Now he is still not good enough. Konoha's strong force whirlwind. A strong wind suddenly hit Uehara. Uehara Naraku suddenly closed his arms and activated the spike defense state. An orange grid-shaped circular shield protected his body, allowing Rock Lee to kick over. The huge recoil force made Rock Lee fly backwards. Uehara Naraku curled his lips, flew up, and hit Rock Lee's body with his arms. He took advantage of the momentum to push him back further. Rock Lee flew backwards and hit half of the audience seats, and fell to the ground. Rock Lee in the Dooman state only has the strength of a Jonin. Facing Naraku Uehara, there is really no room for resistance. Sorry, Lee. After defeating Rock Lee with 2 moves, Naraku Uehara flew towards the direction of the 4 purple flame formation. If he doesn't rush over, the 3rd Hokage will die with Orochimaru. Side quest, defeat Rock Lee, 1/1. The quest has been completed, and the reward skill is Tough Wrist. Tough Wrist, you can increase the power and attack speed of your right hand through chakra accumulation. The skill cooldown time is 1 second, and the minimum consumption of chakra is 100 points. Naraku Uehara really doesn't know how to complain. Is this skill really called Tough Wrist instead of Single for 20 years? Besides, he can use chakra to increase his strength now. It's just that he doesn't have such precise control of skills. Naraku Uehara flew above the 4 purple flame formation, swung his right arm, and with a touch of white light on his fist, he slammed down towards the 4 purple flame formation. Crack. A crack clearly appeared on the 4 purple flame formation. The next moment, the entire 4 purple flame formation exploded. The 4 sound ninjas were defeated and vomited blood because the 4 purple flame formation was broken. Orochimaru raised his head uncertainly, looking at the young rain ninja who broke the 4 purple flame formation with 1 punch, and gritted his teeth in hatred. Uehara Naraku, this bastard. The 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama and the 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama, the impure world reincarnation bodies controlled by Orochimaru, were still beating Sarutobi Hiruzen. When the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to collapse, Uehara Naraku came to disrupt his plan again. Orochimaru, I'm here to help you. Uehara Naraku slowly lowered his head, looked at Orochimaru and said, someone offered a high price to let me help you kill the 3rd Hokage. I don't need it. Orochimaru shook his head, pointed at Sarutobi Hiruzen who had no power to fight back, and said coldly, can't you see that I'm about to kill him? It's not a question of whether you want it or not. Uehara Naraku looked at Orochimaru and said calmly, Orochimaru, you should understand what I mean. No one dares to refuse my help. Orochimaru. If it weren't for the critical moment now, Orochimaru really wanted to use the impure world puppet bodies of the 1st and 2nd Hokage to teach Uehara Naraku a good lesson. Unfortunately, he was afraid of encountering the same thing as 4 years ago. What if Uehara Naraku summoned the giant shark that can devour souls again? Wouldn't he fail again? Orochimaru bit his lips in hatred and said in a cold voice, Uehara Naraku, just say it. What do you want to do? Don't you understand what I say? Uehara Naraku frowned, looked down at Sarutobi Hiruzen who was trying to fight desperately in the distance, and his figure disappeared in the air in an instant. The next moment, Uehara Naraku's figure appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen in an instant, and a chakra broadsword appeared in his hand, and he was about to pierce Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest with a sword. However, this old man who was already in his twilight years was very agile. No, He just ducked to avoid it, and then held the Vajra stick, the incarnation of the Sarutobi demon, tightly to block Uehara Naraku's attack. Your Excellency's actions seem to be meaningless. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uehara Naraku, frowned tightly, and said in a deep voice, "These days, I thought you would be a friend of Konoha. I'm sorry, Hokage." Uehara Naraku sighed and whispered, "Since your excellency is about to die, I will tell you, because the Lord Shimura Danzo of your village has given some conditions that our Uin village cannot refuse." Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face suddenly darkened, thinking of his old friend's style. Many years ago, Shimura Danzo began to covet the position of Hokage. Now that shameless thing has betrayed Konoha's interests, in order to make the Sand Village, Orochimaru, and Uin Village join forces, to launch the Konoha collapse plan to assassinate him, the Hokage. But now is not the time to think about these things. Sarutobi Hiruzen had to stabilize the enemy first. He dodged the double team of the first and second Hokage, and persuaded Uehara Naraku, "Don't you know that Danzo has disappeared, or even been killed last night?" As Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, he stretched out his Vajra stick and swept across, temporarily forcing back Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. However, taking this opportunity, Uehara Naraku appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen again, and the chakra broadsword in his hand pierced his chest. The 4 purple flame formation has been broken, and Uehara Naraku has no time to waste. "Of course I know that Shimura Danzo has been killed." Uehara Naraku leaned over Sarutobi Hiruzen's head and whispered, "Shh, don't tell others, because I killed him last night." Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head to look at Uehara Naraku with an incredible look on his face, and blood flowed down the corners of his mouth. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked a little puzzled, and asked word by word, "Then what is your purpose in doing this now?" "I just want to kill you." Uehara Naraku stood behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, chuckled and said, "For a greater goal, the Hidden Rain village cannot be an enemy of Konoha for the time being, so I have to think of a way to kill you without letting Konoha hold me responsible." "You. Okay, Shimura Danzo is not leaving fast enough. Go find him with peace of mind." Uehara Naraku suddenly drew out his purple broadsword, looked at the large amount of blood on Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest, and whispered, "By the way, don't say any stupid things about the Will of Fire. I have specially prepared a big gift for your afterlife." Sarutobi Hiruzen bulged his eyes forward, and looked at Uehara Naraku fiercely. However, in such a serious injury, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer fight back, and even couldn't say a word, and could only stare at Uehara with hatred. After a moment, his hand gradually loosened, and there was no sound. The third Hokage, who had been in charge of Konoha for more than 40 years, brought Konoha to the peak, and watched Konoha fall from the peak, died here. The 8 Demon King's diamond stick on the ground shook, revealing one eye and fiercely looking at the murderer Uehara Naraku, and was about to turn into a cloud of smoke and dissipate. Others didn't know what Uehara Naraku said, but it heard it clearly. However, a fist with a white glow suddenly hit the diamond stick. This diamond stick, which was said to be indestructible, shattered in an instant, and turned into fragments on the ground. It was dead, and could not die anymore. Uehara Naraku glanced at the broken diamond stick and snorted, "Sometimes I won't even let a dog go, let alone a monkey." Advanced Task 5. Kill the 5 Cage. 3/5. The task is not completed, and the reward is unknown. Side quest. Defeat the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. 1/1. Quest completed. Reward is to open the synthesis furnace function. This is a bit weird. The skill synthesis function is like a lottery. Uehara Naraku took a quick look at the system panel. The synthesis furnace is to fuse 3 skills, or summoning contracts together, and then a skill comes out randomly. Side quest. Defeat the 8 Demon King Summoning Beast. 1/1. Quest completed. Reward is the summoning contract Monkey King Sun Wukong. Samadhi True Fire. Summoning contract. Summon the Monkey King Sun Wukong. Samadhi True Fire. Consuming 3000 chakra points. Uehara Naraku frowned, a little confused. This is still a summoning contract with a skin? So is it strong or not? Maybe when we catch the 4-tailed Sun Wukong in the ninja world in the future, we can try this? Uehara Naraku, what is your purpose? Orochimaru manipulated Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju to stand in 2 positions, guarding against Uehara Naraku summoning the shark to swallow their souls. In case of problems, at least he can retain a fighting force. Do you really not understand what people say? I'm not targeting you. Uehara Naraku shook his head. How could he target Orochimaru now? He has already stuck the mail of Kabuto Yakushi next to Orochimaru and is just waiting for Orochimaru to start fighting with Black Zetsu in order to get White Zetsu. How can he weaken Orochimaru's fighting power? One of the reasons why Uehara killed the third Hokage was that he was worried that Orochimaru would be affected by the counterattack of the third Hokage before his death. After all, he has tricked Orochimaru for so long, and now he has to be a good person. Uehara Naraku turned his head and looked at Orochimaru and said, "Let's leave here. Or do you want to take the body of the third Hokage away to perform the impure world reincarnation?" Hehe. How could that be? Orochimaru licked his lips with a sinister smile and said softly, "This is my teacher. How could I be disrespectful to him? I just want to kill him and let Danzo succeed to the throne." The original purpose of the Konoha collapse plan was to kill the third Hokage when other suitable candidates were not available in Konoha, so that Danzo Shimura could succeed to the throne smoothly. In this way, Danzo Shimura could use all the resources of Konoha to secretly support Orochimaru's research. Now that this goal has been achieved, Orochimaru really has no reason to stay here. He plans to betray the Sand Village, his ally, and leave Konoha. Uehara Naraku looked at Orochimaru strangely and whispered, "Didn't you hear what I said to the third Hokage just now?" "What?" "Nothing." Uehara Naraku looked at Orochimaru strangely. This guy has a strong psychological quality. He should not collapse after learning about Danzo's disappearance in the future. The Konoha ninjas in the distance surrounded them from all sides, obviously not intending to let go of the two murderers who killed the Hokage. Orochimaru's eyes showed a hint of coldness, and he commanded the four sound ninjas and Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama to fly into the air and flee the scene. Uehara Naraku seemed to have thought of something and shouted, "Wait, Orochimaru, you haven't given me what you owe me." Uehara Naraku almost forgot that Orochimaru hadn't given him the scrolls of reincarnation and impure world reincarnation. "Naraku-kun." Orochimaru chuckled and shook his head in the air and responded, "Next time I can show you how to swallow 1,000 senbon. As for now, you'd better pray for yourself." Uehara Naraku sighed. This guy Orochimaru didn't know at all that the killing of the third Hokage would ultimately be blamed on him and Shimura Danzo. As for Uehara Naraku himself, he was just a good rain ninja who was innocently deceived. Even if Konoha village wants to blame, they have to see if they have the strength to do so. So even if Uehara wants to show his best acting skills, he must fight first. If anything, after Uehara Naraku beats everyone, he can turn around and hold the Konoha high-level officials accountable for the fact that the root leader of Konoha village deceived their rain village. Whoever has the bigger fist is right. Chapter 145 Konoha has fallen into darkness. I have no intention of being an enemy of Konoha. Uehara Naraku felt something was wrong after he said this. The body of the third Hokage was still beside him, and he felt embarrassed to say this. One of them asked Anbu cursed coldly, "You teamed up with Orochimaru to kill the third Hokage, and you still want to deceive us? Kill him and avenge the Hokage." The Konoha ninjas were immediately indignant. Uehara Naraku could only attack helplessly, punching each Konoha ninja, on the one hand for the benefit of the Dark Harvest, and on the other hand, to quietly wait for a turnaround. In fact, it was just waiting for the opportunity to burst out his acting skills. After all, this was just a group of Anbu and ordinary ninjas. As soon as they fought, the hidden scroll of the Alliance book was taken away by someone. It was really a bit fake. After a while, find an opportunity to sell a flaw, and the scroll was naturally taken away by someone. That's when his acting skills burst out. This opportunity is hard won. Soon, someone suddenly attacked Uehara Naraku and kicked him out. A scroll fell down as Uehara Naraku flew out. Uehara Naraku's face changed drastically. He just stood up and was about to rush over. However, it was too late. An Anbu had already snatched the scroll and saw the words Alliance book on it. Not good. Uehara Naraku flew towards the Anbu, but with his strength, he seemed to be unable to break through the large number of defenses. He could only watch the Anbu take the scroll to find his boss. The Anbu in charge of besieging Uehara Naraku shouted, "Stop him, this guy's desperately trying to snatch it. It must be important information." Uehara and Naraku looked helpless and finally started to fight hard, with every move being ruthless. At the same time, the overall situation on the field gradually changed. Although the third generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had died in the battle, the entire Konoha had completely taken the advantage, and the hope of the Sand Village, the one-tailed Shukaku, was not reliable. Shukaku, the one-tail, and Naruto Uzumaki, the four-tail, were fighting fiercely, and Might Guy was occasionally causing trouble. The ninjas of the Sand Village could not get support from the tailed beasts, and their ambushed reinforcement were also repelled one after another, and Orochimaru withdrew, so the Sand Ninjas could no longer hold on. Chiyo was forced to give orders to find a way to retrieve the one tail, and then retreat immediately. As for Chiyo herself, she no longer planned to leave alive, and planned to risk her life to stay here and kill Kakashi Hatake. Unfortunately, the arrival of one person made the Sand Ninjas present completely desperate. Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas of Konoha, rushed back to Konoha. After defeating the Sand Ninjas from the outside, he surrounded the entire stadium with reinforcement. Seal the Nine-Tail first. The first thing Jiraiya did was to seal the runaway Nine-Tail first. After all, the Sand Ninjas were just trapped in a jar, and if the Nine-Tails made a mistake and completely appeared, it would be a devastating disaster for the entire Konoha. Of course, before sealing the Nine-Tails, the One-Tails must be suppressed first. Spirit Summoning Technique. Restaurant Collapse Technique. After Jiraiya quickly put his hands together and made a seal, a toad carrying a huge ninja sword fell from the sky, sat on the One-Tails Shukaku, and pressed the One-Tails to the ground. It was none other than Gamahiro from Miyaboki Mountain. Even if Shukaku roared and wanted to escape, he could not escape Gamahiro's grip for the time being, which temporarily stabilized the situation and gave Jiraiya time to control the Nine-Tails. Earth Escape. Yellow Spring Swamp. Jiraiya quickly put his hands together and made a seal, and a huge swamp appeared next to the Four-Tails Uzumaki Naruto. The hair around him suddenly shot out and entangled Uzumaki Naruto's body. Ninjutsu Ran Lion Hair Technique. The Four-Tails Uzumaki Naruto was immediately unable to move. Just as Jiraiya was carefully about to step forward to apply the seal, the Ran Lion Hair Technique collapsed instantly. The original four-tailed Uzumaki Naruto has another tail behind him, and the tails are getting more and more. 5 tails. 6 tails. 7 tails. 8 tails. Is it too late? Jiraiya's eyes changed slightly. Now the 9-tailed chakra in Uzumaki Naruto's body is getting more and more. If this continues, there is no way to simply seal it. Just when Jiraiya was a little desperate and was about to seal it with his death, the 9-tailed chakra in Uzumaki Naruto suddenly began to fade rapidly. It was incredible. It was like the 9-tailed wanted to come out, but it was suddenly sealed again. In the sealed space, when Uzumaki Naruto was drowsy and wanted to tear off the seal, an arm grabbed his palm, and a gentle voice fell into Naruto's ears. Naruto, do you really want to remove this seal? Then what can I do? Uzumaki Naruto slowly turned his head and saw a gentle blonde ninja, and a light flashed in his eyes. You are. The blonde ninja's eyes curved with a smile, like a little son. If I'm not mistaken, I should be your father. It was the 4th generation Hokage Minato Namikaze. After meeting Uzumaki Naruto, Minato Namikaze did not hide anything, but simply talked about the 9-Tails rebellion before Uzumaki Naruto was born. When you were born, a mysterious masked man attacked your mother. The mysterious masked man is Uchiha Obito. Uzumaki Naruto directly revealed the secret, and even added, the one who instructed Uchiha Obito to attack my parents was Konoha's 3rd generation Hokage grandfather. He wanted to regain his power. Namikaze Minato was completely dumbfounded. After a moment, Namikaze Minato immediately frowned and said, impossible. The 3rd Hokage is not greedy for power. Wait, it was Obito who attacked us, which is even more impossible. Obito is the kindest person. At the beginning, I also thought that the 3rd Hokage was very kind. Uzumaki Naruto interrupted Namikaze Minato and whispered, the container of the previous generation of the 9-Tails was Mom, right? The 3rd Hokage wanted to use the power of the 9-Tails, but you couldn't do it, so he ordered Uchiha Obito to assassinate you. Uzumaki Naruto continued to add, there is one more thing. Uchiha Obito is already an S-level rebel in the village. But Namake's Minato frowned more and more. His eyebrows wanted to twist up, and he couldn't say some things. Now it seems that if Uchiha Obito has become an S-level rebel, it means that he is powerful and dangerous, and this fact cannot be escaped. Sarutobi Hiruzen does not look like a person who is greedy for power. But the facts are very obvious when you think about it carefully. Namake's Minato suddenly remembered the reason why he became the Hokage, which was because the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was forced to abdicate due to his mistakes in the Third Ninja World War. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not choose to get close to Shimura Danzo or Orochimaru, but chose him, Jiraiya's disciple. Since then, the third Hokage has continued to assist in governing Konoha as an advisor, and Namake's Minato has always been following his guidance. I also always thought that Grandpa Hokage was the only person in the village who took care of me. Uzumaki Naruto's face looked ugly, and he stammered, but he told no one in the village to contact me, so he took care of me and came to visit me from time to time because he wanted me to rely on him. Yondaime. The Ninetales in the cage showed a mouthful of sharp teeth. Looking at the father and son outside the door, he laughed loudly. These were all heard by the little brat secretly. Yondaime, don't have good intentions towards this dark village anymore. Namake's Minato was too lazy to pay attention to the Ninetales. He just held his son's shoulders and quickly instructed his son, Naruto, go find teacher Jiraiya. He is my teacher and the only person I trust. Go find him and tell him what you know. He will definitely find out the truth. If Konoha falls into darkness, teacher Jiraiya will definitely not sit idly by. Is it the lecherous sage? The darkness on Naruto Uzumaki gradually faded, and he thought of the white-haired old man. Isn't that a super old pervert? Don't pay attention to these. Namake's Minato's face was a little embarrassed. He touched his son's head and whispered, your name comes from his book. Teacher Jiraiya is the most righteous ninja. After leaving here, go find him immediately. Yes, I know. Uzumaki Naruto's figure disappeared quietly. When Uzumaki Naruto left the sealed space, Namake's Minato's figure slowly dissipated. He was dead, and could only hope for his teacher. The facts are always so coincidental. When Uzumaki Naruto woke up, the first thing he saw was Jiraiya. The white-haired man tore off his clothes with a worried look, and checked the seal of the Ninetales. Lecherous sage. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly hugged Jiraiya, tears slowly flowing down his cheeks. Dad asked me to find you. He said that, if Konoha has fallen into darkness, only by finding you can we change everything. What? Jiraiya was also dumbfounded. When did Konoha fall into darkness? And what about Uzumaki Naruto's father? Thanks to Umayajin for the reward. Thanks to the great demon god number 2 for the reward. Thanks to the book friend 2020062522332264 for the reward. Thanks to the reward for target earth applying for dimensionality reduction attack. Thanks to the book friend 202003221738552227 for the reward. Thank you for your support. Chapter 146 Call Me Uehara Movie King. Konoha really fell into darkness. When Uzumaki Naruto finished telling the truth, Jiraiya's face became more and more solemn. Jiraiya himself had seen a lot of darkness. However, the Ninetales rebellion was instigated by Sarutobi Hiruzen. This news was too shocking. If it was leaked out, it would cause chaos in Konoha. Jiraiya waved and called a Konoha Anbu, and asked in a deep voice, where is the old man now? Hokage-sama has been killed. A captain of the Anbu rushed over quickly, and the first sentence made Jiraiya's face change again. What happened today? After the captain of the Anbu finished speaking, he handed over another scroll. Jiraiya-sama, the murderer who killed the Hokage has been surrounded by us. This is what we snatched from the murderer. Please deal with it. Fortunately, Jiraiya's prestige was high enough, otherwise the captain of the Anbu would not know what to do. After all, the news on the scroll was too shocking. Jiraiya took a look, and saw that the situation had stabilized. He slowly opened the scroll with the words Alliance letter and read it carefully bit by bit. Today's information is a bit heavy. Shimura Danzo actually secretly reached such a humiliating alliance with the Hidden Rain Village, even including recognizing Hanzo Salamander as the Rain Shadow, supporting the Rain Country's war against the Earth Country, supporting the Rain Country's occupation of the Grass Country's land, and supporting the Hidden Rain Village to encircle the Akatsuki organization. As for why he did this, the reason is ready, and it has already happened. If Danzo did not sign this alliance letter, why would a Rain Ninja risk war to assassinate the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen? But does this really fit Danzo's character? Doesn't that guy always say that he is for Konoha? How could he sign such an alliance letter? Jiraiya frowned, and when he was still a little doubtful, Hatake Kakashi finally defeated Chiyo with all his strength and came to Jiraiya. After coming over, Hatake Kakashi nailed Danzo's guilt with one sentence. Maki, the senior staff of the Sand Ninja, has confessed that it was Danzo Shimura and Orochimaru who invited them to participate in the Konoha collapse plan, and the price was to return the mission of the Wind Country to the Sand Village. After that, Hatake Kakashi added, by the way, Lord Jiraiya, there is another piece of news. There was a fierce battle at the route last night. Danzo Shimura was suspected to be missing or murdered. The murderer may be Uchiha Itachi or Uchiha Obito. I have a piece of news here too. Jiraiya raised his head with an ugly expression and said, 12 years ago, Uchiha Obito was very likely instructed by our Hokage to launch the Nine Tails Rebellion. Kakashi, it is said that you are also one of the insiders? Hatake Kakashi, why did Jiraiya know about this? This news was also told to Jiraiya by Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto overheard a lot of information last night and told Jiraiya all at once. Facing a person who was promised by his father that he could be trusted, Uzumaki Naruto would not be suspicious. Jiraiya was a little bit unconvinced when he heard the news that Naruto was brought in, but when he saw the expression of Hatake Kakashi, it was obvious that Jiraiya already had the answer in his heart. The position of Hokage is such a big trouble. Jiraiya rubbed his forehead and said in a deep voice, let's not talk about the past first. Now that the two old men are dead, they have left us with so many problems. Hatake Kakashi nodded and said softly, but now the Sand Ninjas who attacked the village have been controlled. The leader Chiyo has also been captured, and the rampage of the one-tailed Jinchuriki has also been stopped. It seems that the only one left is the Rain Ninja who assassinated the old man. Jiraiya slowly stood up, looked at Uehara Naraku who was still killing in the distance, and said in a deep voice, I remember that kid had a good relationship with Konoha before. Send someone to tell him that Shimura Danzo is dead and his fight has lost its meaning. Then let me and Kei go. Hatake Kakashi waved his hand and pulled out a kunai and said softly, I have a good relationship with that guy Uehara. Try your best to persuade him to surrender. But he killed the third Hokage. What should we do with him? Control him first and contact the Hidden Rain Village for negotiation. Jiraiya gave an order in a deep voice. He had not taken Uehara Naraku to heart. On the high platform of the Chunin exam, Uehara Naraku had defeated wave after wave of Konoha ninjas. His Dark Harvest was stacked up quickly. In a blink of an eye, his 3 attributes had increased by 400 or 500 points. Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy jumped onto the high platform and waved to repel the Anbu ninjas who were besieging Uehara Naraku, lest they be harmed innocently. After everyone had retreated, Hatake Kakashi began to persuade, put down your weapons. Uehara, you have already lost. And we saw the alliance letter between the Hidden Rain Village and Shimura Danzo, but Shimura Danzo died last night, and your alliance letter is invalid. Dead. Shimura Danzo died? Uehara Naraku's face instantly became a little gloomy. He suddenly clenched the purple chakra broadsword in his hand and pointed it at Hatake Kakashi. Uehara Naraku's lips trembled a little and his voice gradually became a little excited. I have already reported this good news to Hanzo-sama in advance. Now you tell me that the alliance letter is invalid. How can I explain this to Hanzo-sama? Uehara Naraku clenched his arms suddenly and his arms gradually began to tremble. Hatake Kakashi, I came to Konoha to participate in the Chunin exam, just to tell everyone that the Hidden Rain Village cannot be bullied. In order to make the Hidden Rain Village stronger, and to allow the Rain Country to survive among you big countries, I sold my conscience and made a covenant with Shimura Danzo. Now you tell me that the alliance letter is invalid. I will never accept it. I will never accept it. Take Kakashi. That is the alliance letter signed by Shimura Danzo himself. His Excellency Shimura Danzo promised that he would support us and Konoha would support us. He promised me. The words, actions, and expressions said in these few minutes made Uehara Naraku think that he might never have such a realistic performance again in his life. He, a genius ninja of the Hidden Rain Village. In these few minutes, the image of a rain ninja who hopes his hometown will become stronger and is on the verge of collapse was vividly portrayed. Uehara Naraku felt that he might not be able to suppress the laughter in his throat, so he simply looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. Kakashi, how can the alliance signed by your Konoha level officials be invalid? Are you kidding me? The smile on Uehara Naraku's face gradually became a little scary. Kakashi, we are friends. We are also friends. Are you kidding me? I just got the alliance today, and for this, I went against my conscience and assassinated an elder, and you told me that the alliance is invalid. Take Kakashi and Might Guy fell into silence. They understood Uehara Naraku's collapse very well, and even felt a little sorry for him. This is a genius ninja, not only powerful, but also good at medical ninjutsu. In the month that Uehara Naraku was in Konoha, they always saw Uehara Naraku being polite and kind to everyone. Now Uehara's face is full of crazy smiles. Uehara, calm down. For a moment, Kakashi Hatake was even a little ashamed of himself for doubting whether Uehara Naraku was pretending to be kind. He slowly stretched out his hand, signaling Uehara Naraku to calm down for the time being. Kakashi continued to persuade, calm down first, this matter cannot be reversed, and you are likely to be deceived by Danzo. Yes, Lord Kitahara Naraku. Might Guy's face was a little serious, and he imitated Kakashi's persuasion. Calm down first, everything can still be discussed. Although the alliance letter is invalid, Konoha and the Hidden Rain Village are still friendly allies. Hehehe. Uehara Naraku turned his palm and laughed coldly. Did Lord Shimura Danzo deceive me? Then what am I? Do you know what it is for a rain ninja to deceive Hanzo? It's not that my death alone can offset the anger of Hanzo. When Uehara Naraku said these words, he even felt that Hanzo of the salamander was still alive. He gritted his teeth and continued, my teacher, my elders, will be implicated because of this matter. Do you know what they mean to me? I can understand your feelings. Kakashi sighed. Shimura Danzo is indeed a big bit. Whoever jumps in will die. When Kakashi was still young, when Shimura Danzo lured him to assassinate Sarutobi Hiruzen should have executed him. Otherwise, such a big tragedy would not have happened today. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen himself was killed by the enemy lured by Danzo. Uehara Naraku suddenly clenched the purple chakra broadsword in his hand, and a hint of madness gradually appeared in his eyes. Mr. Kakashi, Mr. Gay, the alliance book must not be invalid. I will never accept it. Uehara Naraku suddenly swung the chakra broadsword in his hand. If Konoha does not admit it, then I will use my own power to get the things in the alliance book. Kakashi pulled out his kunai helplessly and sighed softly. Forget it, let's catch him first. Gay, be careful, this guy Uehara is not easy to deal with. Kakashi, is there no room for us to ease? Might Guy tightened the bandage on his hand little by little and said in a deep voice, it would be a very embarrassing thing for me to fight with Lee's savior. After we catch him, we will find a way for him. Kakashi flew towards Uehara Naraku. Uehara's mental state is not right. We can only take him down first. For Konoha, calming down the chaos is the most important thing. Kakashi, do you think you can defeat me? Uehara Naraku swung the purple broadsword and fought with Kakashi. His voice gradually became hoarse. Now I will take your life in exchange for Konoha's recognition of our alliance. Kakashi's face was full of helplessness. This mentally collapsed guy, doesn't he even look at the situation? The entire Konoha has returned to peace. All the enemies have either fled, surrendered or been captured. There is only one rain ninja left. What kind of waves can he stir up? However, there are still people who have expectations for Uehara Naraku. In a corner, after sending away Kaguya Kimimaro and Shiro, Yakashi Kabuto quietly returned here. He looked at the somewhat crazy Uehara Naraku on the roof of the high platform and couldn't help but sighed softly. You really acted hard, Lord Naraku. Chapter 147 The Way of Man. The moment Hatake Kakashi and Uehara Naraku started fighting, he immediately found Uehara Naraku's weakness. This guy's swordsmanship is very poor. It's an opportunity. Hatake Kakashi waved his kune and was about to take advantage of the weakness revealed by Uehara's sword swing and directly stepped forward to try to subdue Uehara Naraku with one move. However, Uehara Naraku suddenly stuck the purple broadsword into the ground and began to quickly put his hands together to form a seal, releasing a barrier defense, secret, soul protection. This barrier directly protected Uehara Naraku. Even though Kakashi and Might Guy tried desperately to attack, they were blocked outside the barrier and could only helplessly look at Uehara, who continued to form seals inside the barrier. After 2 seconds, the barrier collapsed. After 2 seconds, Uehara Naraku completed the seal. Lightning release, 10,000 thunder prison induction. With a shrill cold shout, or thunderstorm formed above Uehara Naraku's head, and lightning swam in it, attacking Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy. Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy were faster. Compared to other ninjas that Uehara had met, their fighting instincts drove them to easily avoid the first lightning strike. But Hatake Kakashi was even a little confused. What was going on with Uehara Naraku's lightning release ninjutsu? He remembered that this lightning release ninjutsu was not done in this way, right? As a ninja who had witnessed Uehara Naraku's lightning release ninjutsu with his own eyes, Kakashi clearly remembered those messy hand seals. Unfortunately, there was no time to think about these things now. Hatake Kakashi hurriedly taught Might Guy how to defend against this kind of lightning release with dense attack speed. Don't stay in one position for more than 0.5 seconds. Understood. Might Guy nodded quickly. Many ninjas were caught off guard and careless. After dodging the first lightning attack, they would be hit by the second lightning. Once hit by a lightning, the remaining countless lightnings would never escape. Therefore, every lightning strike must be avoided. Soon, Uehara Naraku's Thunder Release Heaven Prison Induction, which he released with only a few hundred points of chakra, ended. He originally just wanted to use this to test Kakashi and Might Guy. Power Prelude. Might Guy took advantage of his fast speed to crush a piece of concrete and kicked Uehara Naraku with a flying kick. Uehara Naraku raised his arms to block in front of him and activated the spike defense state. An orange-yellow grid-shaped defense shield appeared around him. Obviously, this is the most suitable move against a physical ninja. However, the next moment, Might Guy suddenly turned around and passed by Uehara Naraku, forcibly interrupting his attack. Might Guy flew to the ground and said in a deep voice, "I have been paying attention to your fight with Lee. This move will rebound our physical attack, right?" Uehara Naraku's face changed and he turned his head to look at Hatake Kakashi on the other side. He saw that under the cover of Might Guy's feint attack, Kakashi had already completed the seal. Fire style, great fireball technique. A ball of flaming fireball rushed towards Uehara. Especially since Kakashi was very close to Uehara Naraku, this ball of fireball was almost impossible to avoid, and he didn't even have time to seal it. Uehara Naraku gritted his teeth, suddenly closed his palms, and shouted in a low voice, "Water style, roaring waves." A huge wave rushed into the sky. In an instant, the great fireball technique was submerged by the waves. Earth style, earth flowing wall. The wave had enough strength to crush Hatake Kakashi, but was blocked by the earth flowing wall technique he had prepared in advance. A layer of sweat slowly seeped out of the nose of Hatake Kakashi, and he couldn't help but say in shock, "The last time I met this guy Uehara, he used his eyes to form a seal, and was able to use a powerful water-style ninjutsu. Now he only needs a hand seal to complete it?" Fortunately, he still has teammates. After the ninjutsu duel between Uehara Naraku and Hatake Kakashi ended, Might Guy's physical attack came again. And when Might Guy's physical attack was unable to succeed, Hatake Kakashi would use Might Guy's cover to release ninjutsu. The cooperation between the two of them was simply seamless. Then there is no way. Uehara Naraku suddenly raised his palm, quickly put his hands together to form a seal, looked at Might Guy, and whispered, "Distort space." 5 strange shaped pillars rose from the ground. A space cage quickly formed around Might Guy with the help of 5 pillars, binding him in it and making him unable to move. The time of this cage was set by Uehara Naraku to 20 seconds. This time is enough for him to defeat Kakashi first. Uehara Naraku himself appeared behind Kakashi in a flash and was about to hit him with a punch. Crack. A piece of rock shattered into pieces. Hatake Kakashi actually had a substitute technique ready at any time. Uehara Naraku's figure was erratic and appeared behind Kakashi again. Just when he wanted to continue attacking, Hatake Kakashi turned around and stabbed at him with a kunai. Uehara Naraku didn't want to activate the invincibility of the Holy Judgment to defend against this kunai because he still had to keep the invincibility skills to fight against Might Guy in the 6 gate, 7 gate, or even 8 gate state. Uehara's body was covered with blood, but his recovery ability was very strong, so this little injury didn't matter. Just when Hatake Kakashi thought he had succeeded, Uehara Naraku grabbed his hair and kneed him in the face. Sizzle. A burst of lightning entered Uehara Naraku's body. At some point, Hatake Kakashi actually condensed a lightning clone. These geniuses in the ninja world are always so insidious when using various clones. This time, Uehara Naraku was caught off guard and suffered a little loss. You genius ninjas always have some strange tactics. Uehara Naraku frowned, inexplicably thinking of Uchiha Itachi's trick on Uchiha Obito, and now it was his turn to be tricked by Kakashi. How could he bear this? Uehara Naraku quickly put his hands together and formed a seal. A small hurricane appeared beside him. This hurricane began to expand in an instant and covered the entire platform in an instant. Wind style, hurricane howling. This was not enough. Uehara Naraku suddenly spread his hands and a wave rolled out from under his feet and the surging waves flowed into the hurricane. The hurricane swept the waves and instantly sucked Hatake Kakashi in. This hurricane wave moved along a straight line on the playing field, instantly destroying a large number of buildings below, and everything passing along the way was completely destroyed. Uehara Naraku watched Hatake Kakashi drifting back and forth in the hurricane waves, seemingly without any resistance, and he breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, Hatake Kakashi untied his Sharingan under the mask, and the 3 Megatama on it turned wildly into a kaleidoscope. He actually slowly sucked the hurricane waves into an inexplicable mysterious space. You are really persistent, Kakashi. Uehara Naraku sighed. Hatake Kakashi always gives his enemies a little surprise when he is on the verge of his limit. Huff, 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 huff. Hatake Kakashi fell to the ground panting. In order to prevent the hurricane waves from destroying the stadium, he almost exhausted the chakra in his body. He even used the ability of this Sharingan, which was rare. This has to be mentioned. When Hatake Kakashi met Uehara's version of Uchiha Obito, he mentioned a question about the Sharingan by the way. Hatake Kakashi obediently studied it and finally opened the ability to absorb. I'm running out of chakra. Hatake Kakashi half knelt on one knee, leaning forward to look at Uehara Naraku, who still looked very energetic. Every time at this time, Kakashi would envy the enemy's chakra. Card shot towards Kakashi. Kami. Hatake Kakashi overdrew his chakra to the limit, trying to absorb the card's shot towards him. Kakashi, are you done? However, at this moment, Uehara Naraku appeared with a flash step and punched Kakashi on the head, knocking him to the ground. Side quest, defeat Hatake Kakashi, 1/1. The quest has been completed, and you will be rewarded with a hidden inheritance quest. Hidden inheritance quest, give him what he deserves, and take away his power. It's nothing more than that. Say a correct name. Hatake Kakashi is worthy of being the teacher of class 7, and his reward is indeed generous enough. It's this terrible line. Uehara Naraku frowned and said coldly, Gusumurangfu. Forget it, Silas the Liberator. Mission completed. Hero's inheritance is activated. Energy chain, a new chakra weapon that consumes 3 chakras per second of existence. Whenever you use the energy chain to touch or bind an enemy, you can absorb the enemy's chakra for your own use. The way of the man. Extend an energy chain in the direction of an enemy. Steal the enemy's ultimate ninjutsu for your own use. Use this ultimate ninjutsu once without consumption, and the skill cooldown time is 40 seconds. Profit. Although the attack method of the hero's inheritance has reduced 2 skills, these 2 skills are undoubtedly very powerful. The energy chain can steal the enemy's chakra, and the way of the man can steal the enemy's ultimate ninjutsu, and it can even be used once without consumption. Uehara Naraku slowly turned his gaze to Might Guy, waved his hand to dissolve the distorted space cage, and said with some excitement on his face, "Next is Might Guy. Mr. Kitahara Naraku, can you release Kakashi first?" Might Guy pointed at the unconscious Hatake Kakashi next to Uehara Naraku, and said in a deep voice, "In this case, the fight between the two of us is likely to harm him. Uehara Naraku, is his image as a good guy too deep? Why does even Might Guy think he is easy to talk to?" Uehara Naraku sighed and kicked Hatake Kakashi towards Might Guy. "Sorry, Guy, I was forced to do this." "Yes, I understand." Might Guy handed Hatake Kakashi to Ananbu, then turned around and looked at Uehara Naraku and said, "Ever since I heard what Lee, Tenten and Niji said about you, I actually wanted to fight you very much, but I didn't think it would be under this situation. I didn't think about it either." Uehara Naraku looked a little sad. Might Guy clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "We always have to know why we are fighting. At least I want to know your wishes. I just want Konoha to agree to all the agreements in that alliance book." Uehara Naraku's expression was extremely firm, as if he would do anything for the benefit of the Hidden Rain Village. "Then there is no other way." Might Guy shook his head, and his feet suddenly crushed the stone slabs. He said in a serious voice, "Then please give me your advice. This is the trick I plan to save to defeat Kakashi. 8 gates of ninjutsu, the 7th gate, the gate of shock, open." Might Guy opened the 7th gate directly. The surging blue chakra instantly triggered a wave of airwaves. How strong is Might Guy in the 7th gate state? At least he has no problem beating her Shigekiki-same. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "This is your trick to defeat Hatake Kakashi. You want him to die." Chapter 148 Daytime Tiger vs Daytime Tiger. Might Guy and his apprentice Rock Lee have the same personality. Might Guy prepared the 7th gate, Shock Gate, for Hatake Kakashi, and Rock Lee prepared the 5th gate, Domination Gate, for Hyuga Niji, claiming to be training for defeating their destined opponents. In fact, after one move, it is estimated that everyone is gone. At least now Might Guy's battle is not something that ordinary people can intervene in, and the Konoha ninjas have retreated from the platform. Facing Might Guy, who burst out with surging momentum after the opening of the 7th gate, Shock Gate, they will only get in the way if they stay here. Shiranagenma held his senbon in his mouth and looked up at Might Guy and Uehara Naraku fighting on the rooftop platform. A white fist wave from Might Guy suddenly passed by him, and a stone pillar instantly turned into fragments. The senbon at the corner of Shiranagenma's mouth fell to the ground. He slowly sat up straight and began to doubt his life. As a ninja of the same period as Might Guy, Shiranagenma had never seen Might Guy in such an explosive state. For a long time, everyone thought that Might Guy only knew physical skills. Thinking about it now, it was really a huge misunderstanding. "What do you mean, Might Guy only knows physical skills?" It is obvious that Might Guy is the only one in Konoha who knows physical skills. Shiranagenjian thought of Might Guy who saved their team and couldn't help frowning. "If I remember correctly, there is one last gate in the 8 gates of ninjutsu. Now the 7th gate has such a powerful force. Guy has surpassed Senior Guy." Shiranagenjian thought of Might Guy's opponent again and couldn't help saying, "But can that little rain ninja guy still withstand Guy's attack?" Some people always worry too much. Uehara Naraku can not only withstand Might Guy's attack, but can even launch a counter-attack. He has never experienced such a hearty battle. Every punch and kick makes people feel extremely excited. Only bare-handed fighting can be called the romance of blood. The fighting skills displayed by Uehara Naraku are novelties that Might Guy has never seen before. Uehara's punching speed is extremely fast. Even when facing countless fists flying at him, Might Guy could only fight and block according to the rhythm of Uehara Naraku's attack. Bang! Uehara Naraku's right fist slammed into K's lower abdomen, knocking him into the air with one punch. The whole person suddenly jumped into the air with the force, and his knee hit K's lower abdomen again. This is a pure physical duel, relying on his extraordinary life energy, plus the fighting skills of two schools. Uehara Naraku forcibly fought with Might Guy in the state of Jingmen. The 7th gate, Jingmen, is not enough. At most, he can barely beat one of Uehara's subordinates, Hashigaki Kisame. Konoha Bad Rock Rising. Might Guy hit Uehara's chest with an elbow, and after barely getting out of the predicament, he knocked Uehara Naraku down from the air with a whip kick. The entire platform was completely collapsed by the falling Uehara. A huge cloud of dust flew up, and everyone was stunned watching their fight from a distance. In just a few minutes, the two had exchanged offense and defense for several rounds. Too strong. Is this the power of K's Jonin? Now we have finally defeated that rain ninja. Just when all the Konoha finally breathed a sigh of relief, they suddenly saw a figure flying out of the dust after the platform collapsed. Uehara Naraku flew out like a cannonball, and when Might Guy had nowhere to borrow strength in the air, he punched Might Guy to the ground. Might Guy was not to be outdone, and he climbed up, while enduring the pain, and suddenly closed his fist, looking at Uehara Naraku in the air and shouted, "This is my strongest move. I hope you can survive." Daytime Tiger. A group of air cannons compressed by Might Guy's fist attack instantly sprayed towards Uehara Naraku's direction. The surging air cannons were like a white and transparent tiger, opening its mouth and biting Uehara Naraku. Uehara Naraku did not retreat but advanced. A golden chain suddenly flashed between him and Might Guy, and Uehara Cage used his own trick to steal the strongest spell that Might Guy could release. The next moment, Uehara Naraku clenched his fists and made the same gesture towards Might Guy. A group of white tiger-shaped air cannons were pushed out of his hands at the same time. The two white tigers collided with each other in an instant, and a violent shockwave instantly swept across the surrounding land for several kilometers, and countless buildings were destroyed by the shockwave. The people nearby could not resist the impact of the airwave at all. They were just affected by the airwave, and their bodies could not maintain their standing posture. Some people were even blown away by the shockwave. The entire Chunin exam venue was razed to the ground in an instant. Uehara Naraku stood in the air and looked down at everything on the ground. He frowned and looked at his fist. Could it be that my guy has not yet cultivated the 8th gate, so he can only steal the enemy's current strongest spell? It seems that this is also normal. If you use the same method to steal an Indra from Uchiha Sasuke now, that would be abnormal. After all, Uchiha Sasuke may not be able to learn Indra 100%. What if Sasuke learns Uchiha Madara's sword slash because of Uehara Naraku's guidance? Just being able to steal the strongest technique now is surprising enough. Might Guy faced the huge impact wave, looked up at the man in the air, and said in disbelief, "How is it possible? This is a physical technique that can only be used when the Jingmen state is opened. How can he use it? Nothing is impossible." Uehara Naraku leaned over and rushed down, punching Might Guy's arms that were blocking. Even if he blocked in time, the huge force still smashed him into a ruin. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Uehara Naraku gradually gained the upper hand. The duel between the two day tigers consumed a lot of Might Guy's energy, but Uehara Naraku seemed to be nothing, still maintaining a very high level of physical strength and chakra. This is also related to Uehara's strong recovery ability. Might Guy suddenly overturned the ruins, and his momentum surged again. A passionate battle. This is the taste of youth. "Mr. Kitahara Naraku, I recognize you." Uehara Naraku's mouth twitched. Should he follow the procedure now and learn from Uchiha Madara to praise Might Guy as the strongest in physical skills? Forget it. This guy can't even remember his name. And Might Guy didn't give him time to brew his emotions. Just after recovering, he immediately rushed towards Uehara's position. Seeing that these two human body monsters began to fight on the ground, several Anbu captains finally couldn't sit back and watch, and each shouted for their subordinates to leave. "Everyone withdraw from here. Retreat for the time being. Don't disturb their battlefield. Special Jonin stay nearby and be ready to support K at any time." The Konoha ninjas had to retreat again and again. There was a wave of air rolling in the ruins, and the dust brought up by the high-speed movement of the two people was everywhere, making it impossible for people to get close. Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto were also observing the battlefield. He patted Uzumaki Naruto's head and calmed the little guy's emotions. Then he looked at the battlefield with some worry and said, "It seems that this guy K may not be able to win. After all, let me do it. Lecherous sage. Watch out, little guy." Jiraiya tapped Uzumaki Naruto's forehead, clasped his palms together, and whispered, "You have to learn the sage mode I will use in the future. Have you remembered it? Is it another new ninjutsu? Much stronger than ninjutsu?" Jiraiya's mouth showed a hint of satisfaction, and he chuckled and said, "The power of Senjutsu is much stronger than ninjutsu. After we solve the problem here, I will take you out to practice." While Might Guy and Uehara Naraku were fighting, Jiraiya thought about accumulating natural energy directly and getting rid of Uehara Naraku in one go. If he, the three ninjas of Konoha, comes on the field later and even performs worse than Might Guy, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get rid of Uehara. No matter what, Konoha must not end in defeat. I never thought that my little fan of the book would be so strong. Jiraiya's expression became more and more solemn, and he even analyzed a skill of Uehara Naraku. When the little guy used the same move with K just now, it should be a copy or extraction technique, right? Is it similar to the nature of the water mirror technique? There are all kinds of strange things in this ninja world. Some strange techniques are not uncommon. However, whenever people see such techniques, they are still surprised. After all, they are too strange to be noticed. During the fierce battle between Uehara Naraku and Might Guy, Jiraiya extracted natural energy while observing their fighting methods. After a few minutes, Jiraiya saw a chain-like thing flashing between Uehara Naraku and Might Guy. Jiraiya's eyes suddenly lit up, and he felt that he had collected information about Uehara. Is that a technique to copy the enemy's ninjutsu? After using this technique, he should use K's ability again. Jiraiya's guess was correct. Uehara Naraku and Might Guy fought fiercely for a while. Uehara found an opportunity to steal the Day Tiger again and blasted it out directly, out of respect for a strong physical skill master. Let me use your skills to defeat you. Day Tiger. Uehara Naraku's fists blasted out. A ball of white air cannon turned into a white tiger, roaring towards Might Guy, and with one blow, Might Guy, who was already on the verge of his limit, was completely defeated. Side quest, defeat Might Guy, 1/1. The quest is completed, and the reward skill is Endless Fury. Endless Fury. If a person is eager to fight, he should not fall in battle. Immune to any lethal damage within 5 seconds, no consumption, and a cooldown of 55 seconds. Side quest, defeat Might Guy in Jingmen State, 1/1. The quest is completed, and the reward skill is Thunder Break. Thunder Break. Slap the ground with your palm to create a super strong shock wave on the ground. The skill consumes 50 chakra points and the skill cooldown time is 5 seconds. Side quest, defeat Might Guy in the Shocking State, 1/1. Quest completed, rewarded with the skill Deliberate Punch. Deliberate Punch, punch in one direction. Enemies within the range will be damaged by the punch. The skill consumes chakra related to the range. The minimum consumption is 100 chakra, and the skill cooldown time is 9 seconds. What kind of reward is this? Except for one endless rage that can be retained, the remaining 2 skills can really be put into the skill furnace. After this incident is over, Uehara Naraku plans to sort out his skills and only keep some useful ones. Just as Uehara Naraku collected his reward for defeating Might Guy in the Shocking State, he saw Might Guy, who was in a terrible state, spitting blood, but still stood up firmly. Doesn't this guy Might Guy have any limits? Can't the system's rewards completely determine his victory or defeat? Even if he has obviously lost, can he still stand up and fight? Might Guy clenched his fist and gave Uehara Naraku a thumbs up. Mr. Kitahara Naraku, you are really strong. But I don't know if my body can withstand that move, but I want to try it and let you see. Gay, you have done it, leave it to me next. Jiraiya suddenly appeared beside Might Guy and patted his shoulder gently. Just this little effort made Might Guy stagger and almost fall down. Obviously, this blue beast has really reached his limit. Then please, Master Jiraiya. Might Guy immediately let out a sigh of relief and released his 8 gates ninjutsu state. He fell to the ground exhausted, and others rushed over to take him away from the scene. After watching Might Guy being taken away, Jiraiya turned around and looked at Uehara Naraku and said loudly, "Kit, I didn't expect that one day I would have a duel with you. Master Jiraiya, I don't want to." Uehara Naraku's face gradually became a little solemn. Jiraiya's face is now covered with sage paint, and on his shoulders sit 2 short-toed sages from Mount Myaboku, who provide him with natural energy. This is the Myaboku sage mode. Jiraiya in this state is at his strongest. Thank you for the reward from Zui Guzan Jiu Wei Wang. Thank you big guys. Thank you for the reward from King ZHI Dai. Thank you for the reward from Kaini Siyun. Thank you for the reward from Yishiyu. Thank you for the reward from UNG27. Thank you for the reward from Wu Shang Yuziquan. Thank you for the reward from Beidao Zan Yusheng. Thank you big guys for the reward. Thank you for the support from all the book friends, and I will add more. Chapter 149, Traces of the Two Rebel Ninjas. Jiraiya is very strong in Sage Mode. If he wants, he can escape from the siege of top combat forces like Six Paths Pain. If he has enough intelligence, he can even kill several Pains. Now, the few Kasaku and Shima sages sitting on Jiraiya's shoulders may seem short, but they are actually the highest combat forces that can be summoned from Mayaboki Mountain. In addition to providing him with natural energy to maintain Sage Mode for a long time, they can also help him fight. However, after Uehara Naraku defeated Might Guy in the shocking state, his self-confidence was greatly improved, and he was sure that he could win. If Uehara Naraku is willing to fight hard, Jiraiya should not be his opponent without intelligence, right? After all, if it really doesn't work, Uehara can also summon Galio. It's just that Jiraiya and Akatsuki have a complicated relationship. Uehara Naraku doesn't want to fight too fiercely. He just wants to take the reward for defeating Jiraiya. After all, these rewards will definitely not be too bad. Uehara Naraku looked at Jiraiya, shook his head, and sighed softly. I respect you very much. My teachers and elders respect Jiraiya very much. If they knew that I was against you, they would be very unhappy. This sentence is true. Even though the master and apprentice parted ways, Xiaonan always respected Jiraiya in his heart. Oh. Jiraiya raised his eyebrows and seemed to have some interest. It's a pity that I didn't know many friends in the Hidden Rain village. Many years ago, I accepted 3 disciples in the Land of Rain, but unfortunately they all died in the Third Ninja World War. Little Jiraiya. Fukasaku Senin suddenly interrupted their communication and said in a deep voice, don't waste spiritual time. Bunter is still lying in the hospital bed. Let's solve it quickly, my old lady, and I still have to take care of him. Huh, is Bunter injured? What's the matter? Jiraiya is a little concerned about his old friend. Sage Fukasaku nodded and explained in a low voice, well, Bunter said that it was a friend of little Naruto who injured it, and it seemed to be called Shang something. Uehara Naraku. Uehara Naraku said his name and explained, actually, I just wanted to help Naruto subdue his summoning beast. After all, Master Jiraiya asked me to help at that time, and I happened to see that the big toad named Bunter had a very bad mouth and was a little disobedient. The eyes of the two toads were immediately staring at Uehara. Jiraiya couldn't help but pat his forehead and said, hey, kid, that's not what I meant at the time. Sage Fukasaku was immediately dissatisfied and said, this kid is really nosy. The summoning beast is a ninja's partner, not a ninja's slave. Sage Shima couldn't help but start to roll up his sleeves and echoed, little Jiraiya, this kind of kid should really be taught a lesson. Don't waste summoning time and resolve this battle immediately. Understood. This battle is inevitable. The Konoha rebellion must be quelled immediately. Earth style, Yellow Spring Swamp. Jiraiya quickly put his hands together and made a seal, turning the ground under Uehara Naraku's feet into a swamp in an instant, trying to limit Uehara Naraku's speed. However, when this technique ended, Jiraiya looked at Uehara Naraku's empty feet in surprise, without any mud at all. This guy actually kept flying. An enemy that can fly in the air. Shima Senin frowned immediately, opened his mouth and spit out a thin and long tongue at Uehara Naraku, trying to restrain his movements. Tongue binding. Secret. Duskblade. A purple chakra broadsword instantly appeared in Uehara Naraku's hand, trying to cut off the thin and long tongue with one sword, but the tongue attached with chakra was extremely tough and tightly entangled his purple broadsword. Water style. Water slash. A thin and high pressure water stream gushed out from Fukasaku Senin's mouth, cutting across Uehara Naraku's body, as if trying to split him in two with one move. Uehara Naraku simply let go of the purple broadsword in his hand, appeared behind Jiraiya in a flash, and punched the head of Fukasaku Sage. I've been on guard against this move for a long time. Jiraiya turned around and clenched Uehara's fist, only to feel a huge force coming. If Jiraiya hadn't turned on the Sage mode now, He even felt that this punch would be a bit difficult to follow. But this still didn't prevent Jiraiya from praising. Just your instant body technique is faster than Hands of the Salamander, and even not inferior to that little guy Minato. Yes, Uehara Naraku's instant body is very fast. If he didn't know that Uehara Naraku didn't leave any Flying Thunder God mark, Jiraiya would even doubt that Uehara Naraku had learned Flying Thunder God. But since he caught Uehara Naraku's broken formation, Jiraiya would certainly not give up. His other palm quickly opened and was about to slap Uehara Naraku. Sage technique Rasengan. Snap. Uehara Naraku also grabbed his palm with his other hand, feeling the airwaves of the Rasengan rubbing against the air. He slowly raised his head and looked at the tall Jiraiya and whispered, "Unprinted ninjutsu? It's amazing, Master Jiraiya." However, the next moment, the Rasengan suddenly dissipated. An invisible attack knocked Uehara Naraku away. The secret physical technique of Maiboki Mountain, the frog group hand. This ability can mobilize natural energy to attack the enemy, and it can't be detected at all. Uehara Naraku took a look at the damage caused by the frog group hand to himself, and his brows couldn't help but frowned. His palm quickly formed a hand seal, and a huge hurricane vortex appeared beside him. Wind style, hurricane howling. The hurricane quickly moved towards Jiraiya's direction, wrapping Jiraiya and others in the hurricane. Jiraiya frowned and could only attach chakra to his feet to fix his body to avoid being caught in the hurricane. In this way, they can only face Uehara Naraku's attack. As expected, Uehara Naraku did not miss this opportunity. A huge wave appeared under his feet, and the wave rushed towards Jiraiya in an instant. Not good. Jiraiya looked at the huge wave, and his face suddenly changed. He could only put his hands together to form a seal to defend. Earth style, earth flow city wall. A tall earth wall appeared in front of him. Jiraiya's feet were covered with chakra, and he climbed up along the earth wall, looking down at the huge waves sweeping in, quickly submerging the area around the earth wall. After a while, the hurricane gradually dissipated, and the waves gradually faded. Sage Fukasaku persuaded in a deep voice, "Little Jiraiya, I understand that you may want to spare the life of this brat, but we can't counter his moves like this. It will waste our time for summoning spirits." "Yeah." Sage Shima also persuaded from the side, "Use powerful Senjutsu immediately. This brat is not easy to deal with." "Understood." Jiraiya flew down and lay down. His long hair instantly spread out, turning into 1,000 blades, and shot towards Uehara Naraku. Senjutsu hair needle 1,000 blades. Wind style wind barrier. Uehara Naraku immediately formed a wind wall to block the attack of the hair needle 1,000 blades, and the two of them began a ninjutsu competition across the wide ruins. For Jiraiya, this was obviously in his rhythm. After the wind wall disappeared, Jiraiya quickly launched his own attack, ninjutsu, the lion hair technique. A ball of white hair instantly extended, tightly binding Uehara Naraku's body in the air, and Jiraiya opened his mouth and gushed out a stream of kerosene. Senjutsu, Gomen. Toad oil bomb. As Jiraiya moved, the sage Fukasaku next to him opened his mouth and gushed out a wind-style ninjutsu, and the sage Shima gushed out a fire-style ninjutsu. The flames quickly burned the kerosene. The wind helped the fire, and the oil helped the fire. In an instant, a ball of overwhelming flames rushed towards Uehara Naraku, and the land was also burned by this raging fire wave, and even the kerosene caused an explosion. The speed of the fire wave came too fast, and there was no chance to dodge it. And this was a completely unstoppable technique. Unless the bubble wave was used, there was no way to extinguish these flames. Uehara Naraku frowned, and a golden light shield appeared on his body. At the same time, his body rose rapidly and escaped from the area burned by the flames. It was the invincibility of the Holy Judgment. This was the first enemy that could force him to use invincibility, since his life energy and chakra energy broke through 10,000 points. Jiraiya really can't be underestimated. If you don't pay attention, you may fall over. Jiraiya's face suddenly changed, looking at Uehara Naraku, who was unharmed in the air. What kind of technique is that? Is it a defensive technique similar to the water prison technique? Sorry, Master Jiraiya. Uehara Naraku raised his palm, and golden chakra lightsabers floated around the light shield. He looked down at Jiraiya on the ground, and said in a deep voice, "I must tell you that you lost this time." Golden lightsabers flew towards the ground. Jiraiya hurriedly turned over to avoid them, and saw that after the golden lightsabers shot into the ground, they caused cracks in the ground. Obviously, they were powerful. However, two lightsabers narrowly passed by the bodies of Fukasaku and Shima, and almost killed the two-toed sages. Or rather, these chakra lightsabers were originally aimed at them. Bang! The two toads turned into smoke and dissipated. Jiraiya's natural energy gradually became insufficient, and he had to withdraw from the sage mode. He had a difficult time in this battle. Now that the sage mode has been cracked, Uehara Naraku no longer hesitates. He has already taken the upper hand, and the reward for defeating Jiraiya in sage mode has been obtained. The next step is to defeat Jiraiya with the fiery momentum from the battle with Might Guide just now. Uehara Naraku flew in front of Jiraiya, clenched his fist, and punched Jiraiya fiercely. Bang! This punch only hit a shadow clone. Then Uehara Naraku was kicked away by another Jiraiya who appeared. Uehara Naraku slowly climbed up, patted the dust off his body, and began to curse in his heart. Why is he always being shown off by the enemy's shadow clones recently? Ever since Uehara saw Uchiha Itachi show off his crow clone to Uchiha Obito, he seems to have started to have bad luck. Today, he was tricked twice by Kakashi's lightning clone and Jiraiya's shadow clone. Jiraiya looked at Uehara Naraku who was climbing up in the distance, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He whispered, "Kit, I'm a little curious. You were able to copy K's ability just now. Why didn't you use that technique on me? You obviously still have a lot of chakra, right?" Uehara Naraku patted his head and looked at Jiraiya speechlessly and replied softly, "Because Jiraiya's ability is not worth wasting my precious technique." This is of course nonsense. Uehara Naraku believes that Jiraiya's strength is all in the summoning beast. What if he steals a summoning technique? Jiraiya's expression suddenly choked. He pinched his wrist, and his expression gradually became a little serious. What a troublesome little guy. After losing the sage mode, Jiraiya did not actually feel that his strength would be reduced. As an orthodox ninja, his fighting method would not be limited to a certain method. The means of fighting are far more important than strength. The sage mode is indeed very powerful, but because of the summoning of the two-toed sages, Fukasaku and Shima, it also limits Jiraiya's various fighting methods, making it impossible for him to summon other summoned beasts. Even in the physical battle, Jiraiya must ensure that no one can hurt the two sages who help him absorb natural energy. Facing a genius ninja like Uehara Naraku who is unconventional and has many rare ninjutsu, Jiraiya believes that he must use some unconventional fighting methods. Ninjutsu, summoning. Jiraiya-sama. Just as Jiraiya was trying to summon a toad, several Anbu appeared around them and interrupted their fight. "The advisor wants you to go see him right away. We will take over here." Dozens of Anbu ninjas jumped around them densely and surrounded Uehara Naraku in an instant. Obviously, Konoha's Anbu were mobilized in large numbers this time. The leading Anbu captain walked to Jiraiya and explained in a low voice, "The third Hokage has died in battle. In order to appease the people in the village, the advisors believe that the next generation of Konoha Hokage cannot lose again. We will take over the matter here. Sorry, please consider the overall situation and leave it to us to deal with." This matter was just decided by Konoha senior advisors. Because Jiraiya has been unable to defeat Uehara Naraku, the two senior advisors, Utane Koharu and Mito Kadoen, have decided to appease the people and not let Konoha's top combat power lose again. Strictly speaking, after the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the current Konoha is left with only Jiraiya, a top powerhouse with both prestige and strength. Jiraiya has been fighting with Uehara Naraku for quite some time now. If Jiraiya fails in the gutter, it will be a serious blow to Konoha's prestige. Therefore, Utane Koharu and Mito Kadoen decided to interrupt this battle and no longer let Jiraiya fight the powerful enemy alone. It must be said that for the sake of the entire Konoha, the actions of the two senior advisors are understandable, just a little cautious, but it can be said to be reasonable. After the death of the third Hokage, they urgently need a top combat force that can give the villagers confidence and make the enemy country fear. If the fifth Hokage Jiraiya, who they have identified, is defeated by a rain ninja, wouldn't Konoha's prestige be ruined? How can it maintain the dignity of the first ninja village? Especially Konoha now has other troubles. I will never do something like Hokage. Jiraiya shook his head. He didn't like the position of Hokage before, and he hated it even more after today. Jiraiya rejected the proposal of the Enbu in a deep voice. Go back and tell them that I will help them find a suitable candidate for Hokage. Sorry. The Enbu captain rejected Jiraiya's order and continued. Master Jiraiya, for the sake of Konoha, please obey the orders of the top leaders. Back off. Jiraiya looked at Uehara Naraku, who was surrounded by a group of Anbu, and said in a deep voice, wait until I deal with this kid. He is not something you can easily deal with. Back off. However, how could the Enbu captain's arrival be unprepared? The Enbu captain threw a scroll at Uehara Naraku and said in a deep voice, the advisor heard that you wanted Konoha and Uin village to form an alliance at all costs, and Konoha decided to agree to sign the alliance letter of Uin village. After that, the Enbu captain opened his mouth and added, as long as you agree, we will immediately send someone to contact Uin village to sign an offensive and defensive alliance. Konoha would actually give in like this? Why would they give in like this to a rain ninja like me? Uehara Naraku was a little confused and didn't understand why things had developed to this point. He felt as if he had shot himself in the foot. Jiraiya was a little surprised by these concessions. What is going on? The captain of the Anbu leaned close to Jiraiya's ear and whispered, Jiraiya-sama, the perception team has found traces of two S-rank rebel ninjas around the village, one of whom is Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 150. Does this alliance book look like Kabuto Yakashi's wish list? Konoha is now in an unprecedented weak period. With the death of the third Hokage, the disappearance of Shimura Dunzo, and the hospitalization of Atek Kakashi and Might Guy, Konoha can't even pick a few people who can compete with the S-level rebels, and there is no way to deal with the infiltration of S-level rebels. The last S-level rebel Orochimaru just messed up Konoha, and two new S-level rebels appeared around Konoha, which was simply the straw that broke the camel's back. Under no choice, Konoha's top leaders can only sign a temporary treaty. As for whether this covenant will be observed, there will be discussions in the future. Moreover, according to the speculation of Utatane Koharu and Mito Kadoen about the Salamander Hanzo, if they let the Salamander Hanzo betray Uehara Naraku in exchange for a covenant between Konoha and the Hidden Rain Village, the ninja demigod will definitely agree to the exchange. Konoha is sure to sign that alliance. Uehara Naraku's face showed both surprise and joy, but in fact he himself had not had time to read the content on it. Who knows what Yakashi Kabuto wrote on it? In the end, Konoha agreed to all of it. Even a big ninja village wouldn't agree to it. The captain of the Anbu nodded and said in a cold voice, the Konoha advisor is waiting to meet you at the Hokage building. What a pity. Uehara Naraku looked at Jiraiya with some regret. If Jiraiya's popularity is considered, he will be almost the same as Team 7. At least the reward will include a hero inheritance mission. However, Konoha has already claimed to agree to his conditions. If he continues to turn against him at this time, it will be equivalent to exposing himself as a big villain. He is obviously just a good rain ninja for the Hidden Rain Village. Fortunately, the reward for breaking the Maiboki Mountain Sage Mode has been obtained. Side quest, defeat the Maiboki Mountain Sage Mode. 1/1. The quest has been completed, and the Sage Mode Ascension Long Stage has been upgraded. Sage Mode Ascension Long Stage. When the natural energy and chakra energy values are consistent, you can enter a new combat mode by synthesizing Senjutsu chakra, currently in the second form of Ascension. Jiraiya looked at Uehara Naraku, who was under the escort and surveillance of a group of Anbu, and felt a little uneasy. Okay, I'll go to see them with this little guy. Don't worry, Jiraiya-sama. Uehara Naraku's face was neither sad nor happy. Everything I do is for the Hidden Rain Village in the Land of Rain. I won't make any unusual moves. Even if Konoha sets a trap, he will not be afraid. What if Konoha really wants to assassinate him? Then let the pain come in advance. When the ruins here finally quieted down, the Konoha rebellion also completely subsided. A certain hooded man raised his mouth. I hope Lord Naraku will not blame me too much. After all, I also want a decent ending. But I didn't expect Konoha to agree to all the conditions in the alliance letter. It was Kabuto Yakashi. According to Kabuto Yakashi's guess, if the battle continues like this, Uehara Naraku will tear his face with Konoha, and finally even trigger a catastrophic war. So Kabuto Yakushi forged the traces of two S-rank rebel ninjas to attract Konoha's attention and seek a decent peaceful ending. He has lived in Konoha for so long that he still has some soft spots for this place. Upstairs of the Hokage. When Uehara Naraku saw the alliance letter, he was overwhelmed. Well, support Hanzo-sama to become the Rain Shadow, support the Rain Country, to annex the territory of the Grass Country. There is nothing wrong with the first two. Anyway, it is estimated that the Hidden Rain Village will not realize the first two by themselves. The bones of Hanzo, the salamander, have long been cold. It was Uehara who did it himself. But when he saw the latter, Uehara Naraku almost exploded. Support the Hidden Rain Village to eliminate the Akatsuki organization that is in civil strife. Support the Hidden Rain Village to build a large orphanage. Support the Hidden Rain Village to build a biological science laboratory. What the hell is this? Damn, sometimes you should check the work of your subordinates in advance, otherwise you will always know what troubles he will bring you. Especially since each of Uehara's subordinates has his own ideas. It's fine that Hoshigaki Kisame has a brainless and messy idea, but how can Yakushi Kabuto be like this? Is this a fucking alliance letter? This is clearly Yakushi Kabuto's wish list. Now looking at this alliance letter, Uehara Naraku feels that he has been used. Uehara Naraku suddenly remembered that the last time he recruited Hoshigaki Kisame advised him to kill the fourth Mizukage. Now he thinks that he should have been used. These are the agreements signed by you and Danzo. Utatane Koharu slowly poured a cup of tea and said softly, "Your Excellency Uehara, you don't need to look at the details at the end. Konoha will support it." As for the first three, Mito Kadoen took over the conversation softly. "We Konoha have also agreed, but when you are in the Hidden Rain Village, you must always be vigilant about the possible invasion of the Land of Earth. Konoha does not want to take into account the northern border issue for the time being." Utatane Koharu waited until his partner finished speaking, and then continued, "And when Konoha settles down, we will help send troops to help wipe out the Akatsuki organization entrenched in your country." Uehara Naraku's face was slightly speechless. What the hell are these conditions? Some of them, even if Konoha agrees, he is unwilling to agree. What? Konoha sends troops to help wipe out the Akatsuki organization. The Land of the Rain is now the territory of the Akatsuki organization. Moreover, when the Konoha ninjas enter the Land of Rain, there is no guarantee that they will not find out something fishy. This guy Kabuto Yakushi is not reliable at all. He wants to use this kind of thing to tie up the Akatsuki so that they won't cause trouble for Orochimaru. Can he change one of them? No, all of the above must be changed. Uehara Naraku clenched the teacup in his hand and said in a deep voice that he was about to turn his face. "No, this is not the contract between me and Lord Danzo. He deceived me." Utatane Koharu put two scrolls with the alliance book on the table and said softly, "This is the original of the alliance book. Are you going to blackmail? Do you still want Konoha to submit to the Hidden Rain Village?" After that, Utatane Koharu even introduced, "The one on the left is the alliance book we found from you, and the one on the right is the original alliance book we found at the Root organization base. The two copies are exactly the same, without any mistakes." Uehara Naraku clenched his water cup fiercely. This bastard Kabuto Yakushi is really flawless in his work. In order to let Shimura Danzo take the blame, he even prepared two copies to directly confirm the matter. Utatane Koharu sighed and whispered, "Although Shimura Danzo has been privately listed as a criminal of Konoha by us, this is a document he signed when he was a senior official of Konoha, and we will still recognize it." Jiraiya said in a deep voice, "But the previous viewpoints are not easy for Konoha to achieve, and it is easy to affect Konoha's reputation. Forget it." Uehara Naraku waved his hand and picked up a pen, raised his head and looked at the people present and said in a deep voice, "Today, for the benefit of the village, I went against my conscience, killed an elder, hurt several friends, and even became an enemy of Lord Jiraiya." Jiraiya was a little surprised. Even Utatane Koharu and Mito Kadoen were a little confused, wanting to see what this stubborn rain ninja wanted to do. "I'm sorry, I'm willing to use this to apologize to Lord Jiraiya." Uehara Naraku picked up a pen and crossed out the first few items and said in a deep voice, "Please delete the ones that will cause trouble to Konoha, because I have the power to make my own decisions on the alliance letter. As for the consequences of this matter, I will take the initiative to bear the consequences. Jiraiya's fingers tapped lightly on the table, and he asked in a solemn voice, "This alliance letter was obtained after you fought for your life." Click. Utain Koharu slapped Jiraiya on the shoulder. Uehara Naraku ignored all this and said softly, "I respect Lord Hanzo, but I respect the peace of the Rain Country more. I know that some clauses will bring endless battles to the Hidden Rain Village. We have suffered too much of these pains." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.